Knock, and the Mariners take down the Twins in 9, 7-6. They walk them off for the second consecutive day.
Chuck in the morning on your home for the Super Bowl champion 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Well, great morning to you here on this Monday. Great to have you aboard. Welcome into the radio show. It is 6 a.m. on a Monday. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center here in Renton, Washington for another Seahawks practice. Seahawks training camp coverage continues with us here in the mornings, Ashley, Ryan, and myself, and it is great to have you with us here on this day. But let me be honest with you. I thought we were back in the studio today, and even though we're at Seahawks camp, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to talk pretty much nothing but baseball today.
I don't know how we couldn't.
Yeah, I realize that the football field in front of me and the berm and the Seahawks and the world champions and the Greg Bells and the Emmanuel Wilsons that are going to come on the show today, yes, I get it. It's all a gravitational pull for me to talk about football. We even have a preseason game later on this week to get it all started, but I'm pretty much 1,000% baseball right now, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, I am the same way. I think I was dreaming about baseball last night.
Did you make a trade?
I didn't, but I think I was refreshing Twitter a lot.
Yeah, there was a lot of that going on yesterday. So, yes, I don't know if you got up in the mood to make trades today or like, hey, normally I give you a bagel here, Palmer the Great, but what if I traded you some Frosted Flakes for your bagel?
I mean, she would absolutely make that trade.
And a fruit juice to be named later.
That's the key right there. The fruit juice.
Well, we're going to discuss it all. How was your weekend before we start launching into this? As a matter of fact, how was your last 4 days of your life?
I know. I think they were the busiest days I've had in the last 3 months.
Wow.
Yeah. So
why is that?
So we had a big golf tournament up at Mill Creek, and it's the men's invitational, and I always help volunteer. I was running around Thursday and Friday. Then
like a chicken with your head cut off.
Chicken with my head cut off. And then Saturday, I had that softball game, which, by the way, did not strike out, made contact at both my at-bats. I did get out, but I didn't strike out. That's all I wanted to make sure is that I at least hit the ball.
Didn't embarrass yourself?
I did not feel embarrassed.
Good.
The Cougs won, so that part I hated. But and then Sunday, I had a 7-hour journey to Sumner and back.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens. And it was, I got locked in our parking garage here yesterday, so that was fun. Yeah, because I had to come get the KZOK vehicle to go to the event in Sumner and then couldn't get out of the garage.
Oh, jeez.
So it was really just, I was like, wow, I'm going to wrap up this weekend thinking, I'm so glad I had these days off.
Tie a bow on this one.
Yeah, this is the way to wrap it up.
But
that's all right. I'm happy to be back.
I had a 21-hour broadcast day on Friday.
Oh, well, that sounds like a thrill.
Yeah. So, well.
So you got that going for you, which is nice.
Which helps none at all. All right, well, we are certainly underway. We are happy to be here with you here on this Monday morning. And, yes, I'm sure you had an adventurous weekend yourselves out there, many of you. And let's face it, so did the Mariners. From Friday night with a loss to the Minnesota Twins, and it sort of looked like and felt like that maybe that was too big a loss to overcome, that this team was in such a funk that, no, statistically they weren't out of it. It wasn't some must-win on Friday, but the way the team has played here in the last month, coupled with the trading deadline approaching, getting home was supposed to sort of resurrect things, and then To lose the game Friday certainly cast a darker pall, deeper pall over the entire operation. And it did feel like, certainly as you put your head down on the pillow on Friday night, that maybe this team was not going to trade 4 players at the trading deadline. Mm-hmm. And then what kind of news do we wake up to in the morning on Saturday? News that they are open to anything. And that means maybe even selling. And the names George Kirby and Randy Arozarena started to float around, and people were losing their minds. How could you trade Randy Arozarena? He's been your only consistent hitter this entire season. You're really going to move him at the trading deadline? You're going to abandon this? Where there were other Mariner fans that were like, this team stinks. Sell, sell, sell. And so they were actually receiving that news with open arms. Then the George Kirby news was accompanied with that, and that would be a real indication that this team was giving up on the season if you moved away from George Kirby, or at least many people felt. But the idea, theoretically, would be that you trade from strength, and if you can't get the offers you want for Luis Castillo or for Emerson Hancock, then maybe you have to dangle an even more attractive trade piece in order to get the offensive return that you're seeking. And then things started to get muted a little bit with a Saturday victory. A Saturday win sort of pulled this team from the abyss, or so it felt. Mm-hmm. And maybe, now we're kind of caught in between. Was this going to be a sell-buy kind of trade deadline? Jerry's done that before. He's also been very aggressive at the trading deadline, even though they were further out than what they are now during the Randy Arozarena trade deadline when you bought him in the first place. And so then we spent Saturday wondering, oh, boy, which direction are they heading? And then we got the news on Saturday evening that the Mariners had, in fact, moved a starting pitcher, and it was the guy that they wanted to move all along, and that is veteran Luis Castillo. He is now a member of the Chicago White Sox, traded for relief pitcher Sir Anthony Dominguez, Nolan Jones, who at one point seemed to be ready to take the league by storm and came back the second season after he had a very impressive debut and has never been able to find that player again. He's been moved several times over the last few years, so nothing that you can rely on certainly this year, and probably never, but it is a little bit of a roll of the dice, maybe catch lightning in a bottle, because he is a big, strong, athletic outfielder. He just might be lost, and his time might be done. And then the third piece was a minor league prospect, a catcher, with a lot of potential. I'm hearing some really good things about him, but he is not considered one of the better prospects or one of the best prospects, maybe one of the better ones. Top 15 prospect in the White Sox organization. He was immediately made about the 15th best prospect in the Mariners organization, according to Pipeline, upon the trade. But let's go back. Let's refresh, because my thoughts on Luis Castillo throughout this process were he's going to be really hard to trade with that salary, not performing well this season, but he has been performing better as of late. And where the Mariners might not need that leadership, or they might not need a sixth man for a six-man rotation, right? The Chicago White Sox, a young team with a young staff that looks like they're headed toward the playoffs, might be able to use a veteran in Luis Castillo with some playoff experience, with some pennant stretch experience in his career, who has been pitching better as of late. And the White Sox sound just damn giddy about getting Luis Castillo on their roster. And so what I said about Castillo is you probably are going to have to take on a bad contract if you trade him, or you'll just get some middling prospect if you trade him. You're not going to get that big of a return. I'll say this. They got a little bit more of a return than I thought.
Yeah.
Because they got both. They got a bad contract in Sir Anthony Dominguez, because he's not going to be worth $10 million as a relief pitcher, our sixth best relief pitcher next year. And they got a middling prospect, even though he is showing some stuff at the minor league level. So they got both. So actually they got a little bit more than I was projecting, but it was still in the neighborhood of what I was projecting.
Yeah, and that's what I felt like, too. When I heard it, I was like, okay, well, I don't hate it. I like Luis Castillo a lot. I would have loved for him to go to the bullpen, but at the same time, with that contract, it just doesn't make sense. So getting rid of that contract for at least a lesser bad contract.
Right.
I was like, yeah, okay, I'll take it. And we get some bullpen help, and we get some possibilities.
Yeah, and so under the circumstances, I think they did well, but it didn't really make the team better.
No.
I don't think Sir Anthony Dominguez is a better pitcher than Luis Castillo. And had Castillo gone to the bullpen, as you suggested just now, I think he would have been very good at it and probably better than Sir Anthony Dominguez is going to be. So in terms of the trade, yes, it was a really good trade if your goal is to dump money now and into next year. If that was your goal, to get out from underneath a contract and to also clarify your starting rotation going forward so we don't have to piggyback anymore and we don't have to six-man this thing anymore. If that was the objective, let's clarify our starting rotation for the rest of the season, and and we can also get out from underneath some money that we can better spend in the off season or even at this year's trading deadline. If that was the goal, then I would say mission accomplished.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really improve this team. As a matter of fact, actually, it doesn't improve this team. And so now that you have won 2 games in a row, since we woke up Saturday morning feeling like the world was ready to end, hearing a Rosarina and Kirby could be out the door, and it could be a buy, sell, 1 foot in the boat, 1 foot on land kind of trading deadline again this year, which might have been understandable at that stage in the process, considering how poorly the team was playing through Friday night. We're in that mode, and now all of a sudden you're out from underneath Castillo. You have added a veteran piece to your bullpen, and now you've won 2 dramatic baseball games, actually way too dramatic for our tastes. You've won 2 games. You get a day off, and you're getting ready to take on a Tigers team that's probably going to be depleted by the time you face them once this trade deadline day comes to a close, and suddenly the clouds lift, and maybe you're back in a race. And maybe today you're going to be aggressive at the trading deadline again. Maybe there is enough evidence there to suggest that you should, in fact, as you felt all season long, be buying at the trading deadline and trying to take advantage of this good roster that you put together in the offseason. So that's where it stands right now. 3 games out of first place from the Houston Astros, but that's a team that the Mariners have dominated for the last couple of years, certainly this year, and you will have your chance head-to-head with them soon, very soon, to really make a statement within the division. So here we sit on trade deadline day. I don't know what to expect from this team. I really don't. But my guess is, Ashley, that after moving Castillo, I don't know why the Kirby rumors are still floating around out there.
Yeah, I don't either.
I can't imagine, an organization, because if you recall, 2 off seasons in a row, I've said to trade Luis Castillo. I mean, you can go back and listen to all the Stove podcasts with Anders Hurst.
No, you said it here too.
Yeah, I said it here in the morning show as well. I wanted them to move on from him, and their statement was, you never trade starting pitching. You just don't do it. And yet we've spent this entire season with too many starting pitchers and Kate Anderson not allowing any runs at AA, and we don't even have room to move him up even with an injury. And so that's been my statement all along. So now that they finally have moved Luis Castillo, I can't imagine that George Kirby's still on the trading block at this point. And maybe the Cubs trade for Kevin Gausman last night is the indication that George Kirby is no longer being waved around here at the trading deadline. So I'm assuming George is not going at this point.
And I would hope that's the case, and especially after yesterday's performance and him even saying post game, I've heard the rumors, I don't want to go anywhere.
Yeah.
I want to be here. So if that's the way he shows you he wants to be here, I'll take it. going 7 innings, not giving up a run. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and I do think he's probably gone in the offseason. I do. I've been saying this for years. But if this team, still believes in this roster and you do have nearly 2 months to prove that you're playoff caliber, I mean, having George Kirby around, I think, helps the baseball team.
Yes.
And so I can't imagine that they're moving on from 2 veterans so that they can clear a space for Cade Anderson in the starting rotation, who really has not gone more than 4 innings in a game this season. I mean, that's where they lock him in at 4 innings so that he'll have some juice left at the end of the year to join this team. But I've always suspected it was going to be either in a September. I've called him the September Southpaw since the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
I always thought that it was going to be in a September role where he might get a few starts down the stretch or can be used as a bullpen piece where you might go ahead and pitch him the 4 innings that he's accustomed to throwing so far this season. But to thrust him into the starting rotation when he's really not stretched out beyond 4 innings at this stage in his first full year as a professional baseball player, I can't imagine George Kirby is still available in trade if he was ever available in trade. And so that's how I'm approaching this deadline day, with the idea that George Kirby is still going to be a Mariner after 3 o'clock this afternoon. Now, Randy Arozarena could be a different story, which is something that we're going to tackle a little bit later on in the show. When I got a little more time, I would just say as an overview, this has certainly been our most consistent hitter this year.
Yep.
But he's also probably been the greatest source of frustration in terms of clubhouse chemistry so far this year. And a few years ago, the Detroit Tigers were in a similar situation where they weren't sure if they were going to make the playoffs, and they decided to move on from Jack Flaherty at the trading deadline and a few others. They sold at the deadline, if you remember, and ended up going on a tear in August with their new refreshed clubhouse and ended up making the playoffs that year because they started playing 700 baseball. They cost the Mariners a spot in the playoffs 2 years ago because a team that sold in the deadline got their stuff together after the deadline and ended up going on this run without 3 or 4 veteran pieces that they moved away before the trade deadline back in 2024. So it's not unprecedented. The only difference is, in this situation, the Mariners have a struggling offensive team, and Randy Arozarena has been their best offensive player. The Tigers moved on from Flaherty and others, but they still had Tarek Skubal back on that team in 2024, where the Mariners, if they moved on from Arozarena today, and we're going to talk about what they might get if, in fact, they choose to do that, then you're creating another hole, attitude or not, in an offense that obviously has been challenged all season long. So it's an interesting aspect as we get ready for 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, and that's I think if we get rid of Randy Arozarena, then it's telling me that it's telling me that they don't really believe in this team, because you get rid of the one consistent thing that's happened on the offense. And you're saying, okay, we're done.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily that. I get why you're saying that, but I don't know if it's necessarily that. I don't expect them to move him. I think the 2 wins on Saturday and Sunday draw you close enough. You're 3 back of the division lead with plenty of opportunities to face the Astros. The Rangers apparently are going to sell today. We talked to their beat writer last week, or was it? No, 2 weeks ago, and he thought they were in first place at the time, and he thought that they were going to sell at the trading deadline. So the Rangers really don't count themselves as a contender. The Mariners do. The Astros certainly do now. They're going to add today. But you're only 3 games back of Houston, and you're only 2 games back in the wild card race. So those 2 wins might have kept Jerry and Justin from, out of frustration, anger, fury, from abandoning their pursuits of making the playoffs this year. But we've got a lot to discuss today. I'm not done with Castillo. I'm not done with Dominguez. I'm not done with Arozarena. I'm not done with Kirby. We're going to spend a large chunk of today's show here from training camp talking about deadline day, one of my favorite days of the year. Let's find out what's on tap for today's show.
May I have your attention, please?
This is What's on Tap, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
So the deadline is at 3 p.m. today. That's plenty of time for plenty of activity, and there is expected to be a lot of it. So we waited a long time with no activity during this process, and then it started happening just as the experts were projecting. Once Tarek Skubal got moved to the Los Angeles Dodgers, it opened up the market. We've since then seen Freddie Peralta get traded from the Mets to the Tampa Bay Rays. Luis Garcia, pretty good hitter from the Washington Nationals to the New York Yankees, and Kevin Gausman last night to the Chicago Cubs. And we've got from now until 3 o'clock for what is expected to be a lot more wheeling and dealing. And so we'll keep you up to date this morning. I don't know if the trades will start before 10 a.m. This morning, but my guess is that Greg Bell and Ian Furness are going to be loaded with all sorts of trades to discuss as trading deadline day has finally come. We are at training camp. Greg Bell will join us today at 7:05, and we will talk Seahawks football with him. Also, Emmanuel Wilson, one of the newcomers to the Seahawks, is going to join us today at 7:45. Probably the big story is that we are on the eve of the Hard Knocks debut for the world champs. That will air tomorrow night on HBO. Jadeveon Clowney, who I closed the week with, talking about how the Seahawks did have legitimate interest in bringing Jadeveon Clowney back to Seattle. Well, he had legitimate interest in going back to the place it started for him as an NFL player. He signed with the Houston Texans over the weekend. The countdown to Hall of Fame weekend is here, and so that begins in earnest here today. The Sounders lost again, but at least it was close. 2-1 to the Timbers, so maybe it's a step in the right direction for Brian Schmetzer's struggling football team. The WNBA trading deadline was yesterday. The big move was UW's own Kelsey Plum moving from the Sparks to the Phoenix Mercury, and Seafair came to another glorious conclusion. Another great year here in Seattle for Seafair. Coming up next, Mariners Morning After. We do it after every Mariner game right here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
One more time.
Hey, I got like this. You know how you have celebrate, Ashley? Like, you won something, but like somebody put you like on a tarp and then like threw you in the air, and they didn't quite catch you in celebration, and you thought that you were going to die. And then you're fine, but you're shooken up, and everybody is still in celebratory mood, and you try to put that smile on your face, even though you felt like you almost just died.
Yeah, super fun. You're like, whoo, okay, made it through that one.
Yeah, all right, yeah, we did it. Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, oh boy, oh, slow down hard.
Okay.
That's the way it feels. That's the way it feels this morning. So we do get to celebrate 2 wins. We do get to celebrate having pushed our feet to the abyss. It felt like on Saturday, and somehow the Mariners, with a new strategy, really interesting one this weekend. You know what? Let's score a lot of runs early and then stop scoring them entirely. Let the other team catch up.
Okay.
And then let's see what happens after that.
Yeah, then it's anyone's game.
Right.
That
Well,
sounds fun.
that strategy resulted in a loss on Friday, resulted in a win on Saturday, and then on Sunday, Cal Raleigh decided, you know what, I'm going to tweak the strategy a little bit here. We scored 2 early. Let's score 3 right now, and let's get a really big lead to blow. And so they jumped up 6-0. It looked like it was over. I was half expecting to see Dan Wilson go to Rucker or a Hoppy in the 8th inning. Instead, he went to a struggling Bizardo and Ferrer in the 8th, and they ended up giving up 5 runs. Yes, 5 runs in the 8th inning. Made it 6-5 in the 8th. Going into the 9th, still a 1-run lead. Here comes Munoz, who's been fantastic since early season struggles. And then he gives up a home run to Luke Keeschel to tie the game at 6 apiece, and just kind of obliterated the good feeling that was starting to grow again for the Mariners. But in the bottom of the 9th, a chance for back-to-back walk-off wins for the Mariners. Seattle gets it going, and once again, it's Josh Naylor who gets it started. He gets the base hit to lead off the inning, and then with great base running, 1 out later, on a Robles single to center, Naylor, he juked Keeschel into thinking he was staying at second, and then put on the afterburners, gets to third base, scraped up his face on the ugliest looking slide that you've ever seen in your entire life, had to be removed from the game. Dan Wilson did say he was going to do it anyway to get a faster runner, not a better base runner. There's not a better base runner on this team than Josh Naylor, but a faster base runner at third base. And so there's your situation as they end up second and third, 2 outs. Colt Emerson comes to the plate, falls behind in the count. All you got to do is put the ball in play, Colt, and we should win this baseball game.
Fairchild winning run. 1-2. Line, base hit, ball game. Colt Emerson, his first career walk-off knock, and the Mariners take down the Twins in 9, 7-6. They walk them off for the second consecutive day.
You could even tell in Aaron's call that it was like, oh, thank God they did.
Oh, Aaron's riding the emotions
Yeah.
right now. Aaron is not happy with the way this team is playing and the fact that he's not calling a season in which the Mariners are running away with things. He's a frustrated broadcaster right now, and you can hear it in his play-by-play call. So I like that.
Yeah,
I do. I
don't
like
have a
it.
problem with it. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, look, we ride the emotions when it's high. I think that our broadcasters should also capture the feeling of the fan base when things are bad. I love that he and Dave went into a into a long conversation, what was it, Thursday night, about why this team has been underachieving so dramatically. I love that. I think we need more of that. I think we need to be honest in our broadcasts. I do want to hear our emotions in our broadcasters when things are going well, but I also want to hear the truth when things are not going well. And I think John Stanton and the entire Mariners organization should learn from Aaron and Dave right now.
Yeah, it is nice to have the broadcast feel like they're
us.
Yes, exactly. Like they're emulating our feelings. It's like, okay, because that was like, oh, thank God they did that. It wasn't like, oh, woo.
Yeah.
It was like, wow, we almost blew a 6-run lead. Thank God we didn't.
And even the calls during the blowing of the 6-run lead, I think that's good. I think it's good to sound depressed. We were all depressed watching every run score.
When they tied it up against Munoz, and he's like, what is happening these last 2 innings? Thank you, because that's what I was saying. What the F is happening?
I want our play-by-play guys' emotions to capture the emotions of those that are watching and listening. And I think that he's been doing that as of late. I mean, he sounded downright depressed for a couple of games last week. And so were we. So Mariners win over the Twins 7-6 on the Colt Emerson walk-off. He not only drives in the run, but he does it with a solid base hit through the right side of the infield, and it scores Stuart Fairchild, who I just watched play in Tacoma Friday night, but he got called up for the weekend series. And really it all happened with Josh Naylor. And I do want to mention Josh Naylor before we start talking about George Kirby. I think Josh Naylor has had a rough year in his first full season with the Mariners. I think he played lackadaisical at the beginning of the season. I think he has. I think that he was trying to play it too cool at times rather than make the play. I think that he's had trouble hitting the long ball. There are a lot of things to pick apart about Josh Naylor's season, and his statistics suggest that he's not been a very good player this year. But I'm telling you, there's been an attitude change. He even cut his hair. Like, there's been an attitude change here recently from him, and he willed us to those 2 wins. His getting on base in the 9th inning both times, his fantastic base running. I mean, he's one of the slowest guys on this team. And that stolen base Saturday was so huge. I mean, Josh Naylor, in my opinion, willed this team to those 2 late-inning victories that we got on Saturday and Sunday. So it's great to see out of Josh. Also great to see George Kirby throw an excellent game, even though he doesn't end up getting the win because of the Twins' comeback. But George was fantastic. 7 shutout innings, just 5 hits allowed. He only struck out 3 batters, but he was effective. He was efficient. He was excellent. Here's George after the game.
You know, with everything going on, just try and go out there and, do my best. So it was a little bit of motivation, I guess. But, I love this place, so I want to stay here. I want to show them that I'm worthy of it. So, yeah.
I mean, you talked about not paying attention to rumors, but they find your family, they find people, and they probably tell you about it. I mean, did that weigh on you a little bit, and then you throw in the whole Castillo thing?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I'd be lying if I said no. Like, I'm not really. I don't have Twitter, so I'm not seeing anything. But you always hear stuff, whether it's from my agent or, just people, anybody. So I do my best to try and not worry about that. But yeah, it kind of, it's something you keep in your mind, you worry about a little bit. So, but yeah, with the Louis situation, I love him. I hope all the best for him and his family in Chicago. He's just the best, man. I like the way he just carries himself every day. He just always has a smile on his face, and like that's something that I really admire, something I wish I could do a little more often. So yeah, I mean, he's just a pleasure to be around, and him being the vet in our clubhouse for us pitchers, it's somebody we really looked up to, and
George Kirby, after the game, talking about Luis Castillo and being frank about his own situation. He was involved in a lot of trade rumors throughout the last couple of weeks, and certainly going into that outing yesterday. I mean, but it did come on the heels of Luis Castillo being traded, as I mentioned in our first segment. I can't imagine the Mariners are going to now trade another veteran starting pitcher. I would think Kirby and Hancock are safe, but I will say this, because, and I'm not going to mention any names right now, I think there are some hitters, position players on this team who did not like some of the things being said or written about them and pouted.
Yeah.
Pouted.
Yeah.
And it affected their play. Not our pitchers. And this goes for Castillo, this goes for Hancock, and this goes for Kirby. In their most recent outings, I know Castillo wasn't great in his most recent outing, but he battled. And George showed up with a different kind of mindset yesterday. And Emerson, under probably the most difficult circumstances in his last outing, also gave a really good outing. And so I think some credit goes to whoever is whispering in their ears and just to them as individuals to step up in those moments. George was fantastic. Should have got a win yesterday, but he did not. And but the Mariners do pull it out in the ninth by a final score of 7-6. They have the day off today, and then they start a series with the Detroit Tigers tomorrow. And the Tigers have already traded Tarek Skubal, which we'll talk about in the next segment, and are probably going to end up trading 3 or 4 more pieces before the end of the day today. And so this sets up for the Mariners for a pretty optimistic series against the Tigers team that should be down emotionally, and they should be down physically, because they are literally subtracting some of the best players from their roster here as we speak. So Mariners morning after. We're going to do a baseball brunch today as well at 8:30. But coming up next, just to finish out the hour, we got to talk about that Tarek Skubal trade. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Well. I did warn you this is going to be a very, very busy day. This might be the busiest day in Major League Baseball trade deadline history because of how little activity had occurred before the Tarek Skubal trade, but I'm expecting just all sorts of moves between now and 3 p.m. Normally, Ashley and I don't get much on trade deadline day before 10 o'clock. We already have 2 significant moves that have been made before 7. Jose Soriano is now a member of the Toronto Blue Jays, as the Blue Jays, who just sold Kevin Gausman last night to the Chicago Cubs, have decided to get in on the club-controlled Jose Soriano of the Angels and traded their number 2 overall prospect, Namala, and a couple of other prospects in exchange for Soriano. So clearly we think we're really good and we're going to be good as soon as next year. Gausman can't help us next year because his contract's expiring where Soriano can. So that makes a little sense. At first you're like, well, why did you sell if you're going to buy now?
Yeah.
But that kind of explains why they would do that. And then the Philadelphia Phillies they've been looking for a right-handed hitter. They were attached to some Randy Arozarena rumors that's just hard to say.
I was going to say Randy Arozarena rumors. That is tough.
Arozarena and rumors. That's hard to put in to one sentence. But they were attached to Arozarena rumors over the weekend, and it's really hard to find a right-handed hitter. I guess the asking price is just way too high, and that's what the Phillies need. But they decided, hey, if we can't get a right-handed hitter, let's get a guy that's left-handed that doesn't struggle against lefties. And so they have traded for Luis Arraez from the San Francisco Giants and are giving up a couple of decent, more than decent, a couple of good, not great prospects in return. They're also getting Caleb Killian, a relief pitcher, as well in that deal. So we've already had a couple of significant moves. Arraez to the Phillies, and we also have Soriano going to the Toronto Blue Jays, and more to come between now and 3 o'clock. Of course, the big trade over the weekend was Tarek Skubal. We were all angered to see that he is a Los Angeles Dodger. I'm going to have more time to discuss this a little bit later on in the show. I don't have a lot of time here. I would just say there are going to be a lot of really smart people today. And there are going to be a lot of smart people over the last 48 hours who have weighed in on this. And I'll go ahead and name some of them because they're coworkers. Softy, Ian's going to say this in his show today. I hear Mike Benton reposting some things out there. Our old friend Kevin Shockey was one of the first that I saw that tweeted out this statement. I heard it as soon as I turned on the radio in my car this morning from a guy at a national guy. And all of you are wrong. When you are tweeting out there, the problem is not the Dodgers, it's everybody else. You're wrong.
Yeah. You
are wrong. The problem is the Dodgers. And I don't know what happened with our treatment of baseball, that we have such sympathy for major league players. They're just not making enough millions for us. I mean,
How can we tell them they can only make $50 million a year, Chuck?
It is very clear that big market teams act like big market teams, and mid-market teams act like mid-market teams, and small market teams act like small market teams, and then there's the Dodgers. And they are an absolute outlier to all of this because they are a big market club that Major League Baseball has allowed to give deferred payments to. They have $1.1 billion in deferred payments that they owe in the future that they're not paying on right now.
Yep.
And it gives them incredible advantages to add salary to their roster, like a Tarek Skubal, but it also gives them this advantage, which not enough people are talking about. And that is the Milwaukee Brewers have to operate in a different way. So the Milwaukee Brewers can give a prospect package that is on par with what it usually costs to get a rental player. Juan Soto was rented by the Yankees a couple of years ago, and he was traded for a relief pitcher, a backup catcher in his 30s, and 3 decent but not great prospects in order to get him to rent him. But the Yankees also have the opportunity to re-sign Juan Soto. The Brewers don't. So if the Brewers get in a bidding war with the Dodgers, they're going to have to give up more than 2 months of Tarek Skubal is likely going to be worth. And they can't operate that way and remain competitive in the current climate. Meanwhile, the Dodgers, because of all of their advantages, get to sit back there and say, what's the best offer you've gotten? And then they beat it slightly, and the Tigers take the best offer that they are given. And because the Dodgers know that not only are we investing in Tarek Skubal for the rest of the season, and we know we're going to make the playoffs this year, but we also know that we're probably going to re-sign him because we don't play by the rules that other people have to play by.
Right.
So that's another advantage that not enough people are talking about. I don't know why we have arrived at the conclusion. So many smart people in the sports community have arrived at the conclusion that the Dodgers aren't the problem, it's everybody else. That's just not true.
Well,
there is only one team that performs as a small market club that tried to perform like a big market club. That's the San Diego Padres recently. And for one reason, because their owner was dying. He literally had been diagnosed with a terminal illness and wanted to use some of his millions before he died on trying to make the Padres a world champion so that he could see that happen before he perished from this earth. And now he has, sadly. And his team is up for sale. And those owners are going to operate it as a business, not as a dying wish. And so if this was not true, what I'm saying, then why does everyone act that way except the Dodgers? And it's because they are an outlier. And the Major League Baseball, the league, the commissioner want them to do it. They're allowing them to do it rather than get in the way of it because they have been planning on a salary cap in the next collective bargaining agreement for a decade. And they want it to look like it's grossly unfair across the board. They want the Dodgers to run amok. They want them to win the championship this year so that they have 3 straight titles, and it looks like the entire landscape is grossly unfair, even though this moment the Dodgers don't have a better record than the small market Milwaukee Brewers. The Brewers have a better record than the Dodgers. But Major League Baseball wants a salary cap. They're letting the Dodgers run amok with a flawed system so that they can use that to get a salary cap in the negotiation. They can lean on fan support as well for that, and fans are tired of this unfair system that is in place in Major League Baseball. So that is the truth, okay? We're going to talk more about it at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, though, headlines and Greg Bell, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Pitch is on and plenty. It's gone. 3-run home run, Cal Raleigh. The Mariners have blown it open in the 7th inning.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
In that inning, though.
Huge. It turned out to be a very big play for the M's. Cal Raleigh, a 3-run homer, made it 6-0 yesterday. Unfortunately, the Mariners blew that 6-0 lead. The Twins scored 5 times in the 8th and once more in the 9th against our best relievers, to tie the score at 6-6. And then it took a Colt Emerson walk-off single to win that contest yesterday, 7-6. So that's 2 in a row for the Mariners, who woke up Saturday about as low as you can wake up in the middle of a baseball season. But they've now won 2 straight, back to within 3 games of 500, which is disgusting to say. 3 games out of first place, 2 games out of the wild card, and perhaps a renewed lease on life as they get ready for the trading deadline today at 3 p.m. They will have the day off and then take on the Detroit Tigers at home starting tomorrow night, and it could be a depleted Tiger roster after today's deadline. We've had all sorts of trade activity already this morning and a lot yesterday as well. I'll just recap the stuff from today. The Philadelphia Phillies have already made 2 trades. They've traded for Luis Arraez, the all-star second baseman of the San Francisco Giants, also left-handed reliever Brooks Raley from the New York Mets, and the Toronto Blue Jays, after trading Kevin Gausman yesterday to the Chicago Cubs, have acquired Jose Soriano from the Angels in exchange for the number 2 prospect in their organization and a couple of other prospects. And so the Blue Jays already thinking about next season by acquiring Jose Soriano. Of course, some other news to pass along. Seafair came to an end yesterday. The WNBA trading deadline yesterday saw Kelsey Plum to the Phoenix Mercury from the Sparks. Sounders fell to the Timbers over the weekend again, but this time just 2-1. It was at least closer. Jadeveon Clowney signed with the Houston Texans. We are in the week of the Hall of Fame game, so the preseason will start this weekend. And, of course, training camp continues right here from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It is time on a very busy day to chat with Greg Bell.
As part of our continuing NFL coverage for the 12th Man, this is 12th Man News, part of Chuck's daily visit with our own Greg Bell. Brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Good morning, Greg.
Good morning.
A lot to catch up on here today. My goodness, there's a lot going on here today. For a baseball junkie, that is. But we brought you on to talk some Seahawks football. So how was your weekend? How did you manage to balance Ed Sheeran and Seahawks training camp at the exact same time?
Well, fortunately, the Seahawks don't practice at night. They have covered training camps that are at night, but they don't do that. So, yeah, that's how we got to – my wife got to Ed Sheeran with me on Saturday. Really good show, by the way. Like 3 hours.
Wow.
It was
gave you your money's worth.
Yeah, he came out after the encore. He came out in a Seahawks, the gray jersey that they wore against the Rams last December, but it didn't have a number on it, so it looked weird. It was like a knockoff or something. But I thought he should have had a Sam Darnold 14 because he has a passing resemblance in red hair to Sam Darnold.
Gingers usually stick together, I've learned over the last 8 years.
Yes, he broke ranks with that. Yeah, it was weird, but to see that. But, yeah, it was a really, really good show. I'm not a big Ed Sheeran guy. My wife is, but I enjoyed it.
All right, well, let's get caught up to date on what we did see this weekend, including, I don't know what you call this, new contract gate. I don't know. JSN versus Devin Witherspoon. Tell us about the showdown that went down on day 7.
On Saturday, the highlight of the practice was one-on-one passing in the red zone and inside the 10-yard line, and they lined up against each other, and Smith-Njigba just lowered his shoulder and went right into him as if in the Witherspoon, as if he's running a straight go route into the end zone, and then he broke it off to the left, and Witherspoon grabbed him, and the NFL officials who were here this weekend threw the flag, and then Darnold threw the ball anyway. It was on a line, went right over Witherspoon's head, and quite turn his head quickly enough. And Smith and Jigba caught it for a touchdown, and Witherspoon was still ticked off. And I had used it as a lead to my story at the News Tribune because, one, it's something you never see in the regular season, obviously. But it also was interesting because it's star against star, and it's the first-round pick that they gave $168 million to, an NFL record for a wide receiver this spring, versus the guy they're trying to get a deal done to be the highest-paid cornerback in the league. And there aren't too many training camps around the NFL that the highest-paid wide receiver and about to be highest-paid cornerback or close to it go head-to-head. And that happens every day out here, but it was on display in a drill. And, it was obviously the highlight of the day. But
that's great.
Witherspoon has not publicly pouted. He's not held in. He's not said, I'm not doing this or I'm not doing that. I'm not scrimmaging. Mike McDonald said Friday or Thursday that he's really impressed by how he's handled all this professionally. And the Denzel Ward signing the contract with Cleveland last week seems to have complicated and at least got the agents for both Christian Gonzalez and Witherspoon, who happen to be just from the same agency and the same agents, by the way, Reggie Johnson from CAA. They look like they're going back to the drawing board now that Denzel Ward has the highest paid contract, and it may add a couple $100,000 to the deal to sweeten it for each guy to go above Ward.
Mm-hmm. Greg Mellis with us, our Seahawks insider, as we are broadcasting again here from Seahawks training camp here on a chillier Monday morning. Greg will be out here with his show at 10 o'clock. I know when Brian Fleury was hired immediately, people started thinking about, okay, what could he bring that's a little different from Kubiak to this scenario? And then you look at his background and you see that he coached tight ends and he had good tight ends, and the 49ers used their tight ends very smartly, and George Kittle became a star, if not a superstar, in San Francisco, and he played a hand in that, at least, in Brian Fleury. So we've done a lot of talking here in the last few months about how that could impact the starter, A.J. Barner, but they spent a second-round draft pick on Elijah Arroyo just a year ago, and maybe we haven't spent enough time talking about how Arroyo is going to benefit from Fleury and the new offense. What are you figuring out about that?
Well, it's only been a week plus in camp, but it looks like Arroyo is going to benefit quite a bit from this. He's had a much more prominent role already in a week than he did last year. He only had 15 catches in 13 games and only played 40% of the snaps. And his blocking still needs to improve, and they're working on that. But there's no doubt, well, let me just say, it appears after a week, we'll see what it ends up being in September and October, but it appears so far that Brian Fleury's offense is going to feature tight ends more, and it's going to feature them down the field in the deeper passing game. It's going to have more quick motion right before the snap. And at times it looks like it does remind you of the 49ers because it looks like tight ends and fullbacks are almost interchangeable sometimes. In fact, Robbie Oots has been practicing in some of the position drills as a tight end, blocking with offensive tackles, which, of course, what he did at University of Alabama before they converted him to a fullback last season. So the point is tight ends and fullbacks are a big part of their offense, and more so than even with Clint Kubiak, who didn't ignore him. But they're moving him around, they're putting him in motion, and Arroyo getting out in space is exactly why they drafted him. We'll see how much in-line tight end stuff they do, but they still have him in the slot. They still have him doing – it just reminds me a lot of Jimmy Graham, how he was a stand-up tight end like Graham was 10 years ago. But there's a good chance here for Arroyo to make a much stronger impact, maybe like a second-round pick should, in this offense. It looks like it's going to be tight end heavy. And as an offensive coordinator, it's a tight ends coach. Makes sense.
What's going on with the running back battle? I got Emmanuel Wilson coming on at 7:45, so I'd like to know the skinny on that.
Well, Emmanuel Wilson has had a few snaps with the ones in some of the days, but it's still clearly Jadarian Price and George Holani as the starters alternating. It depends sometimes on the day, but Saturday, the last practice day, they were off yesterday. Saturday was a little more of a Holani as the first back at the start of drives, and then Price. It's still a lot of throwing, including Wilson. Wilson runs heavier. He's a bigger guy, not quite as tall. Is certainly not as sleek as Price. He's a little taller than Helani. I'm going to make some Seahawks fans nervous when I say this. He reminds me of Eddie Lacy, but he's not nearly as heavy and he's not quite as big. But he runs like him. More of a thudder and try to run you over type of guy. He also wears Lacy's old number 27 that Lacy wore here, not very distinguishingly. But he seems to be, he's not quite a bowling ball type of back, but he seems to be the thunder to the more lightning type of Price. We'll see if there's a role. Wilson has a not guaranteed, just above minimum salary deal for just 1 year. So they have structured it where if he doesn't work out, I don't think they like what they see there, he may not make the team. But we talk all the time about how many running backs they need, how many they go through, and how injured the position is. It appears there's a role for him, and he's just off the cusp of the ones doing a lot of stuff with the twos.
Greg Bell, our guest, our Seahawks insider. Of course, follow him at GBellSeattle on X. Get your subscription to the newstribune.com so you can have Greg there in your back pocket all year long as you follow the Seattle Seahawks. And, of course, he joins us nearly every day at 7:05 here on the program. So are we ready? Is HBO ready? Are we ready for what we're going to see tomorrow night? Are the Seahawks ready for what's going to be revealed tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night's the first Hard Knocks episode. I don't know that there'll be any secrets. We'll see. But I don't think there'll be any secrets. You'll see some of the fighting that's been going on now that the pads are on. You'll see Ryan Neal kicking the ball into the stands and doing backward neck steep plunge into the end zone like Marshawn Lynch. You'll see not Ryan, Bud Clark, the rookie safety. You'll see Bud Clark meeting Richard Sherman and talking to him with the microphone. Stuff we've already seen in live. The nation will see that too. And the nation's going to see Devin Witherspoon chatty and being the life of the team and always chirping at people. But yeah, they do. The Seahawks, as I understand it, do get a chance to review the episode about 36 hours before it airs. And they're not expecting to have to use it, but if they did object to something that got filmed and survived the editing process, they could raise that concern to NFL Films and HBO before it airs. So there's some coordination and cooperation going on. McDonald said they've talked quite a bit, the production staff and the team and him and the coaching staff, about what seems to be out of bounds and not to air. And he doesn't think that's going to be a big deal. You are going to see a lot of Mike McDonald. They're featuring him and his isms, and his 12 is 1, and his team meetings, and his walk and talks that I talk about, and his self-deprecating. They released a trailer last week to him saying, I'm the most awkward guy in the history of the country, and all of that. So the nation's going to get to see a little more, even locally. We're going to get to see a little more of him and behind the scenes and in team meetings and whatnot. That may end up being the more insightful part of the show.
Yeah, probably. Finally, I'll close with this. Jadeveon Clowney signed over the weekend with Houston, but as I understand it, the Seahawks were interested. He's got a relationship with Mike McDonald, so that at least tells me that they're not done kicking the tires on an addition to this front seven.
Correct. And not only edge rusher, but defensive line, interior as well. Those are two areas that they constantly look at during training camp. They have a history of signing guys in camp, through camp, and sometimes after cuts in the middle of right before the regular season. A dirty little secret in the NFL is guys of Jadeveon Clowney's age, stature, and experience in the league, they usually don't sign contracts in July. They wait till later in August than Clowney did so that they don't have to go through the heat of and grind of training camp. They just skip it and wait to sign to the end. Not always, but some guys really do say, oh, I'll just take a pass. This is like my 12th camp. I don't think I need to go through this on
They
August
hate camp.
5th.
I don't care how nice they make it. Football players are always going to hate camp.
The starters do because they know their job's there. So they're not auditioning for anything. They're just going through the motions of doing it because they have to. But, yes, Clowney, they were interested in. They did check him out, and they negotiated, and maybe that Houston's price was better. But that won't be the last one of those that John Schneider goes for and looks at and considers. And I every summer expect them to add a veteran defensive tackle and edge, and about half the time they do.
All right, man. What do you got planned for the show today?
Well, we'll talk the Castillo trade. I think it's it's almost a heist by Jerry DiPoto to get players and get the White Sox to take on all his salary. We're trying to talk to Scott Merkin, who's been for a quarter century a beat writer for the White Sox back in Chicago with MLB.com, about why the Sox did take on all that money and who the Mariners are getting back in that trade. You know, Chuck, you may have mentioned it, but part of the reason that Jerry DiPoto's been here this long is for trades like this. Ownership loves this. The fact that he unloaded Castillo's contract and got younger club control type players back in return, that's how the business works.
Yeah, and it really doesn't make the team better right now. So we'll see what they do between now and 3 p.m. today. But yes, it did clear some stuff out, and it cleared up the rotation for now.
Right.
I mean, they got more out of it than I thought that they would, and yet still. I mean, you know, we need to decide whether or not we're going for this or not between now and 3 o'clock. All right, Greg, thank you, sir. We appreciate it. We'll see you soon.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Greg Bell, our Seahawks insider, joining us right here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. By the way, don't want to miss the cash word for you. It is Rich, R-I-C-H. Enter that at 93.3 KJR.com for your shot at $1,000 in bonus bucks. Also, a few other headlines that I didn't get to because we had to get to Greg. Mauricio Pochettino has been re-signed by Team USA, so he will remain the head coach of our soccer franchise. Also, Huskies camp's going to start on Thursday, so we'll have more on that later on in the week. And that Little League Softball World Series team out of Snohomish didn't fare so well on Sunday morning. Apparently, Lake Mary's got a hell of a team. 14-0.
Apparently, they're real good.
Yeah. So, well, you did get there, though.
Yeah, and they still play again. They play again tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought they were done.
Nope, double elimination. So they play again tomorrow at 7.
Okay. All right. Good to know. I thought that they were eliminated. So, boy, you learn something every second. All right. Coming up next, ABCs of the M's, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
in alphabetical order. Brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook. Visit emeraldqueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by the Sunset Auto family in Sumner and Auburn. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3. All simple as do, re, mi. ABC, 1, 2, 3, baby, you and me, girl.
Well,
Easy as 1.
I mean, it's no podcast on skin. I'll
Few
give you
things
that.
are, Chuck. Few things are.
But we do deliver the ABCs of the M's every single day. Huh.
Yeah, we do.
Interesting. Yeah. Good morning to you, Chuck Powell, Ashley Ryan with you. We are broadcasting live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center as Seahawks training camp continuing here today. We got you covered here on KJR, but it is deadline day. There's going to be mostly baseball discussed, at least on this morning radio show. And since I'm the only person here at the set, Ashley, I guess I can get away with that, huh?
I think you can. Yeah, you get to decide.
By the way, I am going to be, I'm sure you've heard this in our commercials as well, August 6th, that's a Thursday, that's this Thursday. George Thorogood and the Destroyers are going to be at Tulalip Resort Casino. And, I'm going to be there, a little pre-funk from 5 to 7 at the Circle Bar right in the middle of the casino floor. And don't make me drink alone is sort of the idea behind this. But I'm not just there to drink people's booze. I'm there to give away prizes as well. So if you want to come out, if you're going anyway, you might as well come out a little bit early, celebrate with me in the Circle Bar. I will have some prizes to give away. Also, if I'm catching you off guard with this, you can get tickets at Ticketmaster right now to see George Thorogood this Thursday at Tulalip Resort Casino. Might as well make a whole day out of it. Actually, don't even get there at 5. Get there at 5 a.m. And then
Listen to the
play
show
at the
from there.
casino. Yeah, play at the casino all day long. And then at the night, you come see me at 5 o'clock after you've refreshed with a nice bath. And then watch George and the Destroyers Thursday night. All right, let's get into the ABCs of the M's. We are at the end of the alphabet, and we will go with W. W is for Wilson's. Dan Wilson again, Ashley. And I did the Tacoma game on Friday. But when I heard that he pinch hit Mitch Garver for Victor Robles with the game on the line in a really important game, I almost just threw myself into traffic. Like, Victor Robles had been 6 for his last 12. I mean, you're trying to get a guy, you're trying to keep the inning going, are you not? You got a little bit of a rally started. And Mitch Garver's hitting 170, and a right-hander was on the mound. So you don't even have a good matchup for him there. And you took the contact-hitting Robles, who had been hitting 500 over his last 12 appearances, and, of course, came through yesterday when you didn't take him out of the game. You took him out so that you could have your biggest swing-and-miss guy on the entire roster step up to the plate. You didn't need a 3-run homer. You just needed to keep the inning going.
Yeah.
So I didn't understand that. I mean, I didn't get the entire because I did the Tacoma game on Friday, so I did not get to watch Friday night's Mariners game, and I certainly wasn't going to go back to rewatch it the next day. But to hear on the way home that's how that situation was handled, just ridiculous.
Yeah, it was a head scratcher. And those are the things that make it so frustrating about him, because I want him to be smart and make smart choices and do well and succeed. Obviously, we all want that. But I would like to find someone that could explain why that was a good move.
I don't know. I don't understand it. And then the other Wilson, who we, I guess, are just stuck with, have been stuck with as our third baseman, Weston Wilson. I don't know if his time is limited. I would imagine Stuart Fairchild is going to be shown the door when Brendan Donovan is activated. But we are expected to get Brendan Donovan back tomorrow in time for the Tigers series. And so we shouldn't see Weston Wilson at third base much longer, if at all, going forward, maybe a little bit. But that's another thing that is very hair-pulling at this point. So maybe we'll see an end to that Wilson, at least at third base, by tomorrow. X factor is X, and Josh Naylor has to be it. Josh Naylor, who's had a little bit of a frustrating season, certainly statistically overall, not exactly what you were wanting from him after you gave him a big contract in the offseason. I think he might still be at negative WAR on the year. But that goes back to some really sloppy defensive play, and obviously he's not hit for power this year. But we're seeing a different Josh Naylor all of a sudden. And if he's got to be the Pied Piper to lead us, if this is the edge that we need, that edge that we saw in Game 1 against the Dodgers, if that's the edge that is going to be required going forward, then maybe Josh Naylor is showing up to be the leader of this team at the perfect time. He willed this team to wins on Saturday and Sunday. And I know some other people contributed to that, and some other guys came through in clutch moments, but Naylor getting both of those rallies started, then his base running really being the key to both of those innings and those comebacks and those walk-offs, and to get all bloodied and scraped up and one of the worst slides you'll ever see.
That
but
face
also
plant was ugly.
One of the best base running moves we've seen all year long. I mean, he just suckered Luke Keeschel into thinking he was just pulling him up at second and then takes off toward third and caught him completely off guard. Josh Naylor willed us to those 2 wins on Saturday and Sunday. So better late than never. It feels like, Ashley, a team that might be in need of a leader right now. Josh Naylor seems to be stepping up and stepping into that role, if by example, if for no other reason.
Well, and that's the thing. As fans, we watched him slide headfirst into third base yesterday and thought, oh my gosh, that had to hurt. And look at him just life and limb, giving life and limb to keep this game going for the Mariners and try to help them get the win. So if the fans reacted that way, I can't imagine that the players' reaction was any less. I mean, the players had to have been like, all right, look at what he just did for us.
Yeah, well, Luis Castillo was one of our leaders, and he's no longer here. J.P. Crawford was one of our leaders. He's had a frustrating year, and now he's on the injury list. Cal Raleigh is one of the leaders, and yet he's hitting 162 on the season. There is a spot here for somebody to step up and become the leader here down the stretch. And Josh Naylor looks like a different Josh Naylor. He's not playing lackadaisically in the field. He's kind of fixed that. He's still not hitting home runs, but he's playing through an injury that's very clear. And I think over the weekend, I think he almost willed us to that win on Friday as well. So Josh Naylor has certainly, he's turned a page. There's no lackadaisical play on his part anymore. He's showing up like a warrior every single night here in this weekend series, and it's hopefully going to rub off on the rest of the roster. Y is for Yorkshire, because we signed Sir Anthony Dominguez of Yorkshire.
Ah, yes. Spelled differently, but yes. Yeah.
A little bit differently, but Sir Anthony is here, a knight of high caliber.
I hope that means he pitches well.
He's not very good.
Perfect.
Okay? But he's not very good. But everybody keeps thinking they see the talent. He's got a lot of talent. And they want to thrust him into high leverage roles. That's what the White Sox did. They started with him this season as their closer, and he struggled in that role. And I think Dominguez was in Philadelphia and Baltimore before that. I think anybody in Philadelphia and Baltimore and Toronto. Gino's grand slam in the playoffs was off Sir Anthony Dominguez.
Oh, yeah.
I think anybody that had him before would have told you the same thing. That's a mistake. I mean, he can be a valuable piece. He throws 100. He dominates right-handers, but don't put him in high leverage roles. That's not what he's going to be. But we don't need him to be that. Since they demoted him into more of a low-leverage reliever, he's been actually really good as of late. And his numbers are fine for the season. And lately they've been really good. And he's dominated righties all season long. So there is a niche that he can fill on this team to be and with Bizzardo struggling, probably our fourth guy now. out of the bullpen with Bizzardo getting demoted, but he will certainly give this bullpen a little bit more depth. He's not worth the $7 million they're paying him this year. He's not going to be worth the 10 they're going to pay him next year. But under the circumstances, you knew if you were trading Castillo, you were going to have to take on a bad contract, and this was the White Sox version of a bad contract. And so I think he'll help the team. I actually, and we'll talk more about this at 8 o'clock, I think Luis Castillo, if he would have accepted a bullpen role, would have been a more effective piece out of our pen than what Dominguez is going to be. But I do believe that it clears up the starting rotation, and I think Dominguez, as long as he's put in the right role, can be effective for the team this year.
All right, good.
Yeah. And finally, C is for Zeus. And that, if the Mariners starters are gods, then Luis Castillo was their Zeus. He was the leader of the team. He was the veteran that calmed them. But you know something, as great as he was in that role, and he was an outstanding teammate, and they all loved him, and he was the leader of that starting pitching rotation, they don't need him anymore. Gilbert, Kirby, Wu, and Miller are not wet behind the ears rookies anymore. They don't need his leadership anymore. They've gotten the lessons, and they now can become leaders of their own. They now can all take that next step forward. Kate Anderson is better than Luis Castillo at this point. And so, and all 5 of those guys that are remaining are better than Luis Castillo at this point. And I think Luis Castillo can add something to the Chicago White Sox. And you do miss something that he delivers to the Mariners off the field. But I just don't think the group needs it anymore. They're ready. They're ready to fly, and they're well beyond that moment. So, we say goodbye to the leader of our starting rotation, and yet it was time to move on from him, and so goodbye, Zeus. All right, Emmanuel Wilson's going to join us next here at our set in Renton Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
entertainers in the building.
Broadcasting live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center again this week. It is Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM's coverage of training camp, and it starts every day with Ashley and I here on the radio program. And joining us now at our set, one of the newest Seahawks over from the Green Bay Packers, free agent signing in the offseason and in the midst of one heck of a camp battle at the running back position. Emmanuel Wilson is with us here on the show. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
I had to bundle up a little bit today. It was a little chillier than normal, so I got cold hands, which you got a shock of your life on, shaking my hand, and I got a little skull cap going on here today. See, I got to bundle up for training camp. Do you ever think you would ever see that in your life?
Nah, not at all.
You've probably been in some pretty warm training camps in the past.
Yes, sir, I have. But when they get like wintertime, it's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Green Bay winters. You gonna miss those?
No, not at all. Too much snow.
What do you think of this facility, though? Is there anything like it?
Nah, nothing else like it. It's like right here by the water. The fans great. I love it.
Yeah. How are you acclimating to your new teammates and coaching staff?
Wonderful. Everybody here is just like family. They brought me in with open arms, so I love it.
Is it a little intimidating to join a world champion or more exciting to join a world champion?
It's more exciting because you can see the difference from like their playing style and how they operate here.
What is the difference? What stands out most, do you think?
The defense. They rally to that ball, and then the offense. It's a lot, but it's going to work.
It's going to work.
It's going to work.
It's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
All right, talk about the running back competition. How do you feel like it's going for you personally?
For me personally, I feel like it's going well. Just trying to establish my role on the offense and just continue to compete and just learn from the guys.
Ideally, what is that role for Emmanuel Wilson?
Just being myself. Just go out there and be myself every day, and whenever my number's called, take advantage of my opportunity.
All right, so if you had to tell just some random Seahawks fan that's listening out there what it is that you're going to bring to the table, what is it?
Honestly, I can't even say right now because I'm still trying to establish my playing style here. But I know like I'm a bruising back, and I got speed. A lot of people don't think I got speed, but I do.
You do.
Yeah.
You do. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to race you. I'll tell you that much right now. Emmanuel Wilson is with us, free agent running back this offseason over from the Green Bay Packers and part of his first ever Seahawks training camp. So give me a little scouting report on some of your positional competition. What's your read on the rookie, Jadarian Price, thus far?
Oh, man, he's different. He got some great feet. He know how to read, like, the blocks great. He got great hands, and he got great routes. He's different.
Yeah. What about George Halani?
Hey, George, he's smart. He knows the playbook like the back of his hand. He got great feet. He got great routes, and he got great hands as well.
Give me another guy in that running back room that maybe a lot of people don't even know about.
Jacardier Wright. He got a lot of speed on him as well. He made great reads, and he's a great pass blocker. And Velus Jones, he fast as a mug. So when he turns the corner, he gone.
He's gone. Tell me about how Brian Fleury, give us a little, because this offense is new to us. Mm-hmm. So, maybe give us a little, detail or two behind the scenes, a little inside information. What's it like?
It's just very detailed. I know the running backs got a lot of routes, and I'm trying to learn all of them. Yeah, so it's very detailed on offense.
All right, so a lot of routes for the running backs, more than you're used to.
Yes, more. Very much more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So a few pass catches for Emmanuel. See, now you gave us something right there. Now that's some stuff that you gave us. How difficult has it been with the Hard Knocks thing around, or have you enjoyed it? I mean, because you probably got to keep secrets from those fools at HBO too.
I mean, I don't have no problem with it.
Yeah.
They're not really all in my face, so I'm cool. Yeah, I'm cool.
Okay. They're not going to your house?
No.
Sometimes they just randomly choose people, and they go to their house and get to know their family and see what's in their cupboards and everything else.
No, I don't have a house or apartment out here just yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You'll get it. You're going to get it.
I will.
All right, so it hasn't been a distraction then. Is it? Have you noticed anybody that seems to like the cameras a little too much?
Nah, not really.
Okay.
I don't think it distracts nobody on the team.
Are you looking forward to watching it? Will you watch it tomorrow night?
For sure.
Okay.
For sure, I got to.
Yeah. See what they say about you?
I guess.
Do you think it's going to cause like any stir in the locker room?
Nah, not at all. Not at all. It's it's football.
Just out here playing football.
Just out here playing
what you've
football.
done your entire life.
Yes, sir.
All right. But you still got a lot of camp to go. So, what is Emmanuel Wilson going to do out there that's going to catch people's attention?
Just continue to stay the course. Continue to be myself and show them that I really am who I say I am.
Okay. Well, man, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it. Great to have you on. Have a great camp. Can't wait to see what you do in that Seahawk uniform. You look good in it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You like it a lot better than green and yellow?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Emmanuel Wilson joining us right here on our set in that running back competition here with the Seattle Seahawks and giving us a little bit of insight there on Brian Fleury. We'd already heard some of that, like some of the different pass routes for the running backs that they're experiencing and learning here. And now we get it right from the running backs, and there are a lot of them that have been introduced more so than he is used to from his past with the Green Bay Packers. So getting to know a little bit brand new running back Emmanuel Wilson here with the Seattle Seahawks. And we do have a camp battle a little bit later on to discuss. And, yeah, there are some other camp battles going on, but I think the primary one is that running back position. And so probably are going to bring it up again today when we do our camp battle segment today at 8:45. But it is Major League Baseball trade deadline day, and coming up next on the program, in case you are now just joining us, more on the Castillo trade, the decision to trade Castillo, and then what's the plan today before the deadline. I mean, these are some murky waters right now from the Mariners. I'm not sure what they're thinking. I don't know how aggressive they're going to be, and I don't know if they're even thinking about doing that 1 foot selling, 1 foot buying kind of maneuver that they have done in the past. We'll discuss it all coming up next here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Chuck Powell and Ashley Ryan with you here on this beautiful, crisp Monday morning at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Camp coverage continues starting with us every morning right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Of course, I'm not going to talk a whole lot of football here today. We've got trade deadline today, and it's at 3 o'clock, and this is a holiday that should be celebrated the world over. I believe that it is. And so we will pay attention to the holidays. Otherwise, we will come off as sacrilege. So we will get into all of it for you here, including the one Mariners trade that they made over the weekend and what it does mean going forward and what could happen today. But let me first start the hour by telling you that credit is your keyword, CREDIT, credit, and enter it at 93.3 KJR.com for your shot at $1,000 in bonus bucks, brought to you by Bellevue Rare Coins. So did you wake up this morning? I've waited 2 hours to ask, and 5-iron surprised you with like a bouquet of flowers and like a gift under the trade deadline tree or anything like that? How did the Medley celebrate trade deadline day today? I'm all ears.
Yeah, he brought me breakfast in bed, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's like 4 a.m. He's like, but it's trade deadline day, and I don't sleep. And I was like, yeah, no, me neither. I can't wait. And then we just sat around and we opened our stockings.
I love that there's stockings for every sports occasion.
Yeah, every
now.
sports occasion. Because what else are you going to hang from the hearth?
Yeah, we needed a new use for stockings anyway. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, exactly. So we opened those, and it was cute. He got me a pack of trading cards, and And
actually, neither one of us, I'm just putting this together, neither one of Ashley and I discussed before we came on the show today, neither of us slept very well last night, and it probably is because of the enthusiasm of trade deadline day. And in your particular case, you couldn't wait to find out what 5-iron did to celebrate.
No, it's definitely why I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
So it'll be great. I mean, I'm not going to nap today because you still can't sleep till after 3 o'clock. But
right, that's going to be really hard for us to do here today.
So it might be a 3:05 nap.
Well, then I got to go on with Softy at 4 today, so I don't know how we're going to pull this off.
It's going to be tough for you.
Anyway, I guess since we're up and we're at it, we might as well break it all down for you. But the Mariners did make a trade over the weekend. Friday night, I mean, it was looking as grim as it could look. And Mariners lose to the Minnesota Twins, having blown an early lead in that contest, having fallen 5 games under 500, which I never thought was going to happen again. It happened earlier in the year, so it matched the lowest, mark under 500 that the Mariners had. But now, I mean, we're closing in on the end of July, and to be we're past the end of July. We're into August now, and to be 5 games under 500 in August, man, never in a million years saw that coming for this team, this roster, this organization in 2026, but that was the reality. So when we wake up Saturday morning, we wake up to news that everything's on the table, including the Mariners performing in a sell mode, potentially. Randy Arozarena, George Kirby were the names being thrown around in all of the rumor circles by Saturday morning. And yet the team does get an afternoon win over the Minnesota Twins. And so suddenly you're wondering if they would not be in sell mode, if that would have talked them out of getting into sell mode. I mean, that's how crucial these games. I mean, one game can flip a team's mindset from buyers to sellers at this time of the year. Maybe it shouldn't, but it can. So we're sitting there speculating that, oh, man, they lose this, and they probably are going to be all in on an Arozarena and or Kirby trade before Monday. And instead they get the victory, and then what happens next? Then they do make a trade, but for the pitcher they desired to trade most in this process all along, that being Luis Castillo to the Chicago White Sox in exchange for relief pitcher Sir Anthony Dominguez of Yorkshire. Outfielder Nolan Jones, who really is a non-factor in this trade, and then prospect Boston Smith, who has been turning some heads this year, but was a top 20 prospect in the White Sox organization. It's going to be a top 20 prospect in the Mariners organization. So I know he's put up some good numbers this year, but the rankings that are made for prospects, do his skills translate to the major leagues? And there's some doubt about that. So this isn't one of the White Sox best prospects, despite the good numbers that he's put up. Left-handed hitting catcher that we now add to our minor league system, and not a bad pickup under the circumstances. As I've told you throughout this process, I didn't think Luis Castillo's trade value, I didn't know what you could really get. I thought you could get either a Boston Smith type, or you take on a bad contract, which isn't quite as bad as the contract you're giving up. And the Mariners pulled off where they ended up getting both. They ended up getting a prospect and a pitcher that should help contribute to this team, but that the White Sox really didn't want Dominguez at $7 million if he wasn't going to be their closer, didn't want him at $10 million next season. And so you kind of got both. You got a bad contract, but not a terrible one.
Not as
in
bad.
Dominguez. Not as bad as it could have been, right? Not long-lasting ramifications, potentially. And you got the prospect. So I think they got more than what I thought they would get for Luis Castillo. That said, let's make no mistake about it. This trade does not make the Mariners better.
No.
I think you could have moved Luis Castillo to the bullpen. I don't care if he makes $24 million a year. I think that you could have moved him to the bullpen, and you would have had a better relief pitcher in Castillo than what you got in Sir Anthony Dominguez. So you get a prospect out of it. You save some money this year. Certainly get $24 million off your books for next year, which should help build the offseason. But if you're still about winning this season, this trade does not make you better than what you were with Luis Castillo on the roster. But it did clear money, and it did clarify who your starting rotation is right now for the rest, and we don't have to worry about piggybacking anymore or six-man rotations. We can just lock in on the five and move forward with Cade Anderson performing in some sort of role soon, I would think, on this team, most likely out of the bullpen. But perhaps he will crack the starting rotation. And certainly if one of the five go down between now and the end of the year, then it's an easy call-up of Cade Anderson, and he takes that spot in the rotation. But it sets up, Ashley, for later on today. You've now won 2 straight games, and you did get to trade the pitcher that you most desired to move, and you have created some money flexibility for yourself. And so from that standpoint, you did accomplish some things, but now we have till now and 3 o'clock to find out what their plan's going to be to try to make this team better, if that's even part of their plan between now and 3.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we've been hearing, as well, we will get better when we get Donovan back and when we, are which is true, I would hope. But I don't know if that is enough. Because, again, he was questionable at third base. Offensively, great for us, and I appreciated his efforts. And, I mean, he hustles and I think sets this team off on a good note when he's in games, and I think he's been greatly missed. But I wonder if they've got anything else up their sleeve, and I find myself hoping they've got something else up their sleeve, but then also worried that they've got something else up their sleeve that I won't like trading away someone I don't want them to trade. That's
a good way of putting it, for sure. Look, I think they have everything it takes to win the division. Like Jim Bowden told us 2 weeks ago, they don't have to add anything.
Yeah.
And they should still win this division, if not run away with it. Now, Houston might have something to say about it. They've obviously started playing their best baseball as of late, and they sound like they are actively seeking. They are certainly buying with a 2.5-game lead in the division, and probably will add something to their team, probably a starting pitcher between now and 3 o'clock. That said, I still think we have the better roster than the Houston Astros, but we haven't played better than them. And we haven't played good baseball for any stretch of time at any time this year.
That's depressing.
It is. It really is. But you do add Brendan Donovan, and 3 games out of first place, 2 games out of the wild card. I mean, they've bought at the trading deadline in a more dire situation than that. That's what gave us Randy Arozarena in the first place.
Yeah.
So at this stage, I think you have to be buyers today. I think that you need to add something. And the problem is we've seen what the market is bearing, that you can get a left-handed hitter like Luis Arraez for very little in return. I mean, the Phillies gave up a decent package, probably what he's worth on the market, but they just added a .330 hitter, an all-star second baseman for their number 4 prospect in their organization, and a middle reliever. So that just happened today. So left-handed hitters are available on the market. Right-handed hitters, it seems like, you got to take out a loan from Lloyd's of London, in order to have the trade capital that's going to be required to get a right-handed hitter, which is why they're considering trading Randy Arozarena at this point. Because, man, if the market is if the market is suggesting that a guy like Curtis Mead is worth one of the best young pitchers in the Red Sox organization, Connolly Early, then if we trade an even better right-handed hitter in Randy Arozarena, what is someone willing to pay for Randy Arozarena out there? I mean, Boston's already lost Curtis Mead to injury. He's going to be gone for a month and a half. So they're still looking for a right-handed hitter to play left field. I mean, do you have another Connolly Early lying around? What might you have that not only makes sense to us for the future, but might make sense for us right now? Could you give us something right now that helps us, but at the cost of giving up our most consistent offensive player this entire season? I don't think George Kirby is still available. I think the Luis Castillo trade has taken George out of the equation. I do think George is going to be traded this offseason, just to brace you. But I felt like that for a really long time. But I think that the Castillo trade has eliminated the thought. I mean, think about how reluctant they were to trade Castillo, for goodness sake, because they didn't want to give up starting pitching. It's too valuable. Boy, the moment you give up starting pitching, you're going to need it the very next day. That's been their marching orders. That's been what they've said about this scenario, even though I've tried to trade Luis Castillo both of the last 2 off seasons. I've been trying to make a trade of Luis Castillo to avoid what we've had this year, and they decided not to do it. So I can't imagine after all of that they're now going to, in the span of 72 hours, trade 2 of their proven starting pitchers. So I think George Kirby is safe. I don't think there's a trade out there that they're going to make. I think there's a reason that the Cubs went after Gausman last night, because they probably hit a dead end with the Mariners trying to get George Kirby, and the Mariners decided Kirby's no longer available because we've already traded Castillo. All right, so I don't think that that's a threat. I don't know, Ashley, what they're going to do with Arozarena at this point. I still think they might be entertaining it because the market is saying that right-handed hitters are worth their weight in gold right now in Major League Baseball. So the point is, if the Mariners can't get a right-handed hitter on the market to add to the team because the market's asking for way too much, then the alternative creative way to think about it, at least running it through the Mariners prism, is, well, then why don't we trade our right-handed hitter, who's been an issue in our clubhouse this season, has tremendous value, certainly more than Curtis Mead, and maybe we can get something to help us this year, help us in the future, and that does not prohibit us from still looking for more offensive talent between now and 3 o'clock. So I do think Randy Arozarena probably is in play, but I'm not sure that he should be.
Right. That's the thing. I mean, I suppose if somebody's going to overpay you for him and you're going to get a lot more than you should have just because he's a right-handed hitter, then yeah, you'd be an idiot not to consider it. But the idea that you're instantly making your offense worse, which has been that has been your problem, right? Your pitching is your strength, your offense is your weakness, and you're going to then make it worse. I can't wrap my head around that one.
Right. Well, I mean, I still think that this is probably going to come down to whether or not Josh Naylor, Cal Raleigh, and Julio Rodriguez get going, no matter what. Whether we have a Rosarina or don't have a Rosarina, it's probably going to come down to those two, at least two of those three, figuring something out over the course of the last couple of months of the year. I think we've seen a little bit of change in Naylor. I think we've seen a little bit of change in Cal, but it's still not enough. We need them to be productive offensive players down the stretch. But until they can show us that, how do you move on from a Rosarina, who I think contributed mightily to those 2 wins on Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah, especially Saturday.
I don't think Randy doesn't hustle because I don't even know if it's by choice. I think Randy's just got a weird filter in his head, but he's rubbed teammates the wrong way since he was a St. Louis Cardinal, and he did with the Tampa Bay Rays, and I think that he has with the Seattle Mariners. And there is an argument to be made that even if they did trade him, we've seen it just 2 years ago with the Detroit Tigers, who beat us out for a playoff spot 2 years ago after they sold at the trading deadline and got rid of a few veterans that they didn't like having in the clubhouse. And they ended up, after selling at the deadline, going on a run that got them into the playoffs in 2024. And so is Randy Arozarena such a problem that it is addition by subtraction? And in getting him out of the locker room, and you could also add probably a piece for now and a nice piece for the future by moving him before the deadline today? I don't have the answer to that. I don't know how big of a problem that he has been in the clubhouse, but I know he has been to some degree. And I know a lot of you have complained about, boy, you chose now to loaf after that ball or loaf around the base paths, or you made that decision on the base paths. So there is an issue there, but I watched a guy that contributed to those 2 wins. I mean, he hustled home on Saturday with the game-winning run and scored it. I got to keep him. I got to keep him. I got to keep George, and I got to try to make it into the playoffs this year and then test that theory that once you're in and you've got great starting pitching, that anything can happen. That's the way that I've got to approach this between now and 3 o'clock. So not only do I not want to trade a Rosarina and or Kirby, I still think they stay on the path, or should stay on the path, of adding something to this team that can make it, give it the edge that it may or may not need in tracking down Houston and winning this division.
Yeah, I feel like if you trade a Rosarena, I mean, the Kirby thing would just make me furious. If you trade a Rosarena, though, it feels like you're half in, half out.
Yeah, I agree.
And that is just my least favorite place.
That's your least favorite.
Yeah, when you're half in, half out at the trade deadline. Yeah. I mean, if we're terrible, don't make a move or sell. Okay, sure. But in this case, where we're kind of in this middle place, then don't do anything. Don't do anything big. Don't sell someone that's a key piece of our offense to bring in someone. I mean, it just feels like you're making a move to make a move, and I don't want it.
Well, I don't think it would be that. It would be more of what you were angry about before, and that is trying to get cute and doing a buy-sell.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't typically like that myself. So, to me, I mean, look what the Yankees did yesterday. They added Luis Garcia. The Yankees have just as much of a left-handed, well, not as much, but they have a problem against lefties too. Everybody lines up lefties against them because without Aaron Judge in the lineup, it's Chisholm and Wells and Bellinger when he's healthy and Ryan McMahon. They just get to kind of eliminate all of those guys from their lineup. It's why they've been struggling. It's why they've come back to the pack, and they're not that dangerous. But what did they add over the weekend? A left-handed hitter. Mm-hmm. So I know that they tried the market and just felt like it cost too much to get a righty. Like Boston way overpaid for Curtis Mead. I mean, that was an insane price to add Curtis Mead. And I think major league teams are like, man, if that's what the market price is for a right-handed hitter, forget it. And the Yankees just decided, well, let's just get a left-handed hitter. Let's just get a guy that we know that can hit. And if we're still vulnerable against lefties, so be it. But he still is going to improve our offense. He's going to upgrade our offense. Maybe not ideally what we wanted to get, but we got a guy that is better and makes our lineup better. And maybe that's what the Mariners have to do today, is even if it's a lefty, even if it's a Kyle Stowers from the Marlins or Liam Hicks from the Marlins, if that's a bat that helps improve your offense, then so be it. And I guess we'll just roll the dice on some of our right-handed hitters coming around here down the stretch and performing better against lefties. But that's where we stand as far as I see it. I think it would be rather disappointing if we find out that Kirby and or a Rosarina are traded between now and 3 o'clock. It's going to have to be one creative sucker if I'm going to like it. And yet we'll see how aggressive a team 3 games under 500 is going to be at today's trading deadline. We'll talk more about it a little bit later on, but let's recap that crazy game next. Baseball brunch. We haven't done it in a while. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Basin Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
We're ready to play. We're learning the way to do it right. With a baseball bunch, we're gonna go far. We learn from the stars. We are the baseball bunch. We're having fun while we're learning to run and hit and throw and catch that ball. You can learn too. We're waiting for you. We got a hunch you'll love the baseball bunch.
Brunch. Hey, everybody, welcome to the Baseball Brunch. I'm Johnny Branch. As we have not had a baseball brunch in a while with training camp starting. We've been so locked in on Seahawks football, but today is Major League Baseball trading deadline day, so I'm celebrating it for all that it is worth. And part of that, part of this equation is that the Mariners on Friday night certainly did hit their rock bottom, and may have been changing their attitude toward the trading deadline. For all of us who are rooting for them to add, and not give up on this season, well, they may have needed to win Saturday and Sunday in order to keep that dream alive, and they did. Narrowly, but they did. They got the job done. So 3 games out of first place, 3 games under 500, 2 games out of the wild card, certainly puts them within striking distance with almost 2 full months of baseball remaining here. And we shall see what they do at the trading deadline at 3 o'clock. But yesterday's win was probably really important if, in fact, we get our wish of adding a piece or two before 3 o'clock today. Mariners were taking on the Twins again, trying to make it 2 in a row. They had to win with a walk-off in the 9th. Randy Arozarena sliding across home plate with a game-winning run. And then yesterday, looked like they were going to cruise. George Kirby was fantastic, going 7 strong innings for this team and was the star of the baseball brunch.
On the ground, weakly cued Rivas overhand toss. What a performance today from George Kirby. He absolutely throttles the Twins and retires 16 of the final 18 Twins hitters that he faces.
Thanks, Darren, on the call. Mariners TV. That's right. George Kirby, 7 shutout innings. Admitted that he was motivated by Luis Castillo trade and also the trade talk swirling around him. Said afterwards, I want to be here. I want to be on this team. I want to be in Seattle. I love it here. And it was a motivating factor. He hopes that his performance yesterday will show the organization that he cannot be traded here today, even though he is still being involved in a few rumors out there. So he got the job done. Unfortunately, his bullpen did not. Bizzardo and Ferrer combined to give up 5 runs in the 8th inning to make it 6-5. And then Andres Munoz, with just a 1-run cushion, had to be used after pitching 4 outs the previous night, which he's not done a lot. And so Munoz comes into the game, gives up a home run to Luke Keeschel, and suddenly from 6-0 to 6-6, George Kirby does not get the win, and the Mariners now have to rally in the 9th inning if they're going to pull this thing off, and they did so. Josh Naylor got the job done for this team. Just some brilliance on his part. A leadoff single in the 9th, and he ends up juking Luke Keeschel, the center fielder for the Twins, getting to third. Runners at the corners, actually runners second and third because Robles moved up on that play as well. Second and third, Colt Emerson at the plate. Just got to put the ball in play, right? And then at 1 and 2, maybe on the verge of getting struck out, he singles to the right side of the infield and wins the game in walk-off fashion. Second game in a row, the M's win that way. Here is Colt Emerson after the game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the bat was easy just because the base running by Naylor, him getting on, having a great at bat, and then getting to third base, and then Robles get the hit, gets to third base. Like, I mean, that honestly, like, it doesn't take the pressure off me, but like 85% of the pressure is completely off because all I got to do is hit a weak fly ball. I mean, I've done that a million times. You know what I mean? Like that's all I got to do. And And in that situation, I haven't been on the fastball at all this whole series. So that guy's throwing hard. I know I'm going to get a fastball, so all I got to do is get on time with one of them. And thank God I did.
How much resolve did the team have? I mean, like, you're up 6-0, and a bunch of things go wrong, and 3 guys that you don't expect to give up homers, and 6-6 going into the ninth. And you guys put it together, but like a lot of teams would be like, that's just crushing right there.
Yeah, I mean, if you would have saw the dugout on our way in after those runs are given up, like there was no miss in the energy. Like nobody was down at all. I mean, at the end of the day, we get a job to do and we get a game to win. You got one more real chance to do it in the game, and that's huge. Especially me being young, like having those guys, having them have my back, like that's huge. It's huge.
Would you rate Naylor's slide?
Honestly, I was so locked in on that bat that I didn't even see it. I just saw him on the ground, and I'll be honest, I didn't even see it.
How important has he been to you as a mentor? We saw even with the bloody face, one of the first out of the dugout to hug and congratulate you.
Yeah, I mean that's my locker mate. Since the beginning, he's put his arm around me. Like, especially I can name 5 or 6, 7 guys in this clubhouse that have done the same thing. But he's been huge. Showing me the ropes a bit and just kind of being there for me. Like I said, he's right next to me, so any question I got, he's willing to answer, and he's the man. So it's fun being on the field with him.
Colt Emerson, our featured guest star appearance, the baseball brunch. I love having featured guest stars.
I know, right?
On the baseball brunch, or my name's not Johnny Brinch.
I don't want to tell you the truth about that, so I'm gonna just go with it.
Let's go with it.
Yeah.
So what did we learn today, kids? Let's start with Josh Naylor, because Colt's right. I mean, his base running was monstrous in that inning, not to mention just the leadoff single to begin with. I mean, think about this. Over the course of the last 3 games, going back to Friday night, I mean, he got out, but he had a line drive to left field. That was the first out of that inning, was a line drive to left field. And then in the 8th inning, I was misremembering it a little earlier in the show. It wasn't in the 9th. Randy Rosarina, of course, got the rally started in the 9th. But in the 8th inning, when they didn't come through and they didn't score, Josh Naylor with his opportunity, leading off again. And that's been happening way too much. Who the hell's hitting in front of him? He gets the base hit single, and then he steals second when they know he's going to try to steal, and he still stole it easily. Then he gets to third on the Garver ground out because he waited until the throw was made across, and he gets to third base, and then we just didn't execute and bring him in after that. But he got the job done the day before, both at the plate and on the base paths. And then yesterday, the single, the juke to start an inning, the juke of Keishel to get to third base, even if it was a catastrophic-looking slide, and then comes out of the game, and then you get the Emerson base hit. But Josh Naylor willed this team here in the Cup. His attitude, I think, has kind of looked very leader-like here over the course of the weekend, and we need it. We need all the help we can get, and Josh Naylor looks like he's ready, Ashley, to step up at this time of the season. And he's had, I thought, a lackluster year. And has been lackadaisical at times, and I don't know if he's been the leader that he was labeled as being for this team. But as of late, he seems like the guy who's playing with the edge that this team needs to win one-run games like they have the last 2 days.
Yeah, and I mean, it was quite frustrating watching him in the beginning part of the season, because it seemed like when he got here last year, his defense at first base was so incredible, and just the way that he was kind of already stepping in and leading this team, and then that disappeared. And I understand that defense we saw last year was the anomaly. That was not how he generally has played defense, but we know he has it in him. So to come back this year and then you don't see it and don't see that spark that he's providing as often, to see it now in these last couple weeks, I think is a huge deal.
Yeah, I think something went off. Some switch flipped in his head. He even got his hair cut for goodness sake. I think there's just a little more of a soldier's mentality from Josh Naylor here as of late, and I think it's rubbing off on some people. And obviously Colt Emerson appreciates it because he does nothing but laud Josh Naylor. Also, what we learned today is George Kirby wants to be here, and I hope that they grant that request. I hope we are not reading about a George Kirby trade later on today. I think that would be massively disappointing. And the other thing we learned is that the M's are still alive. They really are. I mean, you do have head-to-head matchups against the Astros, who the Mariners have dominated this season and to a degree last season as well. And so I think they're in this, as disappointing as they've been, as gross as that record looks overall. The American League has cooperated. The American League West has cooperated. And they can play as badly as they could play 113 games into the season, and yet they are within just a good weekend and an Astro bad weekend of being back in first place. And so I say you go for it. I say you can't abandon the hopes and wishes that you had at the beginning of the year when you're this close. I know how ugly the team has played at times here as of late, and it doesn't seem like they can get into any kind of groove. But this is like your opportunity today to announce we're still in this and we're going for it. And that's what I want to see out of the end of the day. I would like to see this team not only not trade Kirby or Rosarina, but add to it before 3 o'clock.
Yes,
All right,
please.
coming up next, Camp Battle. We'll squeeze in a little more football here today before we get back to trade deadline day at 9 o'clock. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Bring it, Tina.
We don't need to know the way home. All we want is what's beyond.
Oh, it is Chuck and Ashley with you here. Getting you ready for MLB trading deadline, which we'll get back to that conversation at 9 o'clock today. But right now, a camp battle. Tina Turner expects it. So we deliver here during the course of our training camp coverage. More than 2 men have entered the running back competition for carries this upcoming season. Zach Charbonnet watching from the sidelines as George Halani tries to take over the RB1 role with first-round pick Jadarian Price being given a crash course on football at the professional level throughout this training camp's been a huge topic. And then there's Emmanuel Wilson added in the offseason as well. And Emmanuel Wilson told me himself today at 7:45 the Jacardian Wright also a part of this equation. So it's a battle. It is an all-out battle for carry priority heading into this football season in the running back room. I asked Greg Bell with Emmanuel Wilson coming on later in the show to tell us how he's fitting into this running back camp battle.
Well, Emmanuel Wilson has had a few snaps with the ones in some of the days, but it's still clearly Jadarian Price and George Halani as the starters alternating. It depends sometimes on the day, but Saturday, the last practice day, they were off yesterday. Saturday was a little more of a Halani as the first back at the start of drives, and then Price. It's still a lot of throwing, including Wilson. Wilson runs heavier. He's a bigger guy, not quite as tall. He's certainly not as sleek as Price. He's a little taller than Halani. I'm going to make some Seahawks fans nervous when I say this. He reminds me of Eddie Lacy, but he's not nearly as heavy, and he's not quite as big. But he runs like him. More of a thudder and try to run you over type of guy. He also wears Lacy's old number 27 that Lacy wore here, not very distinguishingly. But he seems to be – he's not quite a bowling ball type of back, but he seems to be the thunder to the more lightning type of Price. We'll see if there's a role. Wilson has a not guaranteed, just above minimum salary deal for just 1 year. So they have structured it where if he doesn't work out, I don't think they like what they see there, he may not make the team. But we talk all the time about how many running backs they need, how many they go through, and how injured the position is. It appears there's a role for him, and he's just off the cusp of the ones doing a lot of stuff with the twos.
Greg Bell with us earlier in the show. If you want to hear the entire conversation, you can do so at 93.3 KJR.com. Check out our podcast every single day. Now you get into the part of our camp battle. This is the third time we've done running back camp battle here in our 2 weeks. We're probably going to be updating it quite a bit throughout the training camp process. So now we get to the repetitive process where I say I do expect Jadarian Price to be RB1 this season. And even when Charbonnet returns, I think ideally you're hoping that he hits the ground running, that he is your Ken Walker, or at least a similar type back that can be used in similar ways. And then Zach Charbonnet gets to keep the role that he had a year ago. Now, George Halani, I think, is going to be given the nod, and it might be just a courtesy nod. He'll be announced as the starter on opening day, but I think by opening day, even on opening day, Wednesday night, Jadarian Price is going to end up with more carries than George Halani, and ultimately is going to be the RB1 probably from game one to the end of the season. But certainly we'll have a lot to measure, and if there is a position, Hugh mentioned this last week, I've mentioned it before, if there is a position where somebody can come up on the outside, somebody that can make a lot of noise in a camp battle, a Jacardian Wright perhaps, maybe it is this position where some sort of underdog, some sort of long shot can really make some noise at this camp. I think that door's open as well. All right, coming up next, we'll talk about trade deadline day, not just the Mariners, Tarek Skubal and the broken system. We'll do it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. All right. Good morning to you. The sun is out here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center training camp, getting ready to start again anew today as we have you covered right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM, your favorite radio station in the galaxy. My name is Chuck Powell. Ashley Ryan with you as well as we start a brand new week of training camp coverage. But today, not much training camp day talk. Frankly, I'm just in trade deadline mode, and no one can get me out of it. Emmanuel Wilson tried to tackle me a little earlier.
How'd it go?
Get me. Not well for him. No.
Good.
Oh.
You show him.
No, right now he's tied to a goalpost.
That'll try to teach you to keep us away from MLB.
He's much younger. He's much younger. He's much stronger. He's much more agile.
Yeah, he's a lot of things.
Yeah, he's got a lot of advantages over me, but you know what he doesn't have?
What's that?
Heart
Yep.
like I do for the
Yep.
trading deadline. Yeah.
That's
Makes
what I
me a
noticed as
machine.
well.
Yeah, just makes me superhuman, really. And so, anyway, somebody's going to have to untie him before practice starts today. And we are going to talk some more Major League Baseball trading deadline for our final hour here today. Again, nothing so far from the Mariners. There have been a couple of trades already here this morning. The Phillies have acquired All-Star Luis Arraez from the San Francisco Giants for a couple of prospects. Not a big price tag there for Luis Arraez. More on that in a moment. Jose Soriano also traded today. Very peculiar thing there as well, where the Toronto Blue Jays sold on Kevin Gausman yesterday to the Chicago Cubs, and yet they bought on Jose Soriano from the Blue Jays and gave up their second-best prospect in their organization today. Didn't make sense right off the bat, but you only have to dig one layer deep and find where it does make sense. They are not in it for this year, but have decided that, hey, there's our opportunity to get a starting pitcher for next season. Things didn't come together for us, but we believe in our roster. I mean, it came within a cleat of winning the World Series a year ago. I don't know why we've been so bad this year, but we're not planning to be bad next year. This might be our opportunity to get a good quality pitcher who's under club control in Soriano, where Gausman, he's going to be gone at the end of the year, and so we might as well trade him for a piece. So that's why they did that. As far as the Arraez piece in all of this, said I'd circle back for this reason. We were talking about whether or not the Mariners should buy today, and I think that they should. Think they should be buyers. Think they owe it to themselves. You know, I don't think it's – look, yes, I believe that the fan base deserves for you to look for every opportunity to get to the World Series every single year, especially until you finally do get there. So I think the fan base deserves it, but I think the organization deserves it. The players deserve it. I think Jerry and Justin owe it to themselves. They really felt they'd put together their best roster to date here in the Dipoto era, and yeah, it hasn't gone the way they've wanted it to go. They're 3 games under 500, for goodness sake, but only 3 games out in the division, only 2 games out in the wild card. I still believe in the roster. They just have not played well this year, but we saw a little bit of urgency on Saturday and Sunday, so maybe we're in store. We still got 2 full months remaining on this Major League Baseball season, and Ashley, I think, forget fans, forget me, forget you, I think Jerry and Justin owe it to themselves and the organization not to abandon this thing at this stage.
I mean, yeah, especially to the fans and the organization. The fans, I would say, mostly, because it's so like just the idea that what the fans really kind of have put up with over the years, and the idea that we're not out of it and we're close. And if you were to sell Kirby and Arozarena, and then now, so I mean, I would be done watching baseball for the next 2 months. That's for sure.
Yeah, and so I want them to go for it. And but if they really are balking at the prices, and a lot of people are, for right-handed hitting, which seems to be the most valued commodity, it's always starting pitching. But this year it seems to be right-handed hitting is the valued commodity on the trade market. So if people are just driving too hard a bargain for right-handed hitting, we need offense I don't mind making the move to the left-handed hitter like the Yankees did. The Yankees needed a right-handed hitter more than they needed a left-handed hitter, but they made that move. And so if C.J. Abrams is available, see what it takes to get him.
I mean, it
just
can't
see what
hurt.
it takes. Yeah,
Just
can't
ask.
hurt. Yeah, you might as well ask. Of course, we did trade Luis Castillo, so we might not be thinking about trading Emerson Hancock, which might have been a big part of that. But if there's a left-handed hitter, I know we're adding Donovan, which is another left-handed hitter, back to the equation, and I know we're vulnerable. But any kind of upgrade offensively, I'd appreciate between now and 3 o'clock, and I think the majority of the fan base would as well. But we'll sit here in wait-and-see mode. We have 6 more hours. This is supposed to be a wild and crazy day. I'm sure that it's going to be. I mean, normally on trade deadline day, we don't even get a move to discuss on our show before 10 o'clock. And this year, even with the deadline being extended into 3 p.m. today, we are still already getting moves this morning. So I think it's going to be a crazy day, and I hope for reasons of adding that the Mariners are involved between now and 3. But let's talk about Tarik Skubal, because this is the big conversation, not just in baseball, but in the entire sports world. And Tarik Skubal got moved, of course, from the Detroit Tigers to the Los Angeles Dodgers over the weekend. It was the trade everybody was waiting for. Would it unlock the market? It certainly has. And I said on Friday with Travis Moger filling in for Ashley that we went through a few possibilities of what's going to happen over the weekend. And I did say I want him to go to Milwaukee. I would love for Skubal and Miz to try to take out the Dodgers in the playoffs.
Would have been fun.
But I think he's going to go to the Los Angeles Dodgers, and that's exactly where he ended up. And so there's this big conversation over the weekend about how broken baseball is, and certainly I want to address that. There are going to be a few opinions, so you're going to hear the rest of the. As a matter of fact, this is the only time you're going to hear this opinion all day long on KJR. Because the immediate reaction started, from friends of ours. Kevin Shockey, I saw it first, our old KJR employee, very smart guy, very good baseball guy. And then I turn on the radio this morning. The first thing I hear from a national guy is the same take that Kevin Shockey had. And then I saw that Softy, the same take earlier this morning when he woke up and was thinking about this. And I promise you, Ian's going to have this take in his show, and he's going to have the Mollywop guys on, and they're going to have the same take. And I'm here to tell you that even though I love and respect all of those guys as friends, well, I don't know if I'm friends with the Mollywop guys, but as friends and coworkers, and they do great jobs on their shows, and you should listen every single second of every single day. They're wrong about this. They're wrong. They've got the wrong take on this, every single one of them. And this goes for a lot of you listening right now as well that have this same take. And that take is that the Dodgers aren't what's wrong in baseball. It's everybody else and not spending and not getting Tarik Skubal that's wrong with Major League Baseball. And that is just inaccurate. The Dodgers are the problem right now in Major League Baseball. So much so that the league is allowing the Dodgers to do this. They want the Dodgers to do this. It's why they haven't cracked down on some of their moves that they've made over the years, including all of their deferred payments, which we'll get to in a moment. They want them to make the system appear broken because they are getting ready for a collective bargaining agreement like never before in the history of the sport. They want a salary cap, like the NFL has a salary cap, like the NBA has a salary cap, the NHL. Everybody's got a salary cap but Major League Baseball. And those leagues don't have to deal with 90% of their fan bases complaining and bellyaching about their owner being cheap and not spending enough money to make them more competitive. Yeah. And there was an argument on the other side, which was shared by Ken Rosenthal and Bob Costas last night during the broadcast of the Red Sox and Dodgers game. in which the argument that is going to be used by the Players Association and many others is that the Milwaukee Brewers have a better record than the Los Angeles Dodgers. They do, and they are a small market club. But that has never been my point, not on this radio station, because I know that the smaller market teams can be competitive with the big market clubs like the Mets and the Dodgers and the New York Yankees. They can be competitive with them. Can they crank out the annual team that should be a powerhouse? No, but they can be competitive, and I think that history has proven that. There is more balance in Major League Baseball in terms of who wins the World Championship and who makes the playoffs than there is in the National Football League. That is a statistical fact.
Yeah.
Okay? So that is all true, what Ken Rosenthal and Bob Costas are saying last night. But what baseball has to contend with that other leagues don't have to contend with is that their customers don't believe that that's true. Their customers believe that it is broken and unfair and that their team does not stand a chance, and they would stand a chance if only their cheap-ass owners would get off their duffs and spend money on the product. That's what the belief is with about 9 out of 10 baseball fans or even baseball detractors, people that don't watch baseball because of this reason. Baseball, as I've repeated numerous times, has a perception problem. It's not a competitive balance problem. It is a perception problem. Their customers perceive that the only reason that their favorite team can't win the World Series is because their owner is cheap. And that goes from the New York Yankees to the Seattle Mariners all the way down to the Tampa Bay Rays. And so when people respond with the problem's not the Dodgers, it's everyone else, it's an inaccurate statement because the Dodgers are the outliers in all of this. There are small market clubs in Major League Baseball. They all act like small market clubs. Mid-market clubs, they all act like mid-market clubs. Large market clubs, they all act like large market clubs. There are only 2 outliers in the sport. The San Diego Padres, a small market club that's been trying to act like a big market club, and they filled their stands. I mean, there's a fever in San Diego. Most of that has to do with the Chargers leaving, but there is a fever for Padres baseball in San Diego. But the only reason they started acting that way is because their owner had a dying wish, literally a death wish, to win a World Series before he passed away. He was diagnosed with a terminal illness, and he was going to take his children and grandchildren, some of their inheritance, and try to win a World Series before he passed away. And unfortunately, because he's apparently a very nice guy, he didn't beat the clock. And now his team is up for sale. And the San Diego Padres are going to go to a team, go to an owner who's going to run it like a small market club. I mean, it would not be this way 100% across the board if there wasn't some truth to the Milwaukee Brewers can't really afford, or the Detroit Tigers can't afford to keep Tarek Skubal on a $60 million per year contract. There's got to be some truth to it. Otherwise, the entire league would not act this way. And the Los Angeles Dodgers are on the other side. They are the outlier on the other side because they don't just act like a big market club. They act like a big market club on steroids. They have $1.1 billion in player salaries deferred to the future. $1.1 billion deferred to the future. Why on earth is this being allowed by Major League Baseball? Because they want it to crash and burn. They want it to look like it's so unfair that people will agree to a salary cap in the contract negotiation. So what does that $1.1 billion in deferred payments do? Well, it makes the Dodgers unfairly advantageous in free agency because they're not even spending real money right now. They're ruining the entire marketplace in free agency because they're using money that they don't even have to pay right now. They're deferring it into the future and apparently are going to suffer for it someday, but I guarantee you they've got a plan for why they won't suffer from it someday. But I don't know what it is. And no other team knows what it is either, because although some have used the deferred payment system, nobody is anywhere close to where the Dodgers are. And that gets us to the Skubal trade, because this is what is not being mentioned by all of those that believe that the problem's not the Dodgers, it's everyone else in the sport. And that is this. When Skubal is available, the Dodgers just get to sit back and wait for best offer. The Milwaukee Brewers wanted Tarek Skubal. The Milwaukee Brewers know he's not going to stay. They can't afford him.
Right.
So they truly are only going to rent him for 2 months and the playoffs. And they were willing to pay a premium. The premium is a guy with an expiring contract. 2 months of Juan Soto was worth 3 decent prospects, a 32-year-old catcher, and a reliever. That's what Juan Soto went. When he went from the Nationals to the Padres, Juan Soto went for 5 prospects who the Nationals are rebuilding around. But with only 2 months left on the deal, they only got 3 decent prospects, a 32-year-old backup catcher, and a relief pitcher with starting pitcher upside in Michael King, and he's turned out for the San Diego Padres. But that's the value. That's as rich a trade offer has ever been given for a rental in the history of the sport. Well, the Dodgers ended up giving up 2 top prospects. One great one, a top 25 guy, and another one who's considered a top 50 guy who the Tigers apparently like even more than the top 25 guy, plus a third prospect. So that is market value and a little bit more for a rental in Major League Baseball. And yet everybody's saying everybody should have spent more. The Milwaukee Brewers are going to get 2 months out of Skubal, and they're supposed to give away 14 years of control over their two of their best prospects. They're just not going to do it. Where the Dodgers have the opportunity to say, we'll do it. We'll top any offer that you get, because not only can we pay Skubal, we are going to keep him. I mean, you're going to give a lot more for a guy that you know you're going to keep beyond 2 months, are you not? Well, the Dodgers just sit in this catbird seat and say, tell us what their best offer is. We'll top it. And not only do we get the player, we don't run the risk of losing him because we know we're going to re-sign him, even if we have to defer $3 trillion into the future. We'll re-sign him. He'll stay a Dodger. He'll love it here. He'll want to play with Freeman. He'll want to play with Ohtani. He'll want to be a Dodger. He'll want to live in Southern California. And we're going to make him a very rich man. Do you not see the unfair advantages that they have around? They already had gross unfair advantages by the fact that they were one of the 3 largest market teams in the entire sport. And now they have all of these other advantages, which lead to other advantages. It's an avalanche of advantages that they have and they use over the sport right now. And baseball's letting it happen because they want them to win 3 straight titles so that the world believes that the game is unfair and needs a salary cap. And they want a salary cap because from a PR standpoint, a salary cap will tell all of their customers that our playing landscape is finally fair. And we don't have to worry about everyone in every market that doesn't win a World Series complaining the only reason that they didn't is because their owners are cheap. So that is why everyone is wrong about everybody else is the problem in baseball and not the Dodgers. No, it's the Dodgers. Not only is it the Dodgers, the Major League Baseball is using them as an example of how wrong it actually is so that they can change the entire system. So, yeah, Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers sucks. It's awful. And it's probably going to lead to a major lockout. We're probably going to be without baseball for a year and a half because of what the Dodgers are doing to the sport. Ashley, I know I took up the entire time, but there you have it. I just regurgitated it all out on the floor for you.
Well, and that's the thing that bothers me is about that the deferred contract. So what happens if they can't pay it? Then they just file for bankruptcy and then
I have no idea.
In 30 years, you figure out, oh, maybe we shouldn't have let them defer all those contracts.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Nobody knows how they're going to pay for this.
Yeah.
I'm sure that the Dodgers have an idea, but the idea would be that we increase the value of the organization so highly that we sell it and then we just use that to spend them to pay off our debt. I mean, that's how they would do it. But I mean, is that really, that's the way? I mean, the crocodile tears that are shed for baseball players not making enough money is just hard for me to fathom. And the only reason that even exists is because we don't have a salary cap.
Right.
If we had a salary cap, we wouldn't even having these conversations.
Everyone would be like, oh, look at how much money they made. That's so much. But it's the idea that you're capping what they're allowed to make. And especially that it's funny because it comes from fans, right? Normal people who are spending an arm and a leg to go to a game to watch all these overpaid players. It's like, well, no one's telling them they can't make money. They're going to make plenty of money in endorsements. They're going to make plenty of money in their contract. But it is, I don't know. And yes, you do need to boost up the floor. I understand that as well. You can't have teams that are,
for sure,
having minimum. But I feel like everybody agrees on that. That's just obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Jacksonville Jaguar fan doesn't blame the NFL because the Chiefs have been better.
Yeah.
They blame it on we drafted Blake Bortles. They blame it on, but in baseball, Yankee fans complain about the sport and their owners not spending enough money and keeping up with the Dodgers. Yankee fans complain about this.
Yes, they do.
I've never supported a salary cap in Major League Baseball, and I started to about 2-3 years ago, and now I'm full in, and it's because of all of this. It is this Tarek Skubal stuff. Not only do the Dodgers have all of these advantages, but within their advantages, they hold so many advantages that lead to other advantages that nobody can keep up with that. And so that's why the sport absolutely has to get a salary cap, even though it's something I have fought for almost my entire broadcasting career.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it seems to make the most sense. And again, you're not saying like, oh, now your salary cap's going down to $100 million and no one's making money. Like, that's not what's going to happen. People are still going to be making plenty of money.
Raise the floor.
Yeah.
Shrink the ceiling.
Yeah, there you go. Just make the room a little smaller.
And get rid of all of these hidden, ways that the Dodgers exploit the cap. There is no way on earth that there should be deferred payment. Do you realize that does to free agency when a team can just say, hey, we'll give you more money than they gave you, even if we're not going to pay you the money right now. We're just going to use we're just going to drive up the price because we don't want you to get to that team, even though we don't have any intention to ever really pay you.
Yeah.
How is that fair?
It's not.
It's not. It's a broken system, and Tarek Skubal is the latest and probably last example that is going to be required for Major League Baseball to go balls to the wall on a lockout of players in order to get their way with a salary cap going forward. And it could take a long time before they melt that glacier on the Players Association side. People need to brace themselves for no baseball next year, which also illustrates why the Mariners should go for it today at the trading deadline, because they might not have a season next year. All right, coming up next, it is deadline day. We'll give you the very latest. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. We have breaking trade deadline news, and it is locally based. That's right. The Mariners have made a trade, and it is a buy trade. So any speculation you had this morning, are we going to be buyers, sellers today? What are we going to do? Now, that doesn't mean that we won't later have a sell move. I don't know. But this one is certainly a buy move, not just a buy move, but a rental as well, which is something they just got comfortable with as an organization a year ago when they acquired Josh Naylor and Gino Suarez at this time last season. But the Mariners have acquired from the Baltimore Orioles outfielder Taylor Ward in a deal we still don't know, or at least I haven't seen.
I just saw.
Okay, you have the details?
From what Daniel Kramer is posting, we are sending Alex Hoppe, Brock Moore, and Harrison Kryling to the Orioles.
None of the top prospects. On a rental, you would expect that. And so there you go. There is the trade. Without having to touch anywhere close to their top prospects, the Mariners have pulled off a trade for a bat, a right-handed hitter, their biggest need, and a guy that has turned into an on-base machine for whatever reason this year with the Baltimore Orioles. 32-year-old outfielder Taylor Ward is the acquisition. And just to give you an idea of what I mean by on-base machine here, he leads the league in walks this year. He has 87 of them. He had 75 all of last year, and he already has 87 this year. For whatever reason, Taylor Ward underwent some sort of metamorphosis as a hitter in the latter stages of his career this offseason. He hit 36 home runs for the Angels last year, 25 the year before. He had established himself as a power hitter in this league, but you had to live with his poor on-base percentage. That's who Taylor Ward was as recently as 2025. And then with the Baltimore Orioles on a one-year deal, Taylor Ward decided, hey, I got to get my on-base up. I got a one-year prove-it deal to get me some real money in the offseason. And so with Baltimore, he's turned into an on-base machine, leading the league in walks. He has a .383 on-base percentage this year, which is far and away better than anyone on the Mariners team. And yet, what gives? Well, in order to get something, apparently he had to give something away. It's like the monkey's paw. In order to become a better on-base guy, an on-base machine, he pretty much gave up all his power. He has 7 home runs this year. 7. He hit 36 a year ago. 61 over the course of the last 2 years. But he has hit 7 home runs this year. So what a strain. You don't see players at this stage in their career, age 32, suddenly, Ashley, become a completely different player than what they were the couple years previous. Strange.
I know that I'm not like the baseball person, but even I would know that that's an odd thing.
That is an odd thing, but you know what? This team needs a right-handed hitter. This team needs an on-base guy. I don't know. They probably are going to put him in the leadoff with a .383 on-base percentage, for goodness sake. And so he comes to the Mariners. He is an outfielder. So now what do you do? Where is he playing? Is he your right fielder at this stage? Is he replacing a Rosarina in left field? Does he become your DH? I mean, we already have now Julio in center, Randy in left. Canzone's now an everyday player, right? And right field. So you've got Donovan coming off the injury list tomorrow. Is Taylor Ward's going to probably be an everyday player, even though he's only hitting .238 against right-handers. Still a .372 on base, but under a .700 OPS against righties. Is this just a platoon guy? But against lefties, a .413 on base percentage, a .426 slug, and an .839 OPS. So, again, we're terrible against left-handed pitching. Taylor Ward should fix that to some degree or help fix that to some degree. And I don't know if this means he's going to be the DH. If he's the left fielder and Randy's the DH, he's the right fielder and Dom's the DH, or if he's the left fielder and we still actually have to wonder whether or not Randy or Rosarina is going to be traded since Ward has played mostly left field in his career. I don't know.
Yeah, there's still a lot of questions. And that right when we were talking about when I said that trade happened, and then the thought was, Well, now what happens with the Rosarena? Yeah, I do wonder that. I still don't want us to get rid of him. I don't want to take anything away from this offense. I just want us to figure it out.
Yeah, well, they did buy. We just asked him in the previous segment to buy. Yeah, he's played only left field this year. He's
Okay.
played, I think, right field in the past, maybe a little center, but he's played only left field and DH this year. So I got to believe, Ashley, they're keeping a Rosarena, and they're keeping and they're going to add Ward, and of course that's going to take away from a lot of playing time from Luke Raley. He's probably going to become only a pinch hitter, and then Ref Snyder and Robles. One of those two can't stay on the roster, that's for sure. And I think we'd all vote for Ref Snyder to have his torch put out. Robles has actually been contributing to this team as of late. And then Donovan takes the Wilson spot on the roster. So that should, well, you still have the Fairchild spot on the roster right now.
Yep.
Maybe Ward takes the Fairchild spot on the roster for the time being. We shall see. But they have added not just a hitter, but one who has success against lefties and has turned into having the best eye in all of Major League Baseball with his 87 walks this year. So you feel good about it? You excited about this?
I do feel good because I was really nervous that the first thing we were going to hear was that we were getting rid of somebody, and I was going to be really upset. So I love that. And then, yeah, we get Brennan Donovan back and tomorrow, and so I think I'm excited.
That's pretty significant.
Yeah.
You add Ward and Donovan to the lineup tomorrow.
Yeah.
That changes things. That changes the complexion of the lineup. As I said, I hope that this doesn't mean that we take the 1 foot in the boat, 1 foot out of the boat.
Right.
And so you add Ward without having to give up much, but then you trade Randy for future assets. I don't rule it out.
I don't, because I don't rule anything out, but gosh, I hope.
Right. But I'm with you. I hope not. I mean, right now it feels like we just added Taylor Ward and Brendan Donovan to be in the lineup tomorrow, which should make a struggling offense a lot better. And yet it still comes down, I think, to Josh and Julio and Cal, at least two of those three, finding their offensive game here down the stretch. I still think it's going to come down to that to determine whether or not this team does end up winning the division. But this is a good sign for me. I mean, if you were hoping that they were going to sell, then maybe you feel differently. But for all of us that wanted them to continue to go for it and not waste this roster and hope that there's a couple of good months up the sleeve of this team, then adding Taylor Ward seems to satisfy their biggest hole on the entire roster, and that is a right-handed hitter that can hit left-handed pitching, and if nothing else, can walk against left-handed pitching.
I'll take that too. Get on base. Just
All
get on
right.
base.
That's exciting. We've got to move, and we still have 5 hours and 19 minutes to go before the trading deadline. Hey, once you've taken one step forward, you might as well take another. We'll see if they do anything else between now and 3 o'clock. But we do have a trade. Taylor Ward is now a Seattle Mariner from the Baltimore Orioles in exchange for Alex Hoppe and 2 minor leaguers and no big prospects within the organization exchanged in the deal. One last thing to close us out next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. George Thorogood and the Destroyers coming to Tulalip Resort Casino. Heck, they might already be there. They might be right now playing some blackjack for all I know. That's what Destroyers do.
They destroy the blackjack table.
That's right. They're coming this Thursday, August 6th, and we're going to be out there. And when I say we, I mean me. And I am going to be at the bar alone. But don't make me drink alone. Come join me from 5 to 7 at the Circle Bar, right there in the middle of the casino floor at Tulalip Resort Casino. A free pre-party, pre-funk going on before George Thorogood and the Destroyers hit the Tulalip Amphitheater. I'm going to be giving away prizes and all sorts of things. So just make a day of it. Just go and, play a few games during the day. Come join me from 5 to 7 and then go watch George tear it up. He is bad to the bone. I think Ashley will tell you, so am I. So we got
That's
a lot.
usually how I describe you.
Yeah. A lot in common, he and I. And so that's this Thursday. Do not miss it. All right, we do have a trade. The Mariners have traded, and they have added Taylor Ward, veteran 32-year-old outfielder from the Baltimore Orioles, who's gone from a power hitter to an on-base machine with the Baltimore Orioles this year. He makes $12 million, so it's he's on a one-year deal, so they'll just pay him to the end of the year. True rental here, and the Mariners did not give up all that much to get him. 2 prospects outside their top 30 in the rankings, and also relief pitcher Alex Hoppe going to Baltimore in exchange for Taylor Ward. So Ward and Brendan Donovan added to this lineup starting tomorrow. That's a boost. That is a significant boost.
Take it.
To this team, and they might not be done as the deadline is coming today at 3 o'clock. All right, so those are the details. Can't wait to get home and watch more trade deadline, flying around here today. But Ashley, what do you have for your one last thing?
Well, I do want to just give a shout out because we, as Mariners fans, we get frustrated with the players, when they're not performing how we want them to perform. And we get frustrated with the team and the organization and think, man, this is your job. Come on, be better. But one of the things we don't ever or don't really think about a lot is that the Mariners also give a lot of other things, a lot of time on their days off. Like they have one day off today, right? They've been playing a lot of games. They've got one day off. They've got the Tigers coming into town. And Cal Raleigh is hosting a baseball camp today on his one day off in Everett for, kids to learn or to practice hitting and all sorts of positions. And I just think it's pretty cool to see that these guys are so involved in the community. And a lot of that stuff doesn't get talked about a lot. Like Julio the other day gave a fan a bat, making the little things they do. And we've talked about this a little bit last year with Naylor and the shoes and the different things. But I don't think that stuff gets highlighted enough. Just all of the things that they do in addition to what their job is.
Mm-hmm. They give them their time quite a bit. There's no question about it. All right, glad we mentioned that here today, and I still think they're going to put this thing together. I really do.
I do too.
I think they're going to end up winning this division, and they're going to do it without Luis Castillo, which is how I'll spend my one last thing. I've been pushing for him the last couple of off seasons to be traded. Trade from your depth of starting pitching, and I think that if they would have followed my advice, they'd have gotten a lot more for him, in the last couple of off seasons. But that said, it doesn't mean I didn't appreciate Luis Castillo while he was here. I thought he was a terrific Mariner. Hell, he might even squeeze into that top 50 that they're going to announce coming up this weekend. But he was a terrific Mariner while he was here. That pitching staff, those guys that remain on that starting rotation, adore that man. They are going to miss him, but they're ready. They don't need his leadership anymore. They've been around long enough. They're leaders in their own right, and this was the right decision on Saturday. And Castillo is going to land in a really good position with the Chicago White Sox, a division leader right now. They got a lot of excitement going on the south side of Chicago. Their fan base is going crazy for this team, and he gets to go and take on another group of young, inexperienced starting pitchers, a lot less experienced than the ones he's leaving and he's going to get to lead them. So I think this is a good move for Castillo. I think it's a good move for the Mariners, and he was a terrific Mariner while he was here. All right, that'll do it for us. Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Coming up next, it's Greg Bell, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Happy Monday. Thanks for being with us. Greg Bell, the Seahawks training camp headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed, Coors Light. Choose chill. Last half hour, the Mariners have traded with Baltimore to add now. They sold Luis Castillo. We'll talk about that this weekend to the White Sox. But today they traded with Baltimore, got veteran outfitter Taylor Ward. The M's give up either Alex Hoppe and 2 minor leaguers not on their top prospects, Brock Moore, Harrison Kryling to Baltimore. Ward's 32 years old. He's a rental. He's on a 1-year prove-it deal with Baltimore. Had 36 home runs last year as the Angels right fielder. He's the left fielder this year for Baltimore. He's now an on-base guy. He's gone from 36 home runs to 7 and now leads the American League in walks with 87. Taylor Ward, 32 years old, on his way to the Mariners outfield. I'd assume play right field where he did for the Angels. Leave a Rosarina and left. They shouldn't have traded Rosarina. They better not trade a Rosarina. They need every bat they can get. He hits left-handed pitching. That's another reason that Taylor Ward is now going to the Mariners. The Mariners' eventful weekend ended with their first series win in a month. Consecutive walk-off wins over the Twins at the Yard. Colt Emerson did this in the bottom of the 9th to win it.
1-2. Line, base hit, ball game. Colt Emerson, his first career walk-off knock, and the Mariners take down the Twins in 9, 7-6. They walk them off for the second consecutive day.
Yeah, that's Aaron Goldsmith on Mariners TV. The second consecutive walk-off, a Cal Raleigh double play ball that got botched by the Twins first baseman was the walk-off on Saturday. So they get the series win, but the Trash Cans have won 6 in a row. They swept Texas. Swept Texas right out of it. Rangers are reportedly now going to sell everybody on the team after that loss. We talked to the beat writer last week that said that this week would be make or break for Texas, and they broke. So now the Trash Cans are up by 2.5 over Texas and 3 over the Mariners. How many times, Justin, we said all you are a 6-game win streak from first place comfortably?
That's all we need, and then they did it. The Trash Cans did it.
Big Mariners news, of course, over the weekend. Jerry DiPoto traded Luis Castillo to the Chicago White Sox. The Sox are going to take on all of his money, the proration of the $23 million this year, the $23 million guaranteed next year, and the contract option that Castillo has for 2028. A clean break. Can't believe he did that for more than a bag of baseballs. The White Sox gave the Mariners right-handed pitcher Sir Anthony Dominguez, outfitter Nolan Jones, center outfitter Boston Smith, formerly the White Sox number 15 prospect through Major League Baseball. Now he's Seattle's 14th best prospect according to MLB.com. Mariners are off today. They begin a home series against Detroit tomorrow. More trade deadline news. Of course, we know the Tigers traded Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers. The Death Star. They have all the great players in the sport now.
Did they even need anything more?
No.
Exactly. They're just kind of showing off at this point.
They'll just keep deferring contracts into the 30th century and worry about it later. Cubs acquired starter Kevin Gausman from Toronto. Looks like the Blue Jays are selling off. But then Toronto traded for the future when they traded with the Angels to get the Angels starter Jose Soriano for its staff, replacing Gausman. Philadelphia this morning traded for the Giants second baseman and now batting champion Luis Arias. The Yankees traded with the Nationals to get slugger Luis Garcia Jr. The ML trade deadline is 3 p.m. today. Are the Mariners done? They got else to do? What else you want them to do? 49451 at Tacoma Dodge text line. We'll be back to your text at 11:30. Seahawks 8th practice camp right here today. They were off yesterday. 7th practice was JSN versus Witherspoon one-on-one. I'll talk to you about that. Elijah Royce is having a really strong camp with Brian Fleury's tight end-centric offense. We'll talk about that. First episode of Hard Knocks tomorrow at 9 p.m. on HBO. Sounders lost their 6th straight match, 2-1 at Portland Saturday, as heard right here on 93.3. The Storm are at the New York Liberty today on a 6-game losing streak. The Reign beat a Bay FC team 3-2 Saturday. And this morning, Maurice Pochettino, remember him? He has a deal to remain the U.S. men's national soccer coach through the 2030 World Cup.
We got him farther than they have gotten in quite a bit. So,
well, they hit that wall around the 16. It's like a Berlin Wall to the U.S.
They did hit that, but yeah, I don't know. I didn't find there to be fireable offenses.
Now on with the Monday show.
As I said, a story goes.
Good morning. Happy Monday to you. Live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center in Seahawks training camp. The 8th practice of camp today. They're going to practice every day this week because they were off yesterday. Jessamine McIntyre back at our Elliott-based studios in Seattle. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. How was your weekend?
Awesome. A very Seattle Northwest weekend. Thank you.
Yeah? What, you camp? You go kayaking?
No, we stayed local. We stayed urban, actually. We went to the Ed Sheeran show. My wife loves Ed Sheeran. Our daughter.
Oh, I saw you post that, yeah.
Our daughter gave my wife 2 tickets to the Ed Sheeran show for Christmas. So we were on the floor. I've never really been on the floor for a stadium show. It was pretty interesting. Yeah, it was a great show. I mean, he played for about 3 hours. And my wife was singing. I knew a few of the songs, but she was singing to all of them. And he after he came out from the encore for the last 3 songs, he was wearing a gray Seahawks rivalry series jersey that the ones they wore against the Rams last December. But it didn't have a number on it. It looked weird. It was like he was a knockoff or something. It was just numberless. I thought he should have had a Sam Darnold number because he's a redhead. He has kind of a passing resemblance to Sam Darnold, Ed Sheeran does.
Yeah, the gingers stick together.
He usually is. But it was packed. Place was packed. Floor seating was packed. I thought it was a great show. 3 hours of Ed Sheeran. And then yesterday.
3 hours?
Yeah.
That's a long show.
Well, the opening act started at 6 o'clock. We didn't get out there till 11. We didn't go for the very first act, but there were 2 opening acts.
Uh-huh.
And then he played for 3 hours, Ed Sheeran did.
Thank you, Ed.
They had a stage that went from, they had 2 stages. They had a stage that was back in the normal set, and then they had a bridge that kept coming in and out, a mechanical bridge that he would walk across, and then when he got onto the second front stage, it was really close to us. It was a cool deal.
That's awesome.
They've also, it's now the Sphere, at least his concert, the influence of the Sphere. Have you ever been to a show at the Sphere?
No, I haven't. In Vegas, you mean? Yeah, no.
We saw U2 there when Washington and Oregon played the Pac-12 championship game. My wife flew down. I was covering it, and we flew down for the next night, the U2 show at the Sphere a couple years ago. And the giant screen is just all these colors and a kaleidoscope of colors, and it's visually overstimulating, distracting almost.
That's because you are probably not impaired enough.
Well, yeah.
Those are meant for some other things.
Yeah, exactly. But Ed Sheeran's stage was that. It was the whole stage. And my wife and I were like, we kind of just like to focus on him playing all his guitars. And he has this really cool, he calls this tour the Loop Tour. And he has a device that he explained at the very start of the show. At his feet are pedals, like drum pedals.
Yep.
And he's literally a one-man band. And he'll play, if he wants to do percussion, he'll pound on the drum with his hands.
Yeah, and loop it.
And then loop it with the foot. And he did it the whole show. And he would bring out a keyboard every once in a while and start a keyboard. And that would be his track for the song and loop it. And, yeah, so it was called the Loop Tour. And he was using it the whole time. And they were, I thought that was kind of interesting. But, I could do without the Sphere. Like, the whole stage was the screen. I mean, I was trying to, it would have been nicer to just focus on him. Anyway.
That's really cool, though.
It was.
I saw Howie Day is the first person I ever saw do the loop, and phenomenal performance. So I always enjoy it when musicians do that.
And then yesterday, we saw the Blue Angels. Canceled on Saturday. We were out here at practice. And we're like, wait, where are the Blue Angels at about 3 o'clock?
It was
the wind.
Yeah.
And for those that might have been upset that they were canceled, if there's wind for the Blue Angels, that's a problem. Because if they're a couple inches off on their measurements and timing, they crash and die.
Oh, yeah. I was at Mariners, reporting for the station on Friday, and we got to see them fly over and practice. You're talking inches, like you said, the four-plane formation that they make when it kind of looks like a diamond.
Yeah.
They could, throw a piece of gum at each other.
And then at the end, it's 6. The show closes with 6 of them going across Lake Washington. Yeah, you have to be exactly precise.
Yes.
I had to laugh when Bud Clark on Saturday. So the Blue Angels, the pilots, came out on Friday night to talk to the Seahawks, as they often do. Mike McDonald invited them to talk about their training program and their discipline. The mental and physical discipline is unbelievable. I mean, you can't scratch your eye. You can't wipe sweat off your brow. The G-forces of them when they drop, keep yourself from passing out. You have to be physically and mentally incredibly in shape. And they were explaining all this to the Seahawks on Friday night. So someone asked Bud Clark, after practice on Saturday about the visit for the Blue Angels, and he was like, the rookie safety, second-round pick. Yeah, they train and practice like we do. We practice similarly to them, and it's kind of the same deal. We share a lot of the same. And I'm thinking, no, sir. no.
It's a little different. It's
Not
just a
even
little
close.
different.
If Bud Clark is a step out, he gets yelled at by a coach. If the Blue Angels are a step out, they crash and burn and die. It's a lot different. Nobody in the world trains and is as precise and as mentally and physically tough as the Blue Angels. They're amazing. They really are. But yeah, yesterday's show was awesome across Lake Washington. We got out on the paddle boards right off Madrona Beach, and they come right over your head there.
I only did that once. I was on a boat. It was a small one, but I only did it once out there on Lake Washington, and it was an experience I'll never forget.
Yeah, if you haven't done it, go out. It's great to see from the shore, but if you get some kind of craft, a boat, or even just paddle boards or kayaks and go out over the water, they fly right over you, just north of the I-90 bridge. So that's what we did yesterday. It was a very Seattle Pacific Northwest day week. Hopefully you had a great weekend too. On the show today, we had your chance to win $1,000 thanks to Bellevue Rare Coins. Or Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM brings you bonus bucks. Own gold. Now's the time to sell it. Bellevue Rare Coins, 4 convenient locations, BellevueRareCoins.com. The bonus bucks every weekday, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. This hour, type in check, CHECK, check to 933 KJR.com for your chance to win $1,000. We'll have another word for you next hour. Ian Furness will have words for you between 12 and 3. A lot of words, in fact, including chance to win $1,000. What's on the show today? It's the Major League Baseball trade deadline, and the Mariners are right in the middle of it. They just traded for Taylor Ward this morning, the outfielder from the Baltimore Orioles, 32 years old. It's a rental. He's on a one-year deal, prorated $12 million. The Mariners are going to take on. They traded 3 two minor league pitchers not in their top prospect list, and Alex Hoppe, who we've seen at times here at the Mariners, not perform all that great. So they're not giving up much and you shouldn't, for a rental who's 32 years old. We'll see how Taylor Ward fits in. He's an outfielder. He played mostly right field with the Angels. He's played left field exclusively this year for the Orioles. I'd have to think he goes into right field. They should keep a Rosarina they need offense. And then Dom Canzone may be the guy who moves to designated hitter with Ward arriving. We will see that. I'll tell you everything I saw this weekend at Seahawks practice. You'll hear from Torrey Horton. Horton is back. He's on the field 6 of the first 7 practices he's practiced. Last 4 times he's been on 11-on-11 scrimmages, all the way back from that mysterious shin injury. What the heck was that cost him his rookie season in November? Well, he explained all of this, including the fact that he had surgery in February, a metal rod inserted into his leg. We'll explain why. You'll hear firsthand from Torrey Horton on his adventures since November, but he's fully back now and looks like he's running pretty well. At 11 o'clock, you're going to hear from Nick Vanette. Not Nick Vanette. We just talked to him last week. We're going to talk to the Chicago White Sox beat writer, Scott Merklin. He's from MLB.com. He's covered the White Sox for 24 years. At 11 o'clock, we're going to talk to Scott about what the White Sox are doing, taking on all the money of Luis Castillo, which surprised me, and what the Mariners are getting back in return. And they got a reliever. They've got a couple outfielders. A top 12 prospect from the White Sox. We're going to talk to Scott Merklin at 11 o'clock. He's the MLB beat writer for the White Sox at MLB.com. 11:30, as we do every day, 11:30, your texts and talkbacks on the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451 before Ian comes out here and joins me to talk about what he's seeing at Seahawks.
And I'm lonely back here. I like your talkbacks. Yeah,
So
give me
please,
some voices, please.
Seafair ended with the hydroplane races, and we talked about the Blue Angels yesterday. Was George Kirby's final Mariners start yesterday? It could be. He's subject to trade rumors. 3 o'clock's the deadline today. And the starting pitcher had something to say about that after the game yesterday.
With everything going on, just try and go out there and, do my best. So it was a little bit of motivation, I guess, but yeah, I love this place, so I want to stay here. I want to show them that I'm worthy of it. So,
George Kirby talking after yesterday's start, the Mariners winning the series against Minnesota. Kirby, the subject of trade rumors, along with Emerson Hancock, the 2 pitchers under club control that could fetch the most in a trade in return if they do trade those young starters. But I'd have to think now Jessamine, now that they've traded Castillo and they've broken up the 6-pitcher logjam that caused the piggyback and the 6-man rotation, I'm thinking they're holding on to Kirby and Hancock.
I think I referenced this movie a little too much, but Wolf of Wall Street, I ain't going nowhere. But no, I don't see them doing anything with him. I don't see what you could get in return to make that worth it, to be honest, with what we've talked about, with what's out there. But I don't see Kirby going anywhere at this point.
If you think it's for an impact bat, they got, I don't know how, we'll see how impact it is, but they did get a bat this morning, if you missed it off the top of the show. Taylor Ward from the Orioles for Alex Hoppe and 2 minor league pitchers who are not their top prospects. Coming to the Mariners is Taylor Ward, 32-year-old outfielder. We'll see where he plays, right fielder, left field. He's been a left fielder all this season with the Orioles. He was a right fielder last year with the Angels. He had 36 home runs for the Angels last year.
Mm-hmm.
He had 25 home runs for the Angels the year before that. He has 7 home runs this year. Chuck was mentioning last half hour about this, but Ward has gone from a home run guy to an on-base guy. Now he's got an over 414 on-base percentage against left-handed pitching, which is why he's here. His 383 on-base overall, he's leading the American League with walks. I mean, his on-base is higher than anybody on the Mariners team by far, and that's why he's here. Not so much against right-handed pitching, but you'd think if they're trading for him, they're probably going to start him every day. I would think Dom Canzone now goes to DH. Keep a Rosarina in left. I don't think they're trading a Rosarina either.
No, there's no way they're trading Randy. No,
their
that's
most consistent hitter.
Yeah, it's a very weird market this year. There's just not these obvious things. Obviously, Scooble was a huge one, but there's not, at least for Mariners' intents and purposes, anything that you're like, yeah, that's obvious. Bid for that, and they're doing what they can.
Chuck talked about this at length about an hour and a half, 45 minutes ago about the Dodgers getting Scooble, and don't blame the Dodgers. Well, blame the Dodgers, and he made the point of blame the Dodgers, but also blame Major League Baseball for the system that allows the Dodgers to do what they're doing. They're going to re-sign Scooble. They're going to give him some $7 zillion contract with $6.5 zillion of it deferred to the next 40 years, like they did with Ohtani, and all these deferred contracts that the Dodgers signed to get around the luxury tax, and they pay luxury tax gladly for all these contracts. But Major League Baseball allows all this. Mm-hmm. Major League Baseball has ratified all these contracts. Major League Baseball has said, yeah, you can do this and that with deferred money and sign Ohtani. Let's make sure Ohtani gets in Los Angeles.
Well, yeah, they need him in that market.
He could play anywhere and be a superstar.
But his stuff was already there. He was with the Angels.
But, I mean, Major League Baseball created this, and now they're trying to put the genie back in the bottle with a salary cap. Forget that. The players, Marvin Miller and Curt Flood from the 70s created sports' first unrestricted free agency, and baseball has gotten guaranteed contracts and millions and billions since. The players have taken the owners of the cleaners since the 70s and Marvin Miller. Every single baseball player should have a statue of Marvin Miller in their giant living room under their chandeliers, because he's the reason that there's guaranteed contracts and the money is just so out of whack in baseball.
Yeah, well, and then they're bringing in a floor with the projected new CBA. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, but that is something that I thought was pretty interesting when it comes to what we could expect in 2027.
We can expect a lockout because there's no way the players are going to agree to a salary cap and a floor at the same time after having 50 years of unrestricted free agency.
Yeah, we'll see.
Get it?
We will see.
There will be no baseball next year. There are a lot of people in baseball who are saying that the entire season, just like the World Series in the mid-'90s, the entire season's going away next year if the owners stick to their proposal of a salary cap and a floor. Major League Baseball players have lived high on the hog for 50 years without any of this and just rampant, unfettered free agency with guaranteed contracts. And now they're saying, well, wait a minute. We need to put a cap on all this. It's going to be ugly, man.
I would call that reactive and not proactive, Greg.
Yes.
Because it reminds me exactly of the NCAA. That, we have these reactive people who are raking in the dough and then all of a sudden go, oh, should we do something? And it drives me nuts.
college sports, there's still so many people raking in the dough. There's not enough of them saying, should we do something? They're waiting on Congress to step in as a white horse, and they're not going to.
No, they are not.
Tommy Teller, Bubbervilles of the world in Congress aren't going to want to lose their football votes by stepping in and trying to cap SEC pay, for instance. That Castillo trade really surprised me, though. We were at the Ed Sheeran concert, and people started talking about it, and I'm like, what?
Everybody got an alert on their phones. Yes.
Right. The White Sox are taking all the money, and this is why.
Yeah,
Jerry
I
Dipoto,
don't know.
We're gonna talk to Scott Merklin at 11 o'clock, the White Sox beat writer of MLB, about this. But Dipoto getting the White Sox to take all that money is why Dipoto has been in his job for 11 years.
Yeah.
John Stanton and all the Mariners owners, this is a great deal.
Yeah.
A commodity they thought they were going to have to pay $30+ million to guarantee the next 2 years and have an option for a 2028 is now gone and white clean in their hands. They're done. No matter what you got back in return, the fact they got more than a bag of baseballs for him is a win for the Mariners. I know it wasn't on the field a win, perhaps improving the team a lot, but that's exactly why Jerry Dipoto's had his job for 11 years. When you do something to the bottom line for the owners like that, Stan and those guys love this move.
Of course they do.
That cleans their books of Castillo. It gets rid of the 6-pitcher problem and the piggybacking and the 6-man rotation, and now you got all young starters under club control in the rotation. And yeah, that was a coup for Jerry Dipoto for sure. Up next, we're going back to Seahawks. We're going to be here at the Seahawks training camp all week. You're going to hear from Torrey Horton, that mysterious shin injury. What was it? I asked him what happened. You'll hear from Torrey Horton next. 11 o'clock, we're going to go to Chicago, talk to the White Sox beat writer about what the Mariners are getting in the Luis Castillo trade and why the White Sox took all the money for the veteran starter. All that's coming up here from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seahawks training camp on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, welcome back. Greg Bell at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seahawks Training Camp Live on 93.3 KJR FM. Jessamine McIntyre back at the Elliott-based studios in Seattle. We're here every day this week, 10 a.m. to noon. The Seahawks practice every day this week here this afternoon. Afternoon practices every day this week after being off yesterday. In case you missed the news from this morning of the Major League Baseball trading deadline, this is deadline day. 3 o'clock is the Major League Baseball deadline to make all trades for the season that don't require waivers. And this morning, the Mariners made one. They acquired outfielder Taylor Ward, 32 years old, from the Baltimore Orioles in exchange for 3 pitchers, Alex Hoppe, and 2 minor league pitchers. So not a lot of loss there for a rental player who's on a 1-year contract with Baltimore. We'll see where he fits. He was a left fielder for the Orioles this season, led the American League in walks. He's an on-base guy this year after being a home run guy for the Angels. He's a right fielder for the Angels for multiple years. I think right fielder for most of his career, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see where he fits. Canzone may go from right field to DH, and he might have Taylor Ward come in from Baltimore to the Mariners, perhaps to be the new right fielder. We will see. We'll see if Jerry Dipoto and the boys make another move for the Mariners before 3 p.m. Out here at Seahawks, Torrey Horton's been out here every day. The last 4 practices, he's been doing 11-on-11 team scrimmaging for the first time since a mysterious shin injury that Mike McDonald refused to detail exactly what happened in early November. He had 2 touchdowns, Torrey Horton did, the rookie wide receiver last year from Colorado State, had 2 touchdowns against the Washington Commanders in that Sunday night blowout win for the Seahawks. And then we never saw him again. They traded for Rashid Shaheed that next week. The next week is also when they put Torrey Horton on injured reserve for the rest of the season. What happened with Torrey Horton? Well, here he is to explain that.
What's most meaningful to you about being back on the field?
Yeah, I feel like just making most of my opportunities. It's a blessing to be back on the field and just trying to take in every moment because, just like last year, you never know when, it'd be cut short. So just trying to make the most of every opportunity and just be there for my guys.
A few weeks ago, Mike McDonald said you guys got really good news and that you're going to be back. Talk us through what that was like when you got that good news.
Yeah, it was just a whole bit of excitement. Of course, you always want to hear that, you've been cleared and, we're going to start progressing to the field work. And, that's something that I've just been looking forward to. So having the opportunity to hear that from, the head coach himself, that's great to me. And, I'm excited about it. And I'm just trying to keep moving forward.
What happened?
Yeah, so it was kind of weird, about like week 3, I kind of started feeling my shin and, worked through it through a couple games, got to week 9 and, got it checked up and found out there was a crack. So, I ended up getting surgery on it. And that was that. Just something that, just got, you work through till you can't. So, it's just not something that I wish happened, but it did. And, we got the issue solved and, the leg ain't going anywhere now. So, feel pretty good.
So you played a few games with it?
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't really feel as bad as it got until after the game, the Washington game. But of course, those couple weeks before, just building up, there were always a little something there that I felt, and over the weeks, just kind of got worse and worse, and finally took the time to get it checked out, and that's when we found out that.
That news, you're playing so well, getting 2 touchdowns in Washington, and then to find out you're gonna.
Yeah, of course, that's not the news I wanted to hear, especially after the Commanders game. I just felt like I let the team down a little bit, not being able to go back out there as much as I wanted. It was even times where I still tried to go out there and, run some routes, and the trainers had to tell me, to take it easy. But, dealing with a bone thing is you just got to let that heal. It's no, playing through that once they get to a certain point. So, I did the most I could and made it to however far I got. And, when the time came and I couldn't go no more, I didn't want to put, the team at a disadvantage of me going out there knowing that something is bothering me. And, I feel like we just kind of made the smart move of, just holding out, seeing if it heals on its own. And, just kind of the time kind of got away from us. So
you didn't have surgery?
I did have surgery. Yeah, I got a metal rod in there, so the leg ain't going anywhere.
Is your tibia, you said?
Yeah, it was the tibia, so it was the shin bone, yeah.
Was there ever a thought after the Washington game that you would be able to come back and play anymore?
Oh yeah, of course. Shoot, I've been playing with it since week 3, so I always thought I was gonna come back. And the initial plan was to come back for playoffs, and we was rehabbing so much, and being extremely smart about it, and trying to push through some things to come back for the playoffs. Of course, that didn't go according to plan, but I'm excited for my guys, and now we're looking forward to another year, just trying to move forward from the injury.
When did you have the surgery?
Huh? When was the surgery? February, after the Super Bowl. So I got to enjoy the Super Bowl. Yeah.
In what ways are you a different player now than when you signed your last season?
Yeah, I just feel like it's a lot more mental focus on, how I approach things. I feel like, just going out there playing every single snap like it's my last, because just having some cut so short so quick, you kind of look at that and take it for granted of like, I wish I could have done more. I wish I could have did this. And, of course, everyone want to make the most out of their opportunities. And, I feel like it just takes me to the next level of just how dialed in you got to be, on yourself and on your body to, make sure you're in the right, condition and shape, and just trying to make sure you just, as stable and, just as, just as in sync as you could be, just go out there and compete every day.
You didn't get a chance to play with Rashid Shaheed last year. Now you guys are on the same field. What do you think is possible with you guys out there together?
Yeah, that's a lot of speed on the field. Me and him talk every day, both from Cali, so we got a lot to relate on. And, we just talk about, how crazy it is to, finally, get some of those practice reps together and just, just see two speed demons side by side just going at it. So, it's fun out there. And, of course, we still got, the OG General Coop out there coaching us on everything. And you got the technician and, just all around with JSN, it's a lot of things out there that, we're just kind of trying to combine and, see our roles and see how, how much weapons and power we got on the field. And I feel like it's a lot of things that, we got in the bag that we could, switch it up from. And I feel like it's an exciting year to have that.
You've now gotten 5 practices out here that you've gotten to participate in.
I'm sorry,
You've gotten 5 practices now that you've gotten to participate out here. What's it been like so far adjusting to this new offense? How does it compare to what you played in with Clint Kubiak last year? Any significant differences that you've noticed?
Oh, yeah, I feel like it's pretty much the same. Just a little tweaks here and there, but I love the scheme. I feel like Brian has a great idea in mind on how he wants to attack this season and with this offense. And I feel like they got a lot of things that they want to try out, and it's the perfect time to try those out right now. And I got a lot of faith and praise in Brian. I feel like we got a pretty good season ahead of us.
Tori, I think it was 6 touchdowns in 8 games last year, but before you stopped playing, what did you think of the start you were off to?
No, I just wanted to make the most of my opportunities. Like I said, just something that we practiced on every day, and I feel like ball finds energy, and I feel like I just had I guess I just had the right energy out there to find the end zone and just build a little bit of confidence, get a little bit of Sam's trust, to trust me out there to at least give me a shot. And of course that would just keep building over the time we have together, and I just try to make the most out of everything I got.
That was Torrey Horton from Seahawks training camp this weekend, talking about his mysterious, not so mysterious anymore, shin injury. It was a broken, fractured shin, a cracked shin, tibia, that he's got a metal rod in. He has a metal rod in from the injury that ended his college career at Colorado State, required surgeons to put in a metal rod in the upper part of his leg. Now he's got one in the lower part of his leg, which is why he said his right leg's not going anywhere.
I know. I kind of really like that comment, actually, when that leg's not going anywhere.
Yeah, he said that a couple times. No wonder he's got 2 metal rods in it. As fast as he is and as fast as he still looks out here, it's remarkable to know he's got metal rods in the upper and lower parts of his leg. That was the takeaway news from Torrey Horton in his talk with us the other day. I wrote that story at the News Tribune, thenewstribune.com if you want to see it. By the way, you can subscribe to the News Tribune for 99 cents for 6 months.
Wait, really?
Not per month, total. 99 cents for 6 months.
What kind of deal? What kind of sorcery is that, Greg?
Exactly. That's my publisher told me, hey, here's the link. So go.
That's amazing.
Go to thenewstribune.com if you want to subscribe for
I'm doing it
6
right now.
months for
I think I already
$1.
have a subscription, to be
Well,
honest.
thank you. Now I appreciate it. But Torrey Horton has been with the number ones in the offense and the number twos. He's catching passes both from Sam Darnold and Drew Lock. How does he fit in here? Well, the idea was, even when they traded with Shaheed, they didn't think Torrey Horton was never going to play again, obviously. They thought he'll be back next season.
Sure.
So the idea when they gave when they gave Shaheed the $51 million contract is not just to return kicks that he did so splendidly last year in his half season. It's to put him on the field with Horton, two speed guys going down the field to stretch the defense and take top off, as they say, and then opens up the entire field underneath for the NFL Offensive Player of the Year, Jackson Smith-Njigba, the two-time Super Bowl champion Cooper Kupp, the emerging star at tight end in A.J. Barner, Jadarian Price out of the backfield, who they've been throwing to a lot in this training camp. That's the idea. That's the scheme idea when they do put both those guys in the field. They'll go for wide receivers to do it. They might even keep a tight end to do it. They might keep a running back Price on the field to do it. But that's the thought.
Well, how excited should people be to watch this offense then, if that's the thought?
That's the thought.
Because I am.
That won't happen on every down, but there will be third downs that you'll see Shaheed and Horton on the field at the same time. And and if you want to focus on Kupp and Smith-Njigba and Barner underneath, then you got two speed guys flying down the field. And I don't have a stopwatch on Horton, but he looks very fast. And they all do when they're not getting tackled. But he has looked fast. He doesn't have a hitch in his step at all. I thought he was a candidate to begin training camp on the physical and able to perform list. Nope. He's been practicing since day one. So a really good sign for the Seahawks that Torrey Horton is fully back. 49451 on Tacoma Dodge text line. I already asked at the top of the show, what else you want the Mariners to do? Are you done? You think they're good now that they got Taylor Ward and traded Luis Castillo? But the second question I ask that we'll read back your answers at 11:30, what would you like to see the Seahawks do in the pass game? They ran 50% of the time last year. You want to see them throw more? You got Jadarian Price, your first-round pick. You got an offensive line that runs outside zone. You got a tight end, former tight ends and running coordinator from the 49ers as your new OC. Brian Fleury's here because he runs the ball. But what do you want to see in the Seahawks pass game? More of A.J. Barner. Do you want to see even more for Jackson Smith-Njigba than a 1,700-yard all-pro season? And how much are you excited to see Horton and Shaheed on the field at the same time? Shaheed and Sam Darnold much more in sync, obviously, now and working together than they were when Shaheed came in midstream in November. Darnold, by the way, brought Shaheed down to Southern California, and they worked out at a college next to San Clemente where Sam Darnold grew up, back at his hometown during June into July, those 6 weeks between minicamp and the start of training camp to work on extra things, just like DK Metcalf used to do with Russell Wilson. That's what Rashid Shaheed was doing in June and July with Sam Darnold down in Southern California. Up next, you're going to hear from Jadarian Price, the Seahawks rookie running back, first-round pick, on what his first camp is like. Is he swimming? Is it all overwhelming for him? He came from a pretty big-time program at Notre Dame. Jadarian Price is next on 93.3 KJR FM. Greg Bell from Seahawks training camp, the Virginia Mason Athletic Center in Renton, where it's a little cloudier and muskier. Perhaps smoke from the wildfire. Hearts and everything go out to the people on the east side of Washington, especially the Spokane area. It's just apocalyptic scenes from Spokane this weekend of the fires that are just engulfing houses, and much of Spokane County evacuated. All our best to our friends on the eastern side of the Cascades, and unfortunately it's a way of life these days in the summer. Out here at Seahawks training camp, they'll practice this afternoon for the 8th time. Jadarian Price's education continues. Every day I'm out here, I'm watching Thomas Hammock throw so many passes to him. It's like a pitcher and catcher in a bullpen session, how much Hammock is throwing to Price, working on his pass protection, working on a gauntlet drill where he does sleds and he does medicine balls that he's repelling as a pass protector. A lot in the pass game working on with the rookie running back and first-round pick. This is Jadarian Price talking to us about his first few days in the NFL and his first Seahawks training camp.
Well, we haven't talked to you since camp has started, so what are your first impressions?
First impressions are, I'm glad to be back out here and play football. With a very special group of guys, special coaching staff, and a special organization. I'm just proud to be and blessed to be out here.
When you put pads on, what does that allow you to focus on or maybe measure yourself against differently?
Once the pads comes on, it allows the offensive linemen to really get their blocks and the double teams to really happen, and that makes my job easier. It makes the whole open up a little bit more, and it makes my runs a little bit more decisive.
People tend to have questions about you catching the ball, but you did it a lot in high school. Do you feel like it's come back really quickly out here?
That's one thing I've worked on since high school. I've continuously gotten better at it throughout college, and then that's one thing that people question going into the pros. So I worked on it and just continue to work on it and understanding space and catching ability. So.
How do you assess where you are at that catching and pass blocking?
Like I said, I'm improving, and I've shown countless times in practice that I can catch the ball. Still need to show my pass protection a little more, but we're going day by day, and we're day 6 in camp. So.
You said you hadn't had a ton of experience running behind fullbacks and doing stuff under center. How's that transition been so far in this offense where you have fullbacks in front of you exclusively? How does it feel to get used to that process out here?
I love it because you got guys like Robbie Oots who he's so big but agile. He can get downhill and he pops. When you see that happen in front of you, it really, it makes you want to lower your shoulder pads and go pop somebody else. So I really like the way we do things here on offense.
When it comes to the pass protection, is it more like the mental part of it or the physical part of it that's kind of a difference at this level? Or?
Well, there's steps to it. First, you got to recognize who you got because NFL defense, especially ours, can do a lot of tricky things, guys popping in and out. So recognize who you got and meet him at the line of scrimmage. That's the biggest thing.
Outside of the guys in your own meeting room, who's been the most helpful in helping you navigate, whether it's holes on the offensive line or who you guys have?
Yeah, George Trelawney has been a huge help ever since I came into the room and since day one, in OTAs and now being able to watch him and learn and how he holds the standard for the running back room, that's really inspiring.
Are there any defensive guys that have given you some advice or kind of taken you aside a little bit?
I wouldn't say any advice, just guys that let me know that they're defensive players and I'm offensive players, and that's how it is. So
worries will be another rookie talent show. Have you been thinking about what your performance might be?
Nope, I'm just worried about day 7 of fall camp. So.
What will be like the first significant thing you spend your the first thing you buy with your first paycheck?
I've already done it this past summer when I went home. Just got a new house for my family. That was my biggest goal of mine once I made it to the NFL, and I already did that. So check that off the list.
And where's that?
Back home in Texas.
Okay. In your hometown?
What was the reaction?
A bunch of smiles and blessings. Just everything I wanted to do and put on the board that I was going to do when I was little. So I'm glad that I finally did it.
Going back to this defense and the defensive players letting you know they're there, what can you say about the Seahawks defense and what are you finding out about it?
They fly around on every down. You're 30 yards down the field and you got defensive linemen like Leonard Williams chasing you down. So that just goes to show the way the guys practice is the reason they were so successful last year, and the fact that they can still do it this year makes me a better player and the whole team.
How do you feel things ramping up? A few skirmishes out there today. You guys just got pads on. How do you feel it kind of increasing incrementally?
Yeah, day 2 of pads today, and practice has gotten a little longer. And we're in that second stretch of training camp. So just understand how to take care of your body, but also improve on the details while still also being physical on a day-to-day basis. It's just football, and I'm glad to get better at it.
What have you taken away from working with Brian Fleury as the OC? What's it been like working with him and getting up to speed with his offense?
Yeah, I'm really starting to finally understand the offense and the things that we do. Like I didn't do too much in college, so now that I'm opening my game up a little bit, I'm really excited for the season.
Look, you mentioned George really helping you a lot. People view you guys as kind of competing for the running back job, but obviously you guys kind of are just helping out each other out a lot too. Do you view it more as that instead of like competing specifically for the starting job?
Yeah, I think we both view it as more, there's competition in every position group. There's competition between everyone and themselves. But we both view it as something, how can we make this offense better, this running back room better, and each other better? And we've continued to do that every day.
It looked like you and Zach Charbonnet were talking on the way off the field. Even though he's not playing, has he been helpful for you?
Yeah, that's another guy who's, even when he was away during OTAs, like, texting me like, hey, I saw this on the film, you could have done this better. Like that's a real teammate right there, and him being out but still being on the sideline and giving me tips every time I come back to the sideline, like that's really helpful. And just someone who loves the game of football that's really a great teammate to have.
What about this camp maybe you didn't expect or is new to you?
Camp is camp, honestly. This is everything I expected. Obviously, we're in the league now, so everything's a little bit tougher and everyone's smarter and more decisive off the ball. So, but at the end of the day, it's football.
During this offensive line returned all 5 starters. Obviously, you're new to playing with them, but can you sense kind of that cohesion that unit has when you run behind them?
I can, for sure, especially when you see guys with their secret little handshakes before the balls, while we're in the huddle. So, hopefully I'll get a little handshake in with them once I get more comfortable with the offense. So.
That's Jadarian Price from Seahawks training camp, the rookie first-round pick and running back, who, again, I'd be very surprised if he's not the lead running back week 1, September 9th in the NFL opener against the New England Patriots. You heard him talking about what he did this offseason, buying his parents a home to thank them for the support they gave him.
Pretty awesome.
Pretty awesome indeed. A lifelong dream come true. The former Notre Dame backup running back, still a first-round pick, and looks like the Seahawks starting running back from week 1. Another Seahawk, former Seahawk, Kobe Bryant, of course, is now in Chicago. Adam Hodge, one of the beat guys for the Chicago Bears at training camp with the Bears, reporting that Kobe Bryant went down grabbing his left knee this morning during a one-on-one pass coverage rep with tight end Cole Kmet. Bryant was, quote, clearly emotional as he got on a cart under his own power. So we'll see what kind of injury that Kobe Bryant has out of Chicago Bears training camp this morning. Up next, staying with Chicago, we're going to go to Chicago, the White Sox beat writer for MLB, Scott Merkin. He's covered the White Sox for 24 years. We're going to ask him, why did the White Sox take on all of Luis Castillo's money in the trade from the Mariners, and who the Mariners are getting in return from Chicago? Scott Merkin, White Sox, next on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. Greg Bell, Jessamine McIntyre with us every weekday, 93.3 KJR FM, 10 a.m. to noon. I'm at Seahawks training camp, but this is Major League Baseball's trade deadline day. 3 p.m. is the deadline. Mariners made a move today to add the right-handed bat they've been searching for. Taylor Ward from the Baltimore Orioles, 32-year-old outfielder, coming to the Mariners for Alex Hoppy and 2 minor league pitchers that were not among their top prospects. That's Taylor Ward coming to the Mariners this morning. Of course, the big news over the weekend, the Mariners traded Luis Castillo. We've been talking about it for months. The reason they had the 6-man rotation to piggyback the whole thing was to keep Castillo in the rotation to showcase him, to possibly trade him. But we didn't think that Jerry DiPoto could trade and get somebody to take all of Castillo's money. The proration of the $23 million next year, the $23 million guaranteed this year, the proration, $23 million next year, the team option, the contract option Castillo holds for 2028. The White Sox took all of it and gave the Mariners back 3 players in return, including some help for the bullpen. To talk about all of this, Scott Merkin, longtime White Sox beat writer for 24 years. I've watched his work from afar. Back when I covered ball, covering the Oakland A's for the Sacramento Bee. Scott Merkin joins us from St. Petersburg, Florida, on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline, and MLB.com beat writer for the Chicago White Sox. Hello, sir. I know you're a busy man. Thanks for joining me.
No problem. How are you doing?
We are well. Thank you, sir. Well, let me ask off the top, how much this is obviously a go-for-it move for Chicago. They're in first place, and they currently hold the number 2 seed in the American League, as you know, Scott. How much is this move to get Castillo, a go-for-it move, uncharacteristic for the White Sox, because they sense the American League is weak this year, barely any teams other than 2 or 3 over 500, and maybe even the fact that there might not even be a season next year, so they better go for it now?
Yeah, I think the first part maybe more than the second part, but I mean, let's be honest, and not to be rude to any of the guys who are busting their butts out there every day, but the AL is not good, right? I mean, the top wild card team in the National League is 14 games over, and the leader in the AL West with Houston getting hot, I think they're 3 over, 4 over, and the Sox are 7 over. So, you take what's in front of you, right? You don't make any excuses for it. But with that said, this team, which is in the middle of a rebuild, which Chris Getz and his front office has done so well so far, is ahead of schedule. This is a lot on Will Venable and the players. Will Venable set a culture the players followed, and they believe, from really talking to him back at Sox Fest in January, that this was going to be a good season. They started off 6-13. They still believed it would be a good season, and it is. They've never lost more than 3 games in a row this year, so they've earned the right to have this team added to. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think anyone in that clubhouse is looking over their shoulders trying to see, are we getting help? What's going on? Because they believe in themselves. But I think Chris Getz understands that not just the AL Central, but possibly the AL. And, we're extrapolating quite a bit down the line into October at this point for a team that hasn't been in the playoffs since 21. And I don't think any of the guys on this team were on that 21 team, obviously. So, it's you're going way down the line to think this out. But you got to take advantage. And as my wonderful mother would say, you make hay while the sun shines, right? And that's what's happening in the AL right now is the sun is shining. So you got to go for it because, if the Yankees, whatever happens with Judge, whatever happens with Stanton, I think they expect Bellinger back, that they just went into Tampa Bay over the weekend and really dominated the series. I mean, the Rays scored 3 runs the entire game or the entire weekend. Now, 3 runs was enough to win the game on Saturday and still get 2 out of 3. But, they've shown they can play with any team in the American League. So why not, improve and get the team in the best position possible to move forward.
Scott Merkin, MLB.com beat writer for the White Sox, joining us from St. Petersburg, Florida, on the road with the team after they traded for Luis Castillo this weekend from the Mariners. Did it surprise you, Scott, the terms of this trade and the fact that the White Sox took on all the money, not for just the rest of this year, but next year and the option for the year after that?
It did in some extent, but they did, obviously move Seranthony Dominguez's contract in the process too. So that kind of offsets it a little bit, even though Castillo is owed what I think the total is around $30 million. So they didn't do all of it, but they got about half off it there. So I mean, they don't have a ton on the books for next year. So I think they really believe in Castillo. And it's interesting. I think the biggest thing about Castillo is I was reading a lot of the stories coming from your great writers out in Seattle there yesterday, and boy, he really made an impact in that clubhouse. It sounds like, along with, pitching some great games on the mound. And that's what the Sox team is all about. Chris Getz is being very mindful of the people he's adding to this team. He's not just looking for some hired hand to come in and, play for 2 or 3 months and that's it. He wants a guy who's going to fit into what they're doing, and he's cognizant of not disrupting what they've done already. And I think Castillo fits that role perfectly.
Hugely, hugely popular guy, as you probably surmise.
Yeah, it sure seems like it from the quotes from many different pitchers and position players in the stories I was reading yesterday.
Yeah. Pieter, the Rock, they called him out here, and he solidified that reputation for that Game 2 performance against Toronto in the playoffs a couple years ago with the 2022 now. That was an amazing performance, and he'll always be remembered in Seattle for that. He starts Thursday in Boston. Is that right? He goes right into the rotation?
That is correct. It's Davis. Let's see. I think it was Davis, Martin, Sean Burke, who has been one of the best pitchers in baseball over the last 6 or 7 weeks, and then Luis Castillo to finish it up in Boston.
Scott Merkin, the White Sox beat writer, MLB.com, joining us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline from St. Petersburg, where the White Sox have an off day. He's a veteran beat writer to know to stay in the town you're in on the trade deadline day and then travel, which is why he's behind the team. It's gone on to Boston. Sir Anthony Dominguez, what are the Mariners getting in him, you think?
They got him, and it's interesting. One of the things that I liked about the Sox team this year that maybe hasn't been true in the past is when things haven't worked, they've moved on. They haven't stayed and tried to fit a square peg into a round hole. Sir Anthony Dominguez is, first of all, a great guy and handled some of the struggles that he had, up and down tremendously. He was the closer for a while. He was the guy that Will Venable named in spring training as the closer, and then it wasn't working. He's walking some guys. He's giving up some long balls in key situations. So they used him for the past 3 weeks in a little bit less of a leverage role, and he's been pitching very well for them. I think he's given up, 1 run in his last 8 2/3 innings. Guy with a lot of playoff experience. I mean, was very valuable, I should say, to Toronto in the run to almost winning the World Series last year. I think he pitched some key innings in that last Game 7, as a matter of fact. So he's a guy who's been there, done that, and will help, the Seattle bullpen, whether it's 9th inning, 8th inning, or, an inning or 2 before that. So good veteran guy. And then Boston Smith is a guy they acquired in the Curtis Meade trade, and someone who they see. They were just talking to the minor league director, Paul Yanish, was talking about this on Saturday in Florida, that, he's a catcher, but he can play other positions too. And his biggest thing is he can hit. He's a bat guy, and he's had a great year at the plate across the minor league. So a guy to watch moving forward. And Nolan Jones also. And people know about Nolan Jones. And I think if you get Nolan Jones in the right stretch, this is a guy who could probably help at the major league level as well.
So the minor leaguer is a catcher who also plays other. Is he primarily a catcher? I see him listed as a catcher and an outfielder, but is he basically a catcher?
He's a catcher, but I think it's kind of, he's kind of learning on the job sort of thing, and he can play other positions too. He's a very athletic kid, and really the biggest thing that we've heard about him this year is just how well he's hit. I think he's second or third in the minor league side in home runs for the White Sox this year. So that's his biggest skill set right now is offense.
Big picture, White Sox were they 3 games? Were they 4 games up?
Three games, I think maybe. Yeah, 3 games overall.
Yeah, they've opened up a 3-game lead on the Guardians and a 4-game lead on the Twins in the American League Central. The Tigers are 5.5 back. You mentioned this might be a year early. Do you think the White Sox are done? They got Castillo, and they like the guys they got. Are you expecting any more moves before the trade deadline this afternoon, 6 o'clock your time?
Well, they've added Brazoban from the Mets, who's bullpens and defense always help in the postseason, right? You got to have good, solid sides on both those. And they added Brenton Doyle from the Rockies, who is a 2-time Gold Glove winner who struggled offensively this year, dealt with some injuries. I still think before 6 o'clock where I'm at, and I guess 3 o'clock where you're at,
right.
It's going to be, they're going to try and get a catcher. Kyle Teo, who was their number 1 guy, was injured in the World Baseball Classic while playing for Team Italy, and just really hasn't only been a short time healthy the whole year. He's dealing with a high ankle sprain right now. Probably will be out until mid-September. They have Edgar Caro and Drew Romo right now. They have Corey Lee and Michael Turner in the minor leagues, but I think they're going to look at a catcher too. Some of the catchers are coming off the market. I see Liam Hicks, Adley Rushman. Stevenson is still out there, possibly Jonah Heim. So I think they'll add there, but I think that may be it. That would be 4 guys they've added, and I can tell you they probably hoped but didn't think they'd be buyers at this point this year, or not to this extreme level. Yeah, they're 3 up on the Guardians, 4 on the Twins, and the team to watch, even with Skubal gone, is the Tigers, because the Tigers were the team that everyone thought was going to win this. I think that's the other big thing for the Sox this year. Not only are they ahead of schedule, but the Tigers and Royals have been bad. Right. And those were the 2 teams who people thought were going to dominate the AL Central going into the season, which we all know how much that's worth, right? The predictions don't always come to fruition.
Right, exactly.
But so, Tigers are a team to watch. Even, Skubal's great. Skubal's one of the best in the game, if not the best in the game, but he only goes every 5 days, right? So they still have some good players on that team. They have 7 head-to-head games with the White Sox. So I would not, as rough as they've looked at times this year, I would not completely rule them out. So it could be interesting, but I do think the Sox are the best team in that division, and they're in control, and Chris Getz is, as he said yesterday, fueling their push to the postseason.
Scott mentioned the Tigers, 54-58, a half game behind the Mariners now in the standings, 2.5 out of a wild card, 5.5 back of the White Sox in the American League Central. The White Sox are leading the Guardians by 3 and the Twins by 4 in the division. You mentioned Will Venable real quick, Scott. What's he been like as a manager, first time dealing with him and a former player not too far removed from the game?
Yeah, he's tremendous. He is, he is the right fit on this organization. As I said a number of times, he is the perfect co-pilot with Chris Getz, and he's a very even-keel guy. He's great for what the White Sox want in this organization overall. But, he expects, strong play out of his team, too. He expects doing things right. He expects intensity and going for it from the first out to the last out. And players have stressed that over and over again. And I think they just, play harder than teams. And it's not even saying that the other teams aren't playing hard. I think it's just the Sox have that extra gear under Will, and that's made a big difference. And I was talking to Miguel Vargas, who's had such a wonderful year, and he said that. He has pointed out how when you play that kind of baseball through 1 through 27 outs, you're going to gain an advantage at some point, and that's why they haven't lost more than 3 in a row this year. That's part of the reason why they're a first-place team, on August, what is it today? 3rd, all the days run together, August 3rd.
Yeah, exactly. Spoken like a true bull writer. Scott, I know you're busy. You got a trade deadline to track. We'll see if you get a catcher here before the White Sox get done at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Have a good season.
Sure. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Take care.
You're welcome. Scott Merkin is a longtime beat writer for the White Sox on MLB.com, saying that White Sox are going for it because they think they have the best team in the AL Central, which is why they traded for Luis Castillo. Castillo will start on Thursday, make his White Sox debut in Fenway Park against Boston for Chicago. He goes right into their rotation. He said Sir Anthony Dominguez, the reliever they got, has really been pitching well in a setup role. After the White Sox took him out of the closer role, Dominguez this is the first season of a 2-year, $20 million contract the Mariners are inheriting, so they will have him for next year for their bullpen as well. He was a closer when Dominguez was to begin the season. A lot of you probably remember Sir Anthony Dominguez from the ALCS last year for the Blue Jays, and he gave it the grand slam to Suarez in that was one of the Seattle games of the ALCS that broke a 2-2 tie late in the game and got the Mariners the win. So a lot of Mariner fans are saying, well, he has already helped the Mariners before he even got here. I would think he slides in out of the setup role. He's been rolling in lately, pitching much better for the White Sox, and they keep Andres Munoz, of course, as the closer because of how well he has pitched, especially in the last 18 outings or so. Speaking of the Mariners, in the last half hour or so, they've made official the Taylor Ward trade from the Orioles. The Mariners sending right-hander Alex Hoppe and minor league righties Brock Moore and Harrison Kryling to the Orioles. Neither of those two minor leaguers were on their top prospects list. Justin Hollander, the Mariners' general manager, his quote on Taylor Ward coming from the Orioles to the Mariners, quote, "We're excited to add Taylor to our lineup. He has proven to be a consistent performer that is among the very best in the league at getting on base. We are thrilled to be adding a player of his caliber to the team. He's the right-handed bat they wanted, an on-base guy that they wanted, leads the American League in walks, was last year a home run guy. Taylor Ward was playing right field for the Angels, hit 36 home runs last year for the Angels. This year, he has only 7 home runs, and he's become an on-base guy. A walks and on-base guy for Baltimore this year while playing left field. We'll see where he actually fits in. But a right-handed bat, the Mariners getting Taylor Ward from the Baltimore Orioles this morning for 3 pitchers not in their top prospects list.
I think this is what you were referring to, Greg.
Yes.
It's a grand slam!
I mean, all the fireworks
Yeah.
have to be played at that point.
That was Game 5 of the American League Championship Series last October 17th when Sir Anthony Dominguez gave up the game-winning 8th-inning grand slam to Eugenio Suarez. The place was off the hook. I was in the yard that night, and it was so loud. The Mariners winning that game thanks to Dominguez serving it up. Now Dominguez will go into a setup role coming from the White Sox in the Luis Castillo trade. 49451, your thoughts on the Luis Castillo trade? Do you think, like I do, that Jerry DiPoto got one over on the White Sox to take all the money?
I mean,
kind of. Maybe. To me, this is addition by subtraction. They had a 6-man log jam. It was messing everybody up with the piggybacking and the 6-man rotation and the extra rest, and none of the pitchers liked it. They got rid of. They traded Castillo and got the White Sox to take all of his money, which we thought was going to make it hard to deal Castillo on terms the Mariners would like. They did it. I think it's a coup for DiPoto for what the owners want and John Stanton want to their bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
Sir Anthony Dominguez perhaps doesn't make them all that better, but it is a bullpen arm, a bullpen that has had 3 AAA pitchers in it for the last month, throwing in high leverage situations. So Dominguez is better than that. I think it's a win for the Mariners. I think they got more than they could have expected at the start of this process. And we said it, gentlemen, this is why they kept Castillo in the rotation.
Yeah.
If you put him in the bullpen, the White Sox aren't taking all that money.
Yeah, we were quite obvious about that. When I say we, I mean Seattle, the Mariners were.
Yeah.
But it was pretty transparent.
But it messed with the rotation for a few months to get this result. I mean, the pitchers didn't like it, and piggybacking and all of that, it was a disruption to this season. The Mariners still have time to rebound from that. They're 3 games back in the AL West from the trash cans who've suddenly caught fire and won 6 straight. Up next, Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. I just asked the latest question and seeking your opinions on and talkbacks. The iHeartRadio app or 93.3KJR.com to the red microphone button that Jessamine adores and hopes to play back your voices.
I really do.
You're part of the show next on 93.3 KJR FM. they could trade Refsnyder, that would probably be the biggest coup ever by Jerry DiPoto.
Oh, gosh, yes.
There's no way he's going to get anything in return for a 130 hitter. They would have to DFA, designate for assignment, Refsnyder, and then he'll become a free agent. There's no way anyone would claim him off. No one would sign him to that contract of $6.5 million for a 130 hitter. Yeah, unfortunately, they won't be able to trade Refsnyder, I don't think. But, yeah, the point's a good one that they didn't give up a ton at all for Taylor Ward for the right-handed batter. And they didn't – some people are saying, well, this wasn't – the Luis Castillo trade didn't help the team. Yeah, it did. It helped them for next year and the year after to not have Castillo's contract. And they do have a veteran bullpen arm, which, again, they've been throwing out 3 AAA relievers in the last month in high leverage.
All right, this coming in from the 425. Good point about the impact of Castillo. I thought he would be moved, but over the last 2 successful years, you lose Castillo and Suarez, who are both reported to be good in the clubhouse.
Yep, that's true. There is an impact, and in baseball especially, with as much time as they spend together on the road, 162 games, travels, hotels, that stuff matters.
It does.
The players really, really respected and admired Luis Castillo.
Well, I think that's why they brought Gino back last year. It wasn't for his bat. They wanted him. They wanted the person.
Right.
Okay, 253. Greg, if everyone says on paper the Mariners should be running away with the division and they're not, is that not the fault of the manager? I understand players need to be accountable, but if everyone agrees the talent's there and not performing, does that not come down to motivation by the manager?
I don't know. This isn't high school. I don't think you need to motivate major league players as a manager. That shouldn't be your job. But those guys should be motivated by the fact they're making millions of dollars and on a team that was 8 outs from the World Series, I think. Why should Dan Wilson be responsible for getting those guys fired up to play?
Well, he did a really good job of it in the clubhouse, what I witnessed when I was in there when they clinched a playoff spot and the AL West. I could see that impact. But that was after wins.
Yeah, and I mean, when I was in the clubhouse during the playoffs last year in the ALCS, the DS, the Division Series, and in Toronto at the American League Championship Series, when I was jumping between Jacksonville and Toronto covering that ALCS, the players really respect him, Dan Wilson, and the fact that he was a former player himself, the cachet of him being a legendary Mariners legend anyway, catcher, all of that has value inside the clubhouse. But to me, a major league player should not have a manager needing to motivate them. A major league manager needs to push the right buttons and make the right decisions and trust his gut and make the right bullpen choices. And Wilson has failed in many of those regards, for sure. But Wilson has always, also, I should say, as we've mentioned, been handcuffed by some of the limited options he's had. Like bullpen. We've talked about this. The 6-man rotation has left him 1 reliever short in the bullpen. By Major League rule, you can only have 13 pitchers. 6 of them are starters. They have 1 fewer have had until the Castillo trade, 1 fewer reliever than any other team. And 3 of those 7 relievers were AAA guys. Davia Rucker and, well, it was in Cooper Criswell, who's now injured, is at the beginning of the season wasn't supposed to be a leverage guy either. That's the roster they constructed. Dan Wilson didn't bring Rob Refsnyder to Seattle.
No, he didn't.
This is when he looks and needs an option off the bench late in the game. He looks down the bench and sees a 130 Refsnyder at the plate on the bench. That's not him. That's not Dan Wilson. Now, Wilson could just keep him there and not bring him in, but then he would be going against the handedness and the analytics and the iPads as well, and that's not why he's here either.
No.
That's why he's the manager, because he says yes to that.
Yeah, it's also why Edgar's here. You know, it's the same kind of thing, and it worked really well last year. It did work really well, but I do understand the frustration coming from fans.
Totally. And we've talked about this. The 50 years of them never being in a World Series means that fans and Mariner fans get to gripe forever. They have a license to be upset. They have a license to be frustrated. They have a license to ask for accountability and demand better. They have all of that. They have more than earned their right to be upset at this season, for sure. Now,
Greg-
last year it worked because their catcher hit 60-plus home runs.
Well, that was kind of nice. That was a little neat, wasn't it?
Yeah, that worked a little better than a 160
Yeah.
hitting catcher this year.
Okay. Well, I am so sorry, but we have been remiss to mention our word of the hour, so we're just going to sneak in here with that one. Brought to you by Bellevue Rare Coins.
yes.
We've got bonus bucks for you. Chance at $1,000. Go to 933kjr.com, and our keyword for this hour is new. 3 letters. Not I knew that we were going to do a word. It's new $1,000 that you could have in your pocket. Go to 933kjr.com and you'll be automatically prompted to enter that word, and that's your chance at $1,000.
Thank you, Justin. I
You
forgot to do that
got
top of the hour.
it. Switching over to Seahawks, 970 says, excited to see Horton and Arroyo back. Who are they going to focus on with Rashid, JSN, Barner, and Price? I feel like we're more balanced this year. Let the league keep talking about the Lambs and the 40 Whiners.
Yeah, I mean, the All-Pro NFL Offensive Player of the Year that's making $168 million is the one that you focus. He's your number one, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But the Seahawks' hope is that the defenses focus on him, too, because of now what he's accomplished the last year, 1,700-plus yards, and that opens up Kupp, and that opens up Barner, and that opens up the speed guys, Rashid Shaheed and Torrey Horton down the field. But, yes, Jackson's, unlike last year, the league knew about Jackson Smith-Njigba, but this year his reputation will absolutely precede him in defensive game plans, rolling safeties over to him and all of that.
That's also like how decoys happen, and you look at, like we talked about earlier, how they can stretch the field out because of all the weapons that they've acquired.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Another talkback came in.
Greg, you can't have it both ways with Dan Wilson. If he's not responsible for losing, what is he responsible for? He's responsible for the entire operation, and the entire operation's 3 games under, and they're failing. This is a broken team.
Some frustration coming in.
Totally warranted.
Yeah.
But he is not responsible for the entire operation, or if he was, he wouldn't be the manager. He's responsible for carrying out what the front office demands he do and the players that he has. That is why he's the manager. I'm convinced of that. I am convinced that the reason they've hired 2 first-time managers in a row, Scott Service for 9 years and Dan Wilson to replace Scott Service in the middle of a season from never having managed anywhere at any level, is because they agreed to go with the program. They said, okay, we know what your analytics-driven, your handedness, your bullpen rules, and guys not being able to pitch on consecutive days at times, and guys not going to be able to start new innings and come in the middle of it, all of that that a manager signed up for. That's why he did. He didn't have any leverage to say, I'm not going to do that. He never managed before.
Yeah. It's, first-time manager. I mean, technically second time now. But, yeah.
I'm not trying to say that Dan Wilson is blameless. If your team is as talented at 8 outs away from the World Series last year as suddenly 4 games under 500, the manager's not doing the job to his best of his abilities and expectations, of course. But I'm just saying, unlike a lot of teams, more so in Seattle, the manager does what the front office dictates he do. Mm-hmm. And he also is left with what the front office designed as a team. And if you've got Rob Refschneider and Michael Rucker in as your leverage guys and hitting and pitching at the end of games, that is not Dan Wilson's fault that that's his options to go to. That's my point.
Agreed.
He has to play who's been put on the roster.
And as we mentioned earlier, before we get out of here, we're going to hear from the East Side.
Hey guys, love the show like always. I'm over here in Spokane. It's been a little crazy over here the last couple days. Shout out to everyone who's in trouble and in need, and shout out to everyone who's taking care of those people. Shout out to Meade, Washington. It's pretty bad over there. I'm on the South Hill, so I'm just kind of looking off in the distance, but it felt like Vietnam on Saturday night. It was pretty damn crazy.
Yeah, our thoughts go out to everyone out there.
Yeah, the images of Spokane County and Chelan area, for that matter, too, have just been horrific. And that's a dangerous, dangerous job those guys and gals are out there doing, fighting wildfires in the eastern Washington. Our hopes to them, and all the best for them, and all the best for the people of eastern Washington. Coming up, Ian Furness, the mayor of Maple Valley, a product of eastern Washington, Washington State University. He's going to join me here from the edge of the practice fields at Seahawks Training Camp Live on 93.3 KJR FM. KJR FM, 8th practice of camp today. Ian Furness will join us, and he'll be on the air from 12 until 3, and he joins me right now aside the practice field. Hello, sir.
How are you?
We are well.
Good.
Good weekend?
Good.
Everything's good.
Good.
What are you expecting today on your show or at the practice or whatever you want to do?
Well, practice, who knows? Obviously, MLB trade deadline's the big thing. Waiting to see.
You think the Mariners are done?
I don't think so. I hope not. I mean,
what's left for you?
Trying to get better.
Well, they got a bat.
They got a guy that gets on base.
Yep, right-handed bat that gets on base.
They got a guy that gets on base. Has absolutely has gone from pretty good pop to zero pop, which is weird.
36 home runs to 7. 36 last year with the Angels to 7.
Just weird.
Like Brady Anderson type of numbers.
Yeah. Or Cal Raleigh, except for he gets on base, which Cal doesn't. So
that.
So they're a little bit better with him. The Castillo thing was nothing more than a salary dump. So
can you believe they got White Sox to take all the money?
I just don't care. Honestly, I'm not trying to be flippant.
That's
I don't care.
That's why he did it.
I know, but let me. If you're a fan and you're celebrating it, tell me why.
Well, it
doesn't help you.
It does explain why DePoto's been in his job for 11 years.
Okay, but that doesn't help me as a fan.
Love that.
That does not help me as a fan. Does it win you baseball games by saving money? like that was the whole thing this week. Oh, great deal by the Mariners. Like what?
Well,
they dumped a salary.
He also gets rid of the 6-man pitching staff that was wrecking and messing up the other 5.
Castillo in the bullpen would have been better. Don't you think he would have been better than getting 2-3 slappies they got?
But they never took him out of it, so they could trade him.
I know, and they couldn't because of his standing, I guess, in the clubhouse. But yeah, that one to me was just nothing. I will not celebrate that. I just will not give them credit for that. They got rid of salary. Beer's not cheaper. Tickets aren't cheaper. Hot dogs aren't cheaper. If you're a fan, it doesn't affect you at all. Now Ward helps them. Obviously, the other move helps them. That you're a better baseball team because Taylor Ward's better than Robles. He's better than Ref Snyder, right, for sure. So that helps you. So I like that. So like when you ask me I want them to make moves. If you're a Mariner fan, you should be hoping they make moves. The Red Sox have gotten a lot better today. You look around the league. Tampa got better. Obviously, the Dodgers being the Dodgers doing their thing, which doesn't really affect you unless you get to the World Series. And at that point, who cares? Let's get to the World Series. Again, if you're a Mariner fan, you're having consternation over that. Like, oh, okay, well, you know what? Here's the worst case scenario: they beat you in the World Series. Then you get to the World Series for the first time in 50 years.
I'm okay with that.
I'm a great problem to have. If we're breaking down how they lost the World Series, I'll take that right now. I'm all in.
We had a White Sox beat writer on from MLB.com, and Scott Merkin was telling us that the White Sox see this as a go for it time because the American League is so far down.
Right.
Which is where the Mariners, they're not that far out of that.
No, 2 out of a wild card, 3 out of the division. So, yeah, I hope they try to get better. And I'm sure the White Sox, I'm assuming he would have told you the White Sox feel like Castillo helps their rotation,
yes,
right?
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
He's going right into it on Thursday, his first start.
He's your guy he's been your playoff anchor for the 2 times he's
That's
been
true.
Here, right? So, if I'm the White Sox, I feel good about it. But, a prospect catcher and a so-so bullpen arm and a prospect outfielder who hasn't been in the bigs this year, I don't know. It's whatever. But, yeah, Ward makes him better, which I do like that. I think you got to like that a lot if you're a Mariner fan.
Are you doing Wally Wop today?
We're Molly Wopping at 1, and then we'll just kind of keep Chris on standby until 3 when we go off the air in case anything else happens. And, he knows the prospects. He knows the guys that are getting moved, and so that kind of helps us a little bit navigate the landscape. And so we'll see that, and we'll also kind of see what's going on out here today. It's nice, quiet day. No fans, huh? Very quiet.
It's a different deal.
Yeah, very different. Isn't it different? It's crazy.
It's
so different.
It is.
you go from like just like a circus-like atmosphere of carnival, so to speak, and so much energy, and then it's just business today. Like just straight up business.
I don't think the players like it when no fans are here because then it feels like a grind.
Yeah, it feels like you're in October, November, December, right?
Yep.
Yeah, except for the weather's a lot better.
That's right.
The weather's significantly better. So, yeah, every guy I've always talked to always says they like the energy the fans bring. And, frankly, I think we do too from a radio standpoint. Yeah. It's kind of fun you kind of feel like you're kind of up a little bit, right?
For sure.
You're at a game, a big event. So, yeah, I think fans back tomorrow, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll be here all week because the Seahawks are practicing here all week. Ian Furness will be here until Friday when he goes to the Boeing Classic.
No, I'm here all week.
Oh, you are?
Boeing Classic.
Oh, you guys next
Friday.
week.
It's a week
Okay,
from Friday,
next
yeah.
week.
Yeah.
But Ian's up next. He's going to take you all the way up to the Major League Baseball
Yes,
trade deadline,
let's go.
which is at 3 p.m. So whenever the Mariners make a move, Ian
Are they
will
going to
break
trade
it for you.
Jared Washburn today, do you think? Remember that?
I covered that for the AP.
Would not trade him. To save their life, they wouldn't trade him. Like, trade Jared Washburn. I was sitting right here that day. I remember that. I don't know why that
Jared
sticks
Washburn,
out.
what a name for the best. Thanks for listening. Greg Bell, Jessamine McIntyre will be with you again tomorrow from Seahawks training camp at 10 a.m. Ian's up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
The headlines are brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light. Choose chill. M's win their series against the Twins, losing on Friday in just absolutely disgusting fashion, Anders. Disgusting.
Yeah, but you told us going in the weekend. What'd you tell us?
What did I tell you? Yep. What did I tell you on Friday night? What did I say on Friday night?
You said they would win 2 out of 3. Boy, it looked like that wasn't going to be the case for a little bit.
It did. But I'll take the W.
Yeah.
M's trade for Taylor Ward today. Talk about that in a second. Begin a series with the Tigers tomorrow because today is Major League Baseball trade deadline day. Red Sox just traded for Adley Rutschman, the former Oregon State Beaver, the catcher from Baltimore. They're in a fire sale in Baltimore right now.
Yes.
Dodgers trade for Scooble over the weekend. Oh, people are upset. People are mad.
Yes,
people are angry. Lots of other trades. We'll get to all those coming up in just a couple seconds. NCAA. The national nightmare is over. Notre Dame and USC will again renew their rivalry beginning in 2030. Thank God in football.
Yeah.
God. In 2030.
Yeah, right.
Checking the calendar. It's 4 years away. Okay. We'll see if that actually happens.
Yeah.
Sounders lose to Portland, 6th straight loss. Gave up a late goal in that game.
Yeah.
I watched that match. They're not good right now.
They're not good.
It also doesn't help that I look out there and I recognize 2 players.
Yeah,
I think that's not good.
Their injury situation is diabolical.
I'm not a Tacoma Defiance fan, so when I watch that game, I'm like, well, I guess I'm watching Tacoma.
Exactly.
Cool. Storm faced New York Liberty tonight. They've lost 17, 18. No, I think they lost 28,000 in a row. Yeah, that's where they're at right now. Yeah, so they'll get beat by, I don't know, maybe Breanna Stewart. She's going to play in that game. She probably doesn't care. Whatever. We'll win anyway. How about this? You give this a headline. How excited are you? U.S. men's national team. Poach is back.
Yeah, Poach is back. I think it was the right move. There weren't going to be many opportunities to really upgrade from that spot, and I still think even though how it ended, it overall was a successful World Cup.
Is he had to have other options, though, didn't he,
yes.
club-wise?
I think so. Definitely over in Europe, but I think he has a pretty good gig here where he doesn't have to, it's a little bit less of an intensive situation. So
less grind.
Right,
I love
right?
it. That's good. That's good for U.S. men's national team. Yeah, it would have been nice to get past round of 16, but
sure.
I think anybody watching the games can see that.
Build the foundation. Let's go.
They're better with him than not without him. All right, let's go. Let's get the show started.
Live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, this is KJR's special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the 2026 Boeing Classic, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Details at BoeingClassic.com. Now, here's Ian Furness on your home for the Super Bowl champion 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3, KJR FM.
All right, here we are at Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Seahawks getting ready to hit the field after a day off yesterday. They practiced Saturday, took yesterday off. They're going the next 6 days. They got 5 practices here, and then they've got the, I don't know what they call it, Fan Fest, scrimmage, whatever it is, on Saturday at Lumen, and then a day off Sunday, and then kind of a game week in a sense. It's the first preseason game is a week from Saturday upcoming against the Dallas Cowboys. Torrey Horton's going to join us in just a couple seconds. Seahawk wide receiver. You heard him on the podium with Greg. I think if you listened to Greg earlier, we'll sit down and kind of delve into where he is health-wise, the struggles of last year, his rookie season, and really what could be a really kind of upgraded receiver room with Rashid Shaheed here throughout the offseason, training camp, learning the offense, getting acclimated with Sam Darnold, and then a healthy Torrey Horton who, I don't know, when he was playing was pretty damn good. His first ever catch, by the way, do you remember what it was, Anders?
It was a touchdown, was it not?
It was at Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah, who needs DK Metcalf, right?
Started 3 of 8 games before he got hurt and was out for the year, but was plenty productive in those games.
Oh, yeah.
8 games, 5 touchdowns for Seattle in terms of receiving. So, yeah, man, he did well. Also, by the way, returned a punt for a touchdown, too.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. So he had 6 touchdowns in 8 games. That's good productivity, I do believe.
Efficiency, Ian. We call it efficiency.
And he played with literally a fractured leg all year.
Wow.
Until he finally shut it down.
Wow.
That's remarkable, really, what he did. So we'll talk to Torrey Horton here coming up in a second. Taylor Ward has been picked up by the Mariners. We'll get to that in just a couple of moments as well. We will mollywop today at 1 o'clock. We'll be joined by Chris and Nathan. Angry as they may or may not be, we'll see what happens over the next 56 minutes or so. But those guys will join us at 1. We'll keep Chris kind of on the line, kind of on retainer in the 2 o'clock hour in case anything else happens. maybe spend some time as well talking about the rest of the American League and what has happened. And, we're seeing the things happen throughout the day today.
Are we going to complain about Tarek Skubal today, Ian?
I don't. I'm not. That's a... You know what? What the hell? I'll just start there for a second while we wait for Torrey Horton. You brought it up. We'll start there.
All
right. I don't know what there is to complain about. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of people saying, well, the Dodgers were gifted, being the Dodgers and we're born on third base. I've seen that line used like 100 times already.
Right.
And they have the ability and maybe the want to spend more money than anybody else. They traded for a guy that's the 2-time Cy Young Award winner in the American League, knowing full well they're going to re-sign him. Not every team would have been able to do that.
Exactly.
Right?
That's the thing. I think that's the big thing. Obviously, anyone could have matched the trade package that the Dodgers gave out for him. But not a lot of teams would be willing to do that, knowing that they're not going to get him back because they know he's going to go to the Dodgers in the offseason.
That's the whole thing. Now, listen, we could complain from here until forever about the fact that, it's L.A. and maybe it's desirable for a player to go, but it's also desirable for a couple reasons. One, it's if people want to play for the Dodgers, historic team, Dodger Stadium, it's especially with LeBron gone, it's got to be the biggest thing going in L.A. right now, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think even when LeBron was there, the Dodgers were
number one.
I've been there enough times, over the years covering Seahawk games, especially, and whether it be preseason, regular season, even when we're covering the Chargers games there. Like, we would go out, and Dodgers games are a huge deal. Like, on TV everywhere. You don't have to ask the bartender to turn it on. It's like they're the main game in town.
Yep.
And I think there's a desire for a lot of players probably to be in a situation like that. Oh, they win. I should mention that.
Yeah.
They win. That helps.
Yeah.
And they'll spend money. Now, the question about their ability to spend money, and we'll talk to Chris. We'll get into this maybe with Chris in the 2 o'clock hour.
That's what I was thinking,
Wait and see. But I'm not mad at the Dodgers. The system itself, is it broken? Probably.
Yes.
I don't buy into. I'm not going to subscribe to the theory that, well, this is it. This is the straw that broke the camel's back. This will be the tipping point. For sure, we're going to have a lockout now. Yeah. Tarek Skubal going to the Dodgers is not the reason there's going to be a lockout. And it's not the tipping point. I don't think there's going to be a lockout either.
Probably makes it a little bit more likely. Yes.
Well, I think other owners. It's going to, the salary cap was going to be discussed whether Skubal went there or not.
True.
And I think that's part of the issue here, right? Is that people are they keep going back to the salary cap. Anders, I can't get upset about it.
Yeah.
And here's the other reason I can't get upset about it. They're in the National League.
Yeah, it's true.
I really don't care.
If you're worrying about it, that means you're in the World Series, right?
I told that. I said that to Greg in Crosstalk. He brought it up, and I said, you know what? Here's the biggest. If we here in Seattle find out that Tarek Skubal is an issue and a problem for the Mariners, for our local team, well, the only way that happens is if you're seeing them in October in the World Series.
Yeah.
And then that would be the first time in 50 years of the franchise you're in the World Series. And if Skubal beats you twice in the World Series, okay, whatever.
Fine.
I'll take my chances there. And, hey, we got to the World Series. We're good, right? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of things that make no sense to me over the last few days, Anders.
Yeah.
That one is at the top of the list. The other one that, and I don't know where you fall on this, and I'll see what the boys say as well. The Castillo trade, I'm not gonna applaud anybody for a salary dump. I'm just not. Yeah. And that's what it was. It's 100% a salary dump. They wanted to get out from the next couple of years of his salary. I get that. I'm just going to look back at not Castillo this year. I'm going to look back at the rock that we had since he got traded here on trade deadline day a few years ago.
Yep.
That was a dude that was an absolute monster, especially in big games, and by the way, in the postseason.
Yes.
Just carried your ass in those regards, and that's it. To me, I think that's a dude. I know he's down this year.
Yeah.
The 6-man rotation's goofy. I get all those things. He's just a dude, man. Yeah. And you could tell he was upset. You could tell the players were upset.
Yes, they were.
Because players aren't dumb. They know.
Yeah.
They're looking around going, well, we have a 6-man rotation. You're also one Bryce Miller floating particle in his elbow away from being to a 4-man rotation.
True.
Right? And for a team that I think is trying to contend.
Yes.
So you've got that going on. I don't know. I just can't applaud him. I can't applaud him for that. Hold that thought, though. I think we got Torrey Horton coming over in a second.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So but that's honestly, Anders. At the end of the day, Taylor Ward makes him better.
Yeah, he does.
Castillo was a salary dump. None of those guys make them better necessarily. Right. A so-so
Dominguez maybe, but
that's.
maybe.
I mean, that's a all caps maybe as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, we'll see. But yeah, I think we're going to check in just a sec. Torrey Horton is here. How are you, Torrey? Good to see you. I'll have you throw that headset on. We're live on KJR here. Go ahead and do that. I'll tell you, Seahawk fans, watching him walk out here, no limp, watching him in practice, it's a good thing. He's all good out there. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
All right. Torrey Horton joining us, Seahawk wide receiver. We were just going over the numbers from your rookie season. I don't know, 6 touchdowns in 8 games. That's okay on a broken leg?
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice.
Hey, let's go back. I know you told the story the other day at the podium, but for our listeners who haven't heard the podium audio and all the Seahawk fans out there, it was a strange thing last year. You came in, your first ever catch in the NFL is a touchdown in Pittsburgh. You get going, this guy, he can return punts, everyone's excited, and then boom, you're out, leg injury, and Mike McDonald kind of kept it hush-hush. What exactly was going on?
Yeah, kind of started off as like a shin splint that kind of just got worse over time, and that was something that was kind of new to me. I never really had shin splints, and it got to the feeling where it felt worse than like actual shin splints by week 3, of course, and then through that week 3 to week 9, I kind of just been trying to rough it out and go out there and perform. And after the Commanders game, I kind of took the time to get it checked out myself, because getting out of bed that morning, it was real hard to walk on it. So I actually got it checked out and found out that it was cracked, and that was just something that kind of just shut it down.
So let me 2 things. One, your last game, the Commanders game, 4 catches for 48 yards and 2 touchdowns on what effectively was a broken leg.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it was cracked.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it was.
That's nuts.
Yeah,
that's nuts, man.
I was the little Toradol pills.
Each
game. So
were you hiding it a little bit from in terms of the pain, the severity of it? Because for them to have you're out there and then boom, you're shut down, 2 weeks on the inactive list and then on IR and away you go. I'm guessing that you're kind of hiding it from coaches and trainers and just trying to fight through it.
Yeah, just a little bit. Of course, some players and them seeing the limp, and it was a little I'll run a play, and after the play, I kind of limp off to the sideline or the field, and players and some coaches will kind of see that, and I just say, it's just a little bit of a shin splint I got going on, and just kind of keep going on the next play mentality. And I kind of felt like I was just toughening it out, and it kind of just got to the point where I couldn't fake it anymore. It was it got too bad.
Was part of that just because you felt something special was going on here and you wanted to be a part of it?
Yeah, it was a great, just a great group of guys, and me coming in as a rook, all I wanted to do was to, play my role and do the best I can for the team, and just show them what I could do to help provide for the team, and I just wanted to be there for the team and just make sure I was in just to give them that sight of such what a good mindset, player, teammate, character I have to help with the success of the organization and things like that. So, once it got to that point where I felt like I couldn't go no more, I actually went and got it checked out, because the last thing I want to do is put, anyone or even myself at a disadvantage, and, possibly hurting the team rather than helping the team.
So you did. I mean, there's a selfless nature to that as well. And, when you're talking about doing whatever else, we had D'Anthony Bell on last week, and I was amazed by his attitude. He gets cut. He's still texting guys. He's not part of the actual Super Bowl game. He still gets a ring. You get a ring. And, I mean, you guys both contributed last year. He started 2 games. And it's just there's this thing that permeates through this organization. In a day and age in which a lot of athletes are look at me. And like everyone's going to look at you guys tomorrow on Hard Knocks, right? And you're going to be front and center. But this is a very kind of, I would say, almost subdued team in some ways, and it is about the team and the selflessness. Does that come from the coach?
Yeah, it starts off from Mike, and he does a great job of how he starts off the meetings, and he lays that foundation of what he wants this team to be. And I feel like it's the players itself and coaches, we kind of take accountability on each other, and we want to be different from every other team. And you could just tell by just how we are on the field, around the locker room, even outside of here, is just guys that's always connecting and just being there for each other. We're joking around, we're chopping it up with different position groups. Like, it's not just receivers with receivers all the time. We'll go and mess with the D-line, or we'll go and mess with the linebackers. It's things like that that's that separates us from everyone else. And just the little things that we do to just to take our mind off of football and getting to know each other outside of the game of football. And I feel like that's just that the foundation that Mike wants us to build as a as a team, of being that connected together. Because once we go out there for season, we go to war, we know what we got on the line and who we got next to us, and what we playing for. So I feel like we've been doing a great job.
Torrey Horton with me, Ian Furness with you this afternoon at Seahawk headquarters. Torrey, do you have two rods in the same leg?
I got one rod. Yeah,
okay.
I got one rod. It goes from from the knee to the ankle, and then I got one nail that's kind of holding it there.
Can you get through a metal detector? Okay.
I gotta let them know that I have.
Do you really?
Metal. Yeah.
That's
so
wild.
Every time I fly, I gotta tell them I have metal.
So, in all seriousness, we're watching you out there. I think one of the highlights for a lot of people on day one of training camp, 15 walks out on the field, helmet in hand, no PUP, you're ready to go.
Yeah.
How healthy are you compared to not just last year, obviously, but even going back to college when you were banged up a little bit? How healthy are you compared to those years?
I feel great. Just the hard work that I've been doing with the trainers and things like that since I had the surgery. Of course, missing OTAs and things like that. Coming in every day with the same mindset of getting better each day.
Yep.
And, finally working out, being able to, finally lace up and have a helmet in hand to go out there with the team. It feels great to be out there. So I just feel like it was just a lot of hard work and, unseen work that was kind of, just kind of underground. But that's when, those diamonds and roughs, kind of start to shine. So I just feel like, it's a huge shout out to the trainers and things like that who's kind of, been with me throughout that whole process and getting me to, where I'm at right now.
Torrey, we're going to go behind the scenes with Hard Knocks. Go behind the scenes. When did they give you the thumbs up, the full clearance? Hey, we're not putting you on PUP. You're going to be out there for that first Saturday practice. And how did that conversation go, and what went through your mind?
Yeah, it's kind of how some of the young guys kind of return a little earlier than the vets. So it's part of the injured and then the rookies who return back earlier with the QBs. And, the ultimate test was doing some of those practices, which were, of course, more slowed down, but still had some high intensity plays. And that was pretty much the ultimate test of is he going to go out there and, perform and run routes and feel good, doing that and going out there and, feeling great. Of course, still got the little rep count, but that's just small steps of improvements. And, once they told me that after the last RIV practice before the vets came back that, hey, you're good to go. We're going to give you the green light to start training camp. It was just a bunch of excitement. I actually didn't even tell my family I got the thumbs up because I just wanted it to be a surprise to them because they just know how hard I've been working in the off season. Just kind of been dialed in the whole time. Didn't really take any trips to, enjoy the off season. It was my main focus was to, make sure my health was good and make sure the leg was good to go. So, the hard work paid off, and I wouldn't go back and say dang, I wish I, took a trip because, I'm way more excited that I'm actually back on the field.
That's really good. David Strickland's the head trainer out here. Give him a shout out. I mean, David and Mackenzie and the rest of that's a great medical staff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They don't get enough credit for what they do with you guys. Before I let you go, so you're healthy and again, we'll go back. A return touchdown and 5 receiving in the 8 games you play. That's 6 touchdowns in 8 games. Rashid Shaheed comes in with you injured. They re-sign him. We know Cooper Kupp looks different this year. I might be wrong there. And then I think you have the Offensive Player of the Year, if I'm not mistaken, number 11, JSN. When you go into that receiver room and you're looking around, what goes through your mind?
Man, just a bunch of competitors. We all have different traits, and we all like to feed off each other. And just the depth. We have a whole great group of guys in that room, and you can even see in training camp we're all feeding off each other. We're all excited for each other, and I'm excited about this year. It's a lot of things out there that we could mess around with and do, and just having that many weapons and pieces to throw into an offense is crazy. So like I said, I got a lot of faith in Brian and what he got cooking up, and I'm excited about the year. So, finally getting all together and going out there with this group of guys is going to be exciting year.
Who returns kicks? You or Rashid Shaheed? That's a good problem to have.
Yeah, that's a great problem. But hey, we don't know. Whoever it is, we know that we're going to get the job done. So we're excited about that.
I got one more for you. What Cooper Kupp?
Yes.
What is he like as a teammate in your position group for a young guy, second year? Is he, you hear the cliche, coach on the field, maybe it's in the film room. What is it like having that a future Hall of Famer sitting there that's on your team, on your side?
Man, yeah, Captain Coop for real, man. This dude he's everything you can ask for as a vet. You can even see from JSN game last year on how much he's improved, and having that stellar year he had. I feel like that's a huge part with Coop coming in and just guiding us and helping us through his vision of things. And Coop is such a smart guy. He knows football from the front to the back of his hand, and you could go out there and ask him anything. He's going to give you, what he thinks about things. And, you see a lot of guys pulling Coop, asking, how do you feel about this route, or how you feel about this run scheme, and how you approach, certain techniques and things like that. And, he's just just a great player and just a great human being, to be honest, just to be around. I still remember to this day getting drafted. He was the first dude who texted me and said, "Welcome to the team." Yeah.
Wow.
And, me growing up watching him, just watching him play and at the highest stage, Triple Crown, all that, it just shows how humble he is, always wanting to get better and want to put his best foot forward for the team, and just a all-around team guy. And he's still out there making plays and things like that. And man, we always joke around with him, and we mess around, call him Unk, but we know he not really Unk. He looks great, and we just got none but the utmost respect for him because of what he's, laid down and in that receiver room. It's like he laid his own foundation in the receiver room on how we attack every day and how we attack the film board and things like that, and just being smarter than just going out there on abilities. Sometimes you don't need to just use pure athleticism if you're just that smart on the field to, take less stress off your body and just do it the smart way of getting open or, executing blocks. And that just something that you kind of take in as a young guy from a vet like him. And, it's like, damn, like those little things do work out. And that's just, piece by piece that he teach, everybody in the receiver room, even Jax. And I feel like, it's for sure a golden gem that we got in the room that's kind of like unseen or, not as noticed, but it is a huge part of our success of him being there.
Did you remind him that you watched him growing up?
Oh, yeah.
Just to date him a little bit?
Man, I for sure told him I watched him growing up, man. Coop is, man, I don't know how nobody watched Coop, man. He has some great, great times.
He's special.
Man. Yeah,
he's special. It's a heck of a room. You guys are going to put together, I think it's very under the radar, flying under the radar, what that receiver room is going to be like this year. A healthy Torrey Horton, JSN, Rashid Shaheed in the offense, and all the offseason, all the training camp. Quarterback's not bad either. So you guys are going to be just fine. Hey, listen, $1 million smile. He's healthy. 15's back out there, fans, and he's raring to go. And we saw what he could do with a broken leg last year, effectively, a fractured leg. We saw what that was. So I won't put anything on you, but, man, a healthy Torrey Horton. I can't wait to see what you got going on.
I'm excited.
Have a great year. Thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate you. Thank you, guys.
That's Torrey Horton joining us, and we'll take a quick break, come back with more 93.3 KJR FM.
Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, back to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Ian Furness with you. Anderson Hurst back in the studios of 93.3 KJR FM on Elliott Avenue. Do me a favor real quick. Just we're going to get back to Seahawks. We'll do a lot of baseball starting at 1 o'clock. But there is a reliever that maybe the Mariners might have been targeting, but he's not available now. Where'd he go?
Yeah, Luke Weaver was someone who I was looking at. And unfortunately, he's looking like he's going to the Pirates instead. He was from the Mets. Really? He has 2 years left on his deal, or a year and a half, I guess you could say. So Mariners are not getting that reliever that I wish they were.
Okay, well, we got Molly Wop coming up at 1. Chris will be with us until 2:45 today, or maybe even 3. We'll keep him through crosstalk in case something happens. Just we'll have him around. One of the things I'm going to talk to him about, getting to the Dodger stuff, is their farm system also must be decent enough where they can get guys moved and do things.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I mean, that's part of. Can't be mad because people are doing their job well. All right, just real quick, the Torrey Horton popped on a moment ago here at Seahawk training camp. First of all, I hope you enjoyed the interview. Anders, I hope you enjoyed the interview. I thought he was really good.
Fantastic,
just
yeah.
Really well-spoken and really just great answers. Stuff about Cooper Kupp was awesome. I mentioned this to Anders in the break. We've been, and I'll be honest, I'll take you behind I'm pretty judicious who I ask for out here. I mean, there are some bigger names we could go for and ask, or starters, I want dudes that have a story to tell. I want guys that I know can talk a little bit. I heard him on the podium last week, and I'm like, we haven't had Torrey Horton on since draft day, I don't think. Right? Since last year when he got drafted in spring of 2025. And, the story of playing with the broken leg, basically. Wow. Shin splints that turned into
shin splints are no, small thing.
I've had them. A lot of people had them. They're no fun.
They suck.
To get him to the level, and then he's got a stress fracture.
Yep.
Now he's got a rod in his leg. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And this guy looks phenomenal out there right now, and the work he put in. But what jumped out at me, Anders, is I'm asking him about, he powered through that through 8 games. He powered through it through 8 games, and then finally said, I got to shut her down. I'm done. I got to shut it down. And, man, you look through there, he won a couple games with nothing burgers. The Jaguar game, the Texans game, he didn't put up he didn't get a catch in those games. I'm not sure if he had a return. I'll have to check and see. But he was active. He played in those games. And actually the Texans game he did not. I think he was inactive for that game. Oh no, Jaguars game. Sorry, the Jaguars game he was inactive.
Got it.
But the Commanders, and he comes off for the Commanders game, and the last game he plays, 4 catches for 48 yards, the 25-yard touchdown, if you remember. The guy was a machine, and put up all kinds of numbers playing on really one leg. Imagine what this guy will do. But he also was kind of hiding the injury, trying to limp around. He wanted to come back. You could tell he wanted to come back, and I thought what he said there was really key. He goes, "Yeah, I'm hurting the team. I got to get it fixed.
Yeah,
I'm not helping." And that's a selfless thing to do because, as he said, there was a feeling at that time that this team had something going, had something special going, and yet he shut her down on his own and finally went to the guys and said, you got to look at this more, and they did, and they found the stress fracture. They kind of kept it under wraps, and then he was done for the rest of the season. They put him on injury reserve 2 weeks later, and we didn't see him again. Just listening to him speak, all the guys we've talked to so far, I think it does bleed down. I asked him about Mike McDonald. It bleeds down from Mike McDonald. It's just the selfless way that this team goes about its business. And every team has its own personality. Every team has its own way of doing things. And it'll be interesting to see. By the way, we'll give away we had a cornhole set from HBO.
Yes, sir.
For Hard Knocks. We'll give that away tomorrow on the air, on the show. The first episode of Hard Knocks is tomorrow night on HBO. It'll be interesting to see what these guys, how they're portrayed in that show, because they come across to me as, I'm going to use a term here, but it's an endearing term, kind of boring.
Yeah.
Honestly.
In a good way. In
a very good way. They're just so businesslike. And he said it comes from the coach.
Yeah.
JSN's the most unassuming superstar in the league.
Right.
He just is. Which I love. There's a lot of, we all know the receiver position. It's the most diva position in all of sports.
Right.
He ain't that guy.
Right.
In any way. I mean, he just is. He is. He
wants to win.
Guy.
That's it.
Wants to win. And there's teams. We always look back at the Super Bowl team of 2013, and the big personalities and the egos, and everybody wants their money and all that. And these guys will get paid. They know they're going to get paid.
Sure.
But you can live with that with as talented as they were. Handful of Hall of Famers on that roster. You know what? Richard Sherman can walk around like that. Earl Thomas, Cam, those guys can walk around like that.
Yeah.
The guys that can't were the guys we've had here up until the last couple of years. Jamal Adams can't act like that.
Right.
Just can't.
It's true.
Like, dude, you aren't that guy.
Right.
You just are not that guy. And that kind of translated into some other guys in the locker room. And
A little bit of Geno Smith, maybe, too.
Geno Smith turned into that guy. Russ was that guy a little bit at the end, too.
Yes.
You know, like here's the thing with Russ. For all those that get upset when we criticize Russ, and by no means, listen, Russ got this team to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
This team doesn't maybe win a Super Bowl without Russell
Best
Wilson.
quarterback in franchise history, period.
He was great. 2012, final 6 games, unbelievable. 2013, he won some games for these guys. He just did. Got him back to the Super Bowl the next year with some miraculous plays, especially in the Green Bay game. Trusting his receivers, even though Curse had 4 balls go through his hands for picks and everything else. Russ was great. But somewhere along the way, Russ lost his way. And you know what the best example of that is? If Russ was a little more selfless, had checked the ego at the door, had just tried to be, been the team guy that you would hope guys would be, Russ would have a job right now in the NFL, not on TV.
Yes, he would.
Like he would be a backup somewhere and making good money. Now, look, probably a good decision. I think he's gonna be great at TV. I really do. I think if he's coachable in TV, if he listens to the producers and the guys that know television, and is actually genuine, he could be great in television. He could be phenomenal.
Yeah.
So I hope he is. But the point is this: the selfless world that he was once in kind of went away, and all those guys. I think part of it here, the quarterback is that way. He's been through. He talked about it last week. He was on with Softy and Hugh, and Darnold was talking about all that. Because I've had some real lows in this league. Like he admitted that unprompted to Dave and to Hugh, and I think he appreciates everything right now more so than a lot of guys in his position around the league. And it trickles down from him to the players, but it all comes from the coach, man. The team flying under the radar, which is the strangest thing in the NFL, is a team that returns mostly an intact roster that won a Super Bowl last year.
Right.
And yet, what'd you tell me? Madden has them 10th?
10th overall, yep. And you don't. And the funny thing is,
that's just that's laughable.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, it's like if that were to happen, like you mentioned, to the kind of the old guard, the LOB era. Yeah. Could you imagine what would be being said right now about no one's giving us a chance, everyone's overlooking us, and
they'd be barking every day.
Every day.
I think these guys like it.
Yeah,
I think they like to fly under the radar. I think they like the underdog mentality. Hell, did you see this today? This is another great. We'll wrap it up with this.
Yeah.
The dumbest thing in the world is the NFL top 100 list.
Oh, God, I know.
And here's where it became stupid.
Yeah.
Devin Witherspoon is not in the top 100. I think they showed the guys that just missed, like the 10 guys that just missed.
That's so stupid, man.
He's 109.
Oh, my God.
Devin Witherspoon is 109.
Yeah.
You're not paying attention, But the funny thing is, Devin, he might be the loudest voice on the field in a game.
Right.
He's always chirping. He's always talking. And yeah, for him to be not even in the top, I kept looking at this list going, well, okay, whatever. I think, what do they have, 2 guys so far?
Yeah.
I think they just have 2. I think they
Leonard
just have
Leonard
Williams and Ernest Jones, right? There's only like 20 spots left. They won the Super Bowl.
Are you sure that? I mean, that sounds so diabolical that Devin Witherspoon's not in the top.
He was like 109. He was like right next to like Tyler Warren.
Jeez.
Is what it was. Yeah, it's ridiculous. But that's okay.
Yeah.
This guy will use that for motivation.
Oh my God.
Right?
107. Are you? Oh my God. That's so bad.
Can you believe that?
That is so bad.
He is one of the premier defensive players in the league. He's arguably the best defensive player on what was the best defensive team in the league last year.
Yeah.
and he's not in the top 100. So, yeah, you go figure that one out. Huh? That's why these lists are stupid.
They're so
but
stupid.
But you know what? I just gave it 3 minutes,
Yeah,
so I'm the dumb one here, not the NFL. They got me talking.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back, wrap up hour number 1. We're getting ready for a Mollywop Monday on a Monday, coming up at 1 o'clock with Nate and Chris. Stand by for that. Don't forget, you can text in your thoughts, comments, questions, concerns, 49451. That is the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. And we'll take the talkbacks as well. Go to the iHeartRadio app, red microphone, speak into it at 93.3 KJR FM. We'll get some talkbacks coming up. Love your thoughts on Seahawks, also certainly on the trade deadline. 49451, Tacoma Dodge text line, and then talkbacks as well. We'll do those at 2:30. Wrap up hour 1, getting ready for a little mollywop on a trade deadline day. Let's go. That's coming up at 1 on 93.3 KJR FM. Sixth straight loss, most in franchise history. That was on Saturday night. Storm faced New York Liberty tonight. Speaking of long losing streaks, I think they've lost 38,000 in a row. And Poach is back. The U.S. men's national team keeps their coach. That's a good thing.
Yes, good thing.
That's a very good thing for the U.S., despite the earlier than hoped for exit this year. All right, it's a trade deadline day. We got to get to the boys. Mollywop Monday.
It's Monday, and that means one thing. It's time to mollywop. Uncensored, unscripted, and filled with the passion that all Mariners fans can relate to. And brought to you by the company that's all about Seattle sports. Simply Seattle. Visit simplyseattle.com for the best Mariners gear. Now with the Mollywop boys, Nathan Bishop and Chris Crawford. With My Oh Why, here's Ian Furness.
Yes, sir. The Mollywoppers are here on a trade deadline day Monday, brought to you by Simply Seattle, simplyseattle.com. Mollywop 15 at checkout for your discount. I am at Seahawks headquarters, Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Training camp continues. No fans out here today. Nice and quiet, so we can kind of get a nice good little feedback here with the boys here for Mollywop Monday. Help me out, Chris, Nathan, either one of you. Have we ever had an official Mollywop Monday on a trade deadline day before?
No. I don't think so.
No. So this is fun. This is really fun.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You can hear our energy in that answer there. Ian.
Or will it be?
Yay.
All right. Hey, before we get to trade deadline stuff, and we'll get a lot of topics to get to, and by the way, we're going to keep Chris. We'll turn Nathan loose after the second segment, but we'll keep Chris around for the 2:00 hour just in case stuff happens and the trades are made, names that we don't know. That's why he's here. He'll tell us who they are and if they make sense for Seattle or anybody else, especially teams in the American League. So all that's coming up. Before we get to that, let's just talk about the week that was for the Mariners and how things kind of looked and how they transpired over the week. Of course, we saw they won 2 out of 3 over the weekend. Before that, not so good with the Dodgers series. So let's get opening thoughts on the week that was. Before we get to trade deadline, let's talk about on the field. First, Nathan Bishop, fire away.
Yeah, I feel like the team played one good game last week. It was the 5-home run outburst against the Dodgers, which was really, I mean, when I say one good game, that was legitimately arguably the most fun game of the season so far. Like, that was just a blast. You go into the stadium of the best team in the universe and you go toe-to-toe with them, big bashers going left and right. As we've always been talking, and I've always been saying, Dom Canzone once again to the rescue, saves this team by hitting 2 home runs, and they get a great victory. The rest of the time, they looked like butt. They look like they've looked for the last month and a half or so. They got a win on Saturday because the Twins forgot how baseball is played and what the rules are. And then yesterday they, really felt very 1996 Mariners, honestly. Just having a bullpen come out and just hemorrhage runs after your offense gets some big hits. But credit to the guys. So that's the thing about on Sunday. So we've seen this team falter before in the past years. We've talked a lot about that, but invariably they have always been able to pull themselves out of it. Well, this year it feels like they just haven't been able to pull themselves out of the crap. But Sunday, that felt like the kind of thing of where we're not beholden to momentum. We're not beholden to the past. We can choose to just change what's happening right here and right now. And that's what they did in the bottom of the ninth. And they really needed it because the Houston Astros are in first place in the American League West, which if that holds, straight up one of the most embarrassing things that's ever happened in the Jerry Dipoto tenure. If the 2026 Houston Astros win the AL West, that's, I mean, just, I would say just hang him up and retire, but we all know that Jerry's not allowed to be fired or to leave. Even if he wants to leave, he can't. He's like baked into the walls at this point. They'd have to tear down the stadium and fumigate it, so he can't go anywhere. So, but either way, it would be very embarrassing if the Astros won, but we're going to pivot to the thing that gets talked about later today, I'm sure. But the thing that this team needs to do is get a whole heck of a lot better as far as of a roster, because we've seen over 110 games now of them just being, I don't know, the least enjoyable baseball team to watch since at least 2019. Feels very 2018 to me this season. So it's just gross. It needs to get better.
All right, Chris Crawford, fire away.
I'm going to just go quick because I want you to get to all your trade deadline stuff. I think they were extremely fortunate to win both of those games yesterday, and in particular Saturday. And if not for Royce Lewis basically forgetting how to play baseball, the Mariners probably don't win on Saturday. It's the stupidest thing I've seen a non-Mariner do in a very, very long time, and I'm super appreciative of it. Thank you so much, Royce. Gift basket is in the mail. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And the Mariners have not had a hell of a lot of luck, if we're just being honest. Have they played well? Of course not. But have the Mariners had a bunch of good breaks? No. So it was kind of nice to see a couple of good breaks. Now, you got to play good baseball. And this is going to be a gauntlet in August. It's going to be really, really tough. But you got some winnable games coming up. And you know what? It's awesome to see the Houston Astros take over first place. While Nathan is 100% correct, it would be embarrassing as hell if they win the division. The cool thing is the Mariners are going to win the tiebreaker against the Astros. That's something that really matters here, too. As long as they don't completely STB, I think the Mariners are going to win that tiebreaker, and they've played well against Houston over the last couple of years. So that presents opportunity as well. That series against the Dodgers was just hot garbage outside of that first game, and it showed they're a long ways away, I think, from being World Series contenders, even if they make this trade or a trade in the next 2 hours that gets like a substantial thing, which who knows if they're going to do or not. I kind of doubt it. But it's just nice to still be in the conversation, because a bad series against Minnesota could have been, well, we would have been talking about a lot different trade deadline, I think.
Does it change anything, Chris, do you think, in their minds, that what ended up happening with the weekend series? Does it change anything, the fact that they won 2 of 3 and were able to kind of keep their heads above water? Does that change anything, Chris, in terms of how you think they approach it?
It probably shouldn't have, but I will say if they would have lost, if they would have been swept here, I think it changes a lot. Like the Luis Castillo trade certainly is going to happen either way, because I just think they really wanted to move that contract. And if you happen to get a reliever who can help you, so be it. But I don't think you see the trade they made today if they get swept by the Twins or even lose 2 of 3 against the Twins. I think they would have been a very stand pat organization. And now you put yourself more into the position of buyer. We'll see exactly what happens over these next 2 hours. And by the way, guys, things can leak after those 2 hours as well. It takes a little bit for these trades to get processed. But yeah, I do think it certainly helped their position to win 2 games against a Twins team that's been playing pretty darn well, whether they deserve to win those games or not.
Nathan, do you think it should have changed their thinking? As you just said, they've scuffled through 119 games or whatever it is so far and have looked kind of the same all year. I mean, did anything even have changed your attitude about this team over the last three days?
No, because probably wrongfully, but just because I'm stubborn and because my eternal stance on all of this is that the Seattle Mariners should be doing whatever they can do in order to make the first World Series in franchise history as soon as they possibly can. And since they're only 3 games out of first place in the world's worst division and they've got plenty of wild card opportunity, they should sell anybody. Anybody should be for sale in order to make this team better. The American League is trash still. There's still no great teams out there, even with Boston surging and getting Adley Rutschman today. There's no reason that this team can't get hot in the playoffs and go make the World Series. So they should be doing whatever they can. Now, I was shaking my head at the beginning because I don't think that this weekend really moved the needle of what they are wanting to do, which is what they are doing, which is hedging, because that's what they like to do. They're hedging a lot.
Hey, the Astros just made a trade.
But they don't have a good farm system, Chris. How did they do that?
The Astros are acquiring Dalton Varsho from the Blue Jays, according to Chandler Rome of The Athletic. That's a very interesting move.
Thoughts on that real quick, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it improves their outfield defense. It's, because of how bad Texas has screwed the pooch here. And also Jacob deGrom declining a trade, I believe, to Atlanta. We don't know exactly where, but definitely invoking his no trade clause. Them seeing that they are absolutely in this when you probably could have had them as sellers earlier in the month. It doesn't move the needle or anything, but it's a very solid depth piece for a team that has dealt with a lot of injuries and does not have the greatest outfield defense. Dalton Varsho can go get it in the outfield.
Let me recap something real quick, because I just asked you guys effectively in 2 different ways the same question. Does it affect them at all, what they're doing? With the 3 games over the weekend, taking 2 or 3 from Minnesota. I wonder how, just wondering out loud, Nathan, I'll let you jump in first. I wonder how much Houston has changed its line of thinking in the last, say, 7 days.
Gosh, I mean, I don't know, because I feel like the Astros, and this is not a fact-checked opinion. I do actually try to do some research sometimes, but this is not one of those times that I've done that. Full caveat. I feel like Houston is always trying to be aggressive at the deadline. And I feel like the Astros, for better or for worse, I mean, they definitely, I was joking with Chris 30 seconds ago about them not having a good farm system. They just don't care, man. Like, it's not quite like the sense of like the Padres, where AJ Preller literally does not care about the farm system and will trade the kids for anything. But the Astros are trying to win every year during the season. Now they've cut back on their spending a lot. They've let some guys walk in free agency, but when the season is going, they are trying to win as many baseball games as they possibly can, even though they have, by all intents and purposes, an absolute barren wasteland of a farm system. They're still going to go out there and get better. And I bet that's the mindset that they've been thinking with until it really, 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 really flips bad for them.
All right, let's get to, we'll kind of go in chronological order starting over the weekend, and then we'll move into today's move by the Mariners. Again, it's trade deadline day. It's Mollywop Monday, brought to you by Simply Seattle. SimplySeattle.com. Mollywop15 is your discount code at checkout. Mollywop15. Type that in there. Go check stuff out at SimplySeattle.com. So the Mariners trade Luis Castillo over the weekend. They pick up a prospect catcher, an outfielder who was good 3 years ago and hasn't been in the bigs this season, and a possible addition to your bullpen in a leverage arm situation. I'm going to say this, and maybe you guys will just tell me I'm crazy. To me, it just screams salary dump. They wanted to get rid of Castillo's money off the books, 6 starters. We all know the situation with 6 starters, the piggyback and all of those things. I look at it a little bit different. I know he's had a little bit of a down year at Castillo. I get that. Dude was an absolute beast in some of the biggest games for this franchise since he came here from Cincinnati. An absolute warrior. I'm not going to – I understand why the move was made. I also worried with Bryce Miller, particles floating around in his elbow. I have this really bad feeling, and maybe it's because I've been a Mariners fan for 50 years. Like this really bad feeling they're going to go from 6 starters to 4 here pretty quick. You know, when all of a sudden Miller's pieces in his elbow start exploding or something. Like I just have that. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope I'm wrong. But I don't want to give a team. I'm not one that's going to applaud a team for dumping salary. I'm just not. I'm not giving them an A+ and wow, what a great move. They saved money. That's what this is about. Am I wrong, Chris?
No, not at all. Now, there are perks per se to doing that outside of financial stuff. Like you are going to a normal rotation. You are getting a reliever who is better than the Nick Davilas, who's better than those guys. But this was mostly salary, and it sucks because I got a bunch of comments on Mile Y after the trade about how, oh, we're so excited that we got rid of this contract. Guys, shut up. Just shut up. You're wrong. It's not good to be rid of a contract of a good player. And Luis Castillo is still a good player.
Thank you.
It's just ridiculous that to be so invested in John Stanton's bottom line that you think, oh, that's a good thing that we're getting rid of this guy. And, you know, does this trade maybe easier because of Cade Anderson and Ryan Sloan, the potential of them coming to help you? Yeah, I think so. And I'm super excited. And I think, honestly, Cade Anderson is better than Luis Castillo at this point. We'll have to see how it works out, but I'm a big believer in that talent. I think he's the best prospect in baseball, and I think that he should be pitching for the Mariners this year. But I'm very frustrated by the lack of appreciation for what Luis Castillo did for this franchise. I'm very disappointed that people care more about the financial outlook of the Seattle Mariners more than what's going to help the Seattle Mariners win the World Series. Because the Mariners didn't get better with this move. They at best pushed. At best, you pushed by gaining a guy who is better than those Davilas and those Cole Wilcox, and also added an extra arm now, right? Because the bullpen was a little hurt by going with this 6-man rotation. Anders has brought it up very well on his Locked On recaps, and it is something that you have to be cognizant of. But it's a salary dump. This wasn't a move to get better. I really like Boston Smith. I think he's a top 10 prospect in this system. But this is similar to me to the Paul Sewald trade, where I would have loved this trade in November or December. I don't love this trade on July 30th or whatever the hell date it was. It doesn't send the right message to me. Many disagree, but that's just how I feel about the situation.
Well, I mean, listen, they won 2 games after it, but you could see from the reaction of his teammates, they're not happy.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, they weren't happy with it. I mean, not quite to the Seawald level, but they weren't happy. Nathan, I'll let you go because I know you are concerned about ownership's bottom line and their profitability. So I'll let you go from there.
Yeah. I just can we just step back here for a quick second and just remind everyone as we're talking through this. You're talking, if you say that you like this trade for Seattle, what you're choosing to do is you are choosing to opt in to caring about a billionaire's money. That's what you have. There is literally no other argument for this trade other than, well, the Mariners exist in this artificial economic limitation set by their cabal of dorks from the 80s who had one good idea around the personal computer and have never done anything useful for humanity since. And that I have to opt into caring about all of that. And I don't have to. I want the Mariners to win the World Series. If they had paid all of Luis Castillo's contract this year and next year, could they have gotten way more talent back for him? Hell yes, they could have. Would they be a better team because of it? Hell yes, they would be. Would they have a better chance of winning the World Series for the first time ever? Hell yes, they would. I don't care about anything else. Screw the money. Screw these owners who make this team over and over and over again make this kind of decision. It sucks so bad. And if you disagree, just remember, these guys don't care about you.
Yeah.
They don't. The billionaires don't care what you think. That's all. Thank you.
Can I make one amendment to that real quick? Because I agree with everything Nathan said. The one thing I want to add, it's either caring about John Stanton's pocketbook or the naive, and I cannot stress the word naive enough, belief that, they're going to reinvest this. This is going to be a way for them to go
They've
get
never
more
done it.
players.
Never.
Number one, they've never done it. And number two, are you freaking kidding me that this ownership group is that cheap that they have to move Luis Castillo in order to go sign a couple of $10 million players? Are you freaking kidding me? Come on. Like,
can I just echo onto that one? Just remember yourself. Just go back in time. If you're older than 25 years old, when they traded Robinson Cano, what were we told? We're going to take those savings, we're going to stockpile them away, and when it's time to build a winner, we're going to spend them. Well, then when Manny Machado and Bryce Harper and Francisco Lindor and all of these great players became available, the Mariners didn't even bleeping try to sign those guys. Never even tried. They sat on that money and they squatted on it. They traded Gino for money break. They traded Jared Kelenic for a money break. They traded all of these guys just to save money that they then squat on and don't do crap with it. You don't buy it ever. By
the way, Chris Larson's on line 1 from Microsoft. He might want to talk to you real quick about that.
How's Microsoft doing these days, Chris?
Its stock's doing really well right now, so I can't say anything too negative. But
Windows 11 sucks. I'd rather have Windows 10.
Windows 11 does suck. Well,
because Chris brought your name into this mix, Anders, I'll let you fire off on the Castillo trade real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. My thought is both things can be true. I don't want to trade Luis Castillo, but if you are in the mind that you have to, which again, I don't want to, I guess you could say they were able to get rid of his contract while getting at least something in return. But at the end of the day, I wanted to keep this guy. I think, honestly, you could make an argument that Luis Castillo would have been a better bullpen arm than Sir Anthony Dominguez at this point. It's just a question of what you wanted to do there. And the biggest thing is what Nathan just said. If you were going to trade him, actually go and make your team better, right? You could have eaten some money and gotten a much better return to go and win the World Series this year, right? And that didn't end up happening. So, yes, I get it. You're looking at Cade Anderson. You want him to come up. You already have 6 guys or 5 now after the trade, so that's going to be something that you're looking forward to. But Ian mentioned it too. You could easily go from 6 to 4 really quickly, and Cade Anderson has an innings cap, as we've all kind of figured out at this point as well. So It's not like he's going to come in and instantly be, a savior to this team or anything like that. So, and the big thing for me is it's another clubhouse presence that you're getting rid of, and we've seen how fragile this clubhouse is at this point. So you got rid of Gino Suarez, who I think held this group together so much better than a lot of other people may have really anticipated at this point. And now you're getting rid of Luis Castillo, who everyone adores. So if nothing else, your clubhouse got worse.
All right, let's do this. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. They did make a move today that does help the baseball team immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can all agree with that with Taylor Ward. At least he helps with getting guys on base because he gets on base. That's a good thing. There's a proud tradition in Baltimore started by Brady Anderson many years ago that you hit a lot of home runs one year and then none the next. He's falling into that category, but he does get on base, leads the American League in walks as well. We'll talk about Taylor Ward and look ahead to the trade deadline, which comes up at 3 o'clock on 93.3 KJR FM.
Yeah, you're clear.
FM.
All right, we are back. It is Mollywop Monday, brought to you by Simply Seattle. SimplySeattle.com. Mollywop 15 at checkout. All right, boys, here we go. Chris, fire away. Taylor Ward.
Taylor Ward is somebody Mariner fans should be pretty familiar with because he used to beat the crap out of him for a long time. And, you know, the Baltimore makes the trade there. They give up Grayson Rodriguez, and they assume they're getting the 30-plus homer guy that he was last year and a guy who draws a good amount of walks. They got the walks, and they got none of the power. But this is a guy who, like Ian mentioned before the commercial break, draws a ton of free passes. He has an excellent approach at the plate. The power just hasn't been there. But what he does, and I know Mariner fans, you're going to just scream when you hear this. He gets on base, and he gets on base against left-handers. He has been a lefty killer for a long time. And I know you immediately think of Rob Refsnyder and Kristen Orfia and Donovan Solano and all these guys who just haven't worked out. But there's a little bit more of a higher track record than those guys and being a little bit closer to an upper echelon player, not an upper echelon player, but certainly compared to those guys, he's definitely, you know, the 3 to 4 win player. He's on pace to actually have his best season by WAR. It's a solid defensive player, gets on base, the type of guy you can hit first or second, or if he's sitting in near the bottom of your lineup, you know, that's not so bad either to have somebody who can turn that lineup over. He addresses a need. He's a fine defender. I imagine he'll get a chance to play a lot of right field, assuming their left fielder isn't traded in the next hour and a half anyway. It's a solid move, and you didn't give up anything really substantial to go get it.
Nathan, where are we, by the way, in the Refsnyder tracker? I think it was him and Pollock. Where are we at with that?
Oh, I'm so sorry. We actually stopped keeping track. We're now trying to track pre-IL Rob against post-IL Rob, and I think we're at 1 hit post-IL to 14 hits before the IL, so we've started a new tracker. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'll make sure that I report back. It sounds like he's a lot healthier now. We're all rooting for Rob. I'll just add that also with Taylor Ward, who I think the thing with Ward is obviously the on-base percentage, but like the track record, to Chris's point, is what I really look to. Like the fact that he's not hitting for power, the fact that he's offensively basically right-handed JP Crawford this year, both complimentary and derogatory, I would say, is abnormal for his career. Like whatever is going on with that power, and you never know, like just a change of scenery or another eye on the swing, somebody saying, hey, Taylor, XYZ, and then he unlocks that. I mean, what did he hit in 2025? 36 home runs?
Yeah.
The power is there, man. Like, I like it because he's not replacing anything in right field that you're going to miss. Like, and I'm not saying that to be a jerk about the guys that are probably not going to be playing in right field right now, but that's a huge need. If all Taylor Ward is what he is right now, which is, as I said, right-handed hitting JP Crawford with good defense, that's a huge improvement for this team. And then if he gets the power back down the stretch, man, it's a steal. They didn't give up anything to get him, man.
Well, Hoppy, come on now. Let's go.
Sorry. Mrs. Hoppy, if you're listening, I think your son's I hope he has a very long and fruitful career.
I mean, he could be a good high-leverage reliever someday, but I didn't see anything. And the fact he has no pitch to get left-handers out is a big concern because today's day and age, when you can't have a Tony Fostis in your bullpen, and Ian, I'm sure you love that reference, it makes it much more difficult to be a guy who can't get can't get hitters from both sides of the plate out. So it's very difficult for me to imagine that they regret this trade too much.
The two other guys they gave up, Chris, just organizational depth guys?
Keith Law told me that the 17th rounder guy, whose name I already forgot about, is a guy that some people have started to like. He's looked good in the ACL. So, you know, he's the one who has a chance to be a starter. Brock Moore has elite stuff, but just no idea where the hell that stuff is going. Like the walk rate is something like 6 for his MILB career. Probably just organizational depth, but the third player in the trade who's so good that I can't think of his name right now is probably the one to pay the most attention to.
Okay, let's do this in our final few minutes here before we let Nathan go. Mollywop Monday brought to you by Simply Seattle. SimplySeattle.com, Mollywop15 at checkout for your discount code, Mollywop15, SimplySeattle.com for all of your needs. Okay, Nathan, like realistically, in the final, what is it, just under an hour and a half, about 87 minutes to go before the trade deadline is here and gone. Nathan, what would you like to see them do? Like, just realistically, what do you think they need to do? What would you like to see them do here? And I'm not even talking about specific players, just in general terms, what do you want to see them do?
Yeah, I would love to see. I mean, there's so many different ways that you could go with this, and I'm not saying that the list. I don't expect this list that I would give to be fully checked off. But any one of another high leverage reliever would just be a godsend. I'm not counting Sir Anthony Dominguez. I think he could be if everything goes right. He could be that guy, but he hasn't been. So there's not a reason to think that he will be. So a high leverage reliever would be fantastic. A right-handed hitting infielder who can actually play some defense. And God forbid, I mean, honestly, if I'm dreaming. I can't remember how in depth we've talked about this on the show. I would love to see a major league shortstop. And this is not a shot at Colt Emerson, who I absolutely love. The kid does not belong in the position that he's in this year right now. It reminds me of 2015 Mike Zunino. It's just not a good fit in 2026. So a right-handed hitting shortstop would probably be the dream acquisition for me. I just don't think that that's very realistic because there's not a lot of those guys out there.
All right, Chris, take that and run with it. How realistic and what Nathan said is out there right now?
It's somewhat realistic. The reliever thing is still there. Like, there's still plenty of relievers. I really wanted them to get Luke Weaver. Unfortunately, the Pirates offered a very good prospect, and good for the Pirates for making a move and trying for the first time in what seems like 80 years. The infield thing is the most interesting thing to me because I wholeheartedly agree. And I don't care if it's a right-handed hitter, a left-handed hitter, somebody who somehow just stands in the middle of the plate and twerks. Like, I don't care. Like, I just want a good infielder. If CJ Abrams hits from the left side, I don't care that he's not right-handed. I want a guy like that. Like, Jeremy Pena could have been had a few weeks ago. That's not going to happen. And I doubt that they would have been willing to deal him to Seattle anyway. But, like, you got to go get another infielder. You cannot rely. Colt Emerson's defense has been at best okay, probably below that. And relying on Brendan Donovan, treating him like a trade deadline acquisition, and I swear to God, Jerry and Justin, if I hear that, nothing's going to happen, but I'm going to be really upset about it. Please do not tell me it's like a trade deadline acquisition. He's someone you already had. Shut up. I'm just telling you, it's a pre-shut up from Christopher Vincent Crawford. You got to go get a reliever is the most realistic thing. And if they're watching this bullpen right now and thinking that Sir Anthony Dominguez fixes everything and that you think that just getting Matt Brash in maybe 3 weeks back is going to be enough, no way in hell. There is no way in hell. Even if Ryan Sloan and Kate Anderson came up to help your bullpen, I'd still want to go get another arm because Bizzardo is clearly tired. It's so obvious. It may not be by velocity, it's by command. You can tell that there is so much middle, and the lack of spin. He's just giving up ding-dongs all over the place here. You've got to go get another reliever. It sucks that they weren't able to get a Weaver, but there are plenty of guys that you can go get to make this bullpen better.
I feel like Bizzardo's pitched in every game this year. Am I wrong in that regard?
Yeah,
or has he pitched every game?
That's actually
okay. All right. Okay.
Hey, man, Michael Rucker.
It just feels like, hey, it's a day that ends with Y, and Bizzardo's pitching again. That's
hey, you take Casey Legumina away from Dan Wilson, he's going to smash that Edward Bizzardo.
Let alone Carlos Vargas too. You kidding me?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
That's
And
true.
you take away Carlos Vargas. What's the man supposed to do?
Good.
Oh my gosh. All right. Let me throw the Mason Miller thing out there just for giggles. It doesn't feel like it's going to happen, but Nathan, like Mason Miller, would you be willing if they did give up one of their top two prized possessions in the minors, Sloan or Anderson? What would you think?
Well, first of all, it would be by leaps and bounds the most courageous thing that this front office has ever done as far as trying to actually leverage into a World Series winner. So I would begrudgingly acknowledge that and be very, 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 very excited for Mason Miller because we haven't seen a lot of reliever seasons in baseball like 2026 Mason Miller. It's pretty historic what he's been up to. But if it's Ryan Sloan, who I understand why everybody says he's the second best pitching prospect in baseball, or some people do, I think I can probably wince and deal with it. But if it's Kate Anderson, who should, as Chris said, be pitching in Seattle right now, now we're talking about trading a major league starter for a major league reliever. And unless it's the best reliever, which it is, or the worst starter, which it almost certainly is not, I have a really hard time getting behind that. But outside of Kate Anderson, I'm probably getting pretty excited if they.
What
trade
about if
for
it's
Mason
an
Miller.
Emerson Hancock?
Yes, I think I personally am okay with that. I think that one of the coolest, I'm such a negative guy, I know, but I really think one of the coolest things about the 2026 Mariners has been Emerson Hancock's season. I'm really happy for the guy, but I just don't know how I feel about this being his new baseline or the new normal for him. And what are you supposed to do when you're a big brain smart guy? You buy low and you sell high. So this feels like a sell high opportunity for Emerson Hancock.
Chris, is Miller not redundant? I mean, I know he's better than Munoz, but then you move Munoz into the high leverage role. I get that, but then you're going to get Brash back at some point. It just feels like, I mean, you got to get there first. You got to get to the ninth inning first.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, it would be really nice to say if you have Matt Brash and Mason Miller and Andres Munoz, if you have a lead after 6 innings, you feel really, really good, like beyond really good. You're going.
You
to
always win. Yeah.
You always win. And real quick on the Kate Anderson thing, just because the Padres are asking for him doesn't mean that's a serious thing. Like I asked for KJR to pay me when I co-host for Ian. It doesn't mean that I actually get it. Like that's not.
No, that would be nonsense.
You ask for things, you don't actually get them. Like the question for me would be, like, are you willing to move a Lazaro Montes for him? Are you willing to move like a Ryan Sloan? I would really struggle to move top 10 prospects for that guy. But I also think the Padres have a little bit of sunken cost fallacy because they gave up the number 2 prospect in all of baseball, the universal number 2 prospect in all of baseball to get him. So you may feel like, hey, we have to get a similar, if not better return in order to justify it. If you can do it without moving those 2 guys, though, Ryan Sloan and Kate Anderson, you have to do it.
Everybody else will be on the table for you.
Everybody else would be on the table, including their starting pitching. Like, if not for this Luis Castillo trade, I think George Kirby for Mason Miller would have been a really interesting one to talk about. It would have been a very fascinating one to talk about, but it's not one you can do now because you just don't have the starting pitching depth, in my opinion.
Nathan, I'll let you wrap it up. Chris is going to stick around for a while, but I'll let you wrap it up with this. If this is it, if moving Castillo and picking up Taylor Ward, if this ends up being it, thoughts?
It's a step backwards and a step forwards there overall, and I think it's a little bit different because you traded from a position. The player you traded was from a position of redundancy for starting pitching, and the player that you acquired was at a position of need in right field, corner outfielder. From an overall talent perspective, it's kind of a wash for me. Taylor Ward and Luis Castillo this year are spinning distance of approximations of each other, but it'd just be disappointing, man. This is another year where I feel like Mariner fans are getting to the deadline, and you guys have been right. You guys have pushed back on me. The last couple of years, this front office really has stepped up and made some really great acquisitions at the trade deadline. And it's a shame that their off seasons continue to put us in the position where we have to basically come here at every trade deadline and say they need to make 4 or 5 great acquisitions in order to build a decent roster. And the fact that this team, that they fell so short this past off season, along with their manager, that they're now in a situation where you can't super get upset if they don't go and add 4 or 5 more guys because they haven't played like it. So it's just a bummer, man. It's kind of in line with the whole season. If this is all that it is, it's just kind of a shuffling of deck chairs where the deck chairs are in a formation that makes a little bit more sense now for everybody to be able to see and talk to each other while they have dinner. But I don't know. It's just kind of a big wet for me.
I know Jerry's sitting in his office going, I heard what Nathan Bishop just said. Wait till he sees what I do. Wait till he sees what I do in the next 25 minutes. Or the hour and 20 minutes or whatever. That's what he's going to say. All right. Go sell a house. All right. Go sell a house.
Yes, sir. I will do so.
All right, that's Nathan Bishop. We're going to keep Chris around. We got a lot to get to. That's Nathan Bishop. Chris can stick around. Trade deadline day. We're at Seahawks training camp, Virginia Mason Athletic Center. They're on the field. I can't really tell you what they're doing because there's no fans here, and we're kind of restricted. But, oh, boy, man, what happened a minute ago? Wow.
Thanks, Ian.
Wow. I wish I could tell you. Ooh, man. Yeah, incredible. Actually, it's very quiet. Nothing has happened. They were doing some special teams drill a moment ago, and they've broken off into team positions. Okay, we'll take a break, come back. In the 2 o'clock hour, just to tease ahead, 2 o'clock hour, Chris, we're going to get into the Tarek Skubal thing. It's the worst thing ever for baseball, blah, 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 all that stuff. We'll do that in the 2 o'clock hour. We come back. We'll wrap up what the Mariners have done, what they could do. Trade deadline day, Major League Baseball, 93.3 KJR FM.
Clear.
It all comes down. It all comes down. Just in case you're wondering. Anders, are you, isn't the big boss in town or something?
sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Mariners win the series against Twins. They win the last two in walk-off fashion. They trade for Taylor Ward today. Major League Baseball deadline comes up in 57 minutes. They are off today. Are the baseball team? Is the baseball team? They back at it tomorrow against the Tigers. MLB, all kinds of trades. We'll get to those in just a couple seconds. By the way, former Mariner Robbie Ray going to San Diego from San Francisco.
Did they have tight enough pants for him?
No, they do not. Not down there. Not down there.
Yeah.
Notre Dame USC rivalry renewed beginning in 2030 in football. It was just unceremoniously dumped this year. Both sides were to blame, so they going to take a 4-year break and move on. So we should do with the Apple Cup, to be honest with you. Seriously, like why? Like what are we doing here? We're not going to play basketball anymore. What are we doing? Sounders lose to Portland for the 6th straight loss, most in franchise history, 2-1 on Saturday night. Down. God, did you see anybody see Jackson's post before the game on Instagram?
No. What was it?
It was a stand-up at Providence Park. That's what it's called, right? Providence Park?
Yes.
Yeah. He goes, I'm coming at you from the worst place on planet Earth.
He leans into it, man. Good for him.
He leaned so far into it. I was loving it. And then I'm rooting hard, and then it became evident as that second half went that we weren't going to. Yeah, it was. Yeah, the Tacoma Defiance couldn't get it done. Storm faced New York Liberty tonight. That'll be their 17,000th loss in a row.
Yep.
Poach is back. U.S. men's national team manager back under contract. He'll be here through the next World Cup, which is a good thing for the U.S. men. Let's move into our number 3.
Live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, this is KJR's special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the 2026 Boeing Classic, August 14th through the 16th. At the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Details at BoeingClassic.com. Now, here's Ian Furness on your home for the Super Bowl champion 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
I got to tell you, I was joking earlier about what was going on here at training camp with a little fake tease to everybody. But you know what I can tell you? In the last 2 hours, there is absolutely no doubt that the smoke from wherever, Eastern Washington, the Spokane fires up north of the border, it is real. Like when I got here today, we had blue skies, and now it's just a haze. Absolute haze over this. It's our state is in a really, really bad situation, and just thoughts certainly going out to everyone in Spokane County. A lot of friends and family over there for us and our family, and so far everyone's okay. But that's not the case for everybody. It's been really bad over there east of the mountains, and we knew this was going to be a bad year with the lack of snowfall and everything else, and it's proven to be that and then some. So hopefully they can get things under control in the near future, but not too promising over there. So. All right, let's move into hour number 3 with the trade deadline now 53 minutes and 45 seconds away. As Chris pointed out earlier, there can be stuff that will happen after 3 o'clock, but Softy will be on the air at that point in time. So let me – I heard a heavy
He
silence.
called me, I swear to God.
He will, 100%, because we're going to trade for somebody that nobody's heard of except for you, and so we'll need to get you on the air.
Fair.
Before we get to the Mariners – Let's have the Tarek Skubal conversation, Chris.
Sure.
Let's do that. I found it interesting that, there seems to be two sides of this in the baseball world. There's those that are just sideways at the Dodgers. What are we doing? Baseball's broken. Screw the Dodgers. And then there's the other side that says, well, I mean, other teams could have gone after him as well. I don't know how realistic that part of it is because you're not going to rent him if you're giving up a haul. The Dodgers, by all accounts, I think have a good farm system. You can tell me yes or no in that regard.
Very good.
Okay, so they're a good organization. Yes, they spend more money than anybody, but they're also a good organization. They're not the They're not the Vegas Golden Knights. Vegas doesn't develop players. Like they just don't. But the Dodgers do, and then they go out and buy guys. I laugh when I hear this will be it. This is why we're going to have a salary cap in baseball and all. This will be the tipping point. I'm like, the tipping point came years ago, if it ever happens, which is still, I'm highly doubtful that it ever will. But Chris, who is to blame here for the rich getting richer in Skubal?
So I totally understand the argument that this is boring. You know what I mean? To see one team getting all of these players. But I think what this points out more so is not the blame for the Dodgers going and making themselves better. Shame on the Detroit Tigers for giving up when they're right in the middle of this. Like, they are just as close as the Seattle Mariners to a playoff spot as the Detroit Tigers. Like, it is that I think they're a half game back. This will be a big series to determine some wild card standing stuff. And shame on the other teams who decided that they would prospect Huggy and that they would be not willing to improve their system to go get, in my personal opinion, the best pitcher in baseball. And if it's not him, he's in the top 3 at the very worst. And what it does is, the reason why it points out it's bad for baseball is it amplifies just how many teams truly aren't that concerned about winning and not concerned about hanging that pennant. That's what it points out to me. And by the way, just real quick on the salary cap thing, it's never going to happen. Like, never. It's a 0.00% chance. The only time salary caps happen is if you break unions, and the MLB union is still one of the strongest in baseball, or if you open your books and are willing to do exact revenue sharing, and not exact per se, but like 52-48, 53-47, that stuff. Major League Baseball is never going to open their books like that. It would open up a can of worms that would feed countries. And I'm sorry you have to eat worms to do it, but it would feed countries. It's bad for baseball because other teams should have been trying here. The Seattle Mariners should have been trying to get Tariq Skubal. The Boston Red Sox, a whole bunch of teams and perennial contenders should have been trying to get this guy. Shame on those teams for not trying, more so than shame on the Dodgers for actually giving a you-know-what.
Yeah, I agree with you. Anders, I'll let you jump in here in a second, but I agree with you. Here's my thought. First of all, with the Dodgers, are they supposed to not try? Like, that's the other thing. Like, like, people are mad at them. Like, well, why are you pissed at them? Like, are they supposed to just say, we're good, right? We're good. We're just gonna stand pat. No, man. Listen, they have the financial wherewithal to be aggressive. They have the equity, the everything behind the Dodger brand to do this. They know they can go out and re-sign the guy. You know there was tampering that took place. They talked to his agent before they made a trade. Is he going to re-sign? Yes, of course it is. Blah, 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 all those things. And they went for it. Good for them. You know, let's use the Pete Carroll line from the day. You know, we're going for it. Yeah, we're just going to go for it here. Yeah. We're going for it. Good. Good. That's not the Dodgers' problem. And we could argue whether or not it's Major League Baseball's problem, but you just said it, and I agree with you. To think that this is going to be the tipping point, now we're going to have a salary cap. Like, stop it. Like we, even arguing about the salary cap to me feels like a waste of time sometimes. It just is. I mean, there's pros and cons for it for sure. And if it was somewhat realistic, I think the argument or the debate and the conversation would be a lot more relevant and pertinent. And we will have that in November, December. We're going to have it. But I'm with you. It's a strong players union. It's a weird players union, too. It's very top-heavy. It's really top-heavy. The guys that matter, they are keeping the guys that don't matter down in terms of salaries and free agency and things like that. I mean, if I'm a player, I'm more worried about, like, hey, can we have shorter avenues and pass to free agency? Right? Like, that's got to be, like, it's ridiculous. Like, no sport has that. Your first round pick in football, you may have to wait 5 years, and that's if they exercise the option on year 5. But you more than likely are going to get a new contract at 4. Everybody else is getting a new contract at 4. NHL entry level contracts 3. I mean, you go through the list. These guys are hooped, and the majority of the league makes less than $1 million, right? I mean, it's not that that's not, but I mean, there's more guys that are below that than there are above 50 or whatever the hell the number is these days. But I don't blame the Dodgers at all. I do blame other teams for not getting aggressive. I blame the Tigers. We talked about this. They were a playoff team last year, and they could be a playoff team this year. Why don't you maybe he just refused to re-sign there, although listen to his comments, I don't know if that was really the case, right?
They weren't willing to meet his demands.
Well, and real quick, this is a massive thing that people forget about, too. to say the Detroit Tigers lowballed Tariq Skubal in arbitration is quite the understatement. They offered $13 million less than the Detroit Tigers did. The Detroit Tigers filed at $19 million. Skubal filed at $32 million. And that set some bad blood there. And I don't blame him one bit, because $19 million for a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner in today's day and age is such a lowball offer. It was a pathetic offer, and it set such bad blood, and it made the chances of re-signing Skubal so much less. I don't think you can forget about that in this.
No, that's a good point. All right, Andrew, you want to jump in for it?
Yeah, I mean, really quick, the Yankees are acquiring Elliot Ramos, which was one of the bats that the Mariners were reportedly going after as well. But it seems like they kind of filled that gap with Taylor Ward. I just wanted to mention that. So, yeah. But in terms of the Skubal situation, look, I'm upset because of where the sport is at, and I don't care really whose fault it is at this point, right? And it's just the rich get richer, and we've seen this in other sports where, you know, a lot of players have power. We talked about it with hockey, Ian. Everyone wants to go to Vegas or Florida or you know, a lot of the teams that are, you know, ended up winning recently. But it's multiple different teams at this point, right? There's still some sort of like, okay, there's at least a competition for the top 3 or 4 or 5 teams in the sport. There isn't that with the Dodgers right now. Everyone's consensus best team in the league is the Los Angeles Dodgers, and it has been that way for at least probably 4 years now. And they've shown that with their back-to-back World Series championships, and now adding even more to that at this point. And yes, you could easily say the Mariners could go out and match what the Tigers got from LA to get Tarik Skubal. But knowing that he's not going to re-sign here, knowing this is a whole other situation that you don't want to offer what Tarik Skubal wants in free agency, that's going to deter almost every other team except the team that, hey, wait for it, that's probably where he's going to sign in free agency. So that really, like, yes, you can look at specifically what they got, but no other team's willing really to do that for a couple months. And Chris talked about this in the break. Would you have been willing to give up a certain prospect or two just for 2 months of Tarik Skubal? I probably would. But I also wouldn't necessarily blame the Mariners for knowing that you're not going to get him for more than 2 months and giving up a Emerson Hancock and a Felon and Celiston or something like that.
All right, let's do this. Anderson Hurst, Chris Crawford, Ian Furness with you at Seahawks training camp, Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Chris, so far with 44 minutes left to go before the deadline, who in the American League has done the most to help themselves?
It's a really good question, because I don't think anyone's gotten all that much better. Houston's gotten better, and I've been told that they're going to get a pitcher before this deadline as well. The Red Sox getting Adley Rutschman, I know they give up a lot for him, but that is a massive upgrade to what they have there. Tampa Bay just made a really nice trade for a reliever I think the Mariners should have been after. And I got to be honest, it's a little bit of Captain Hindsight in getting Tyler Wells, someone I didn't think about, but that's a nice pickup for him. But nobody's really leaped off the table here. The White Sox the White Sox have gotten a smidgen better. The Guardians getting Joe Adele. It's a lot of treading water outside of, I think, that Red Sox move, unless I'm really missing one. Toronto has both bought and sold, although I've been told that they're already trying to trade Jose Soriano after getting him today. So that could be a Rasheed Wallace Atlanta Hawks situation there.
Oh, wow. Fun. That's a good reference.
It's been a lot of treading water. And that's the good news for the Mariners, is that nobody has really made that leap. The bad news is the Mariners haven't made that leap either.
So in this division, Houston, though, has improved a little bit. And if they add a pitch, pitching is the issue, right? Like if they add a starting pitcher, this quality starting pitcher, that helps them a lot, right? That's like a big need for them right now. Absolutely. The Rangers have done nothing, right?
No. The closest thing they've done is apparently tried to trade Jake DeGrom, and Jake DeGrom has invoked his no-trade clause. There's been talk about them listening on Corey Seager. There's been talk on them listening on Nathan Eovaldi. It doesn't sound like they're buyers, and that's pretty crazy for the position that they're in right now. And obviously Oakland and Los Angeles are just so far out of this thing that they're just completely irrelevant at this point. But yeah, it's really just the Astros making the Varsho move, and they will get another starting pitcher, I'm sure, in the next 43 minutes or so, or a reliever or something of that ilk. But again, a lot of treading water.
Texas feels like a team that really was affected by that sweep by Houston. Right? Like they were really affected by that. They were really that really kind of got, and it's funny because they're still slightly ahead of the Mariners. You know, like if you're looking through there.
Yeah.
I don't get that. I don't get that.
It's disappointing because, some of this, you know what this kind of reminds me of a little bit, although they have a worse record. Remember when the Mariners got off to like a 13-1 start and they were like 20 games above 500 and they still decided, boy, this is a lot of smoke and mirrors, and we decided to make some moves or at least not get better.
Yeah.
Maybe Texas is just being a little too bit there. I hate doing that, though, in a year like this when there is no clear-cut favorite, because Texas has enough good players that they could do something. And I really like their coaching staff, too. I think they don't get nearly enough credit for the job that they have done. And they could call up a prospect like Sebastian Wolcott, assuming he's healthy. He just got placed on the IL, but one of the most talented prospects in baseball. And he could be a bit of a difference maker for him, similar to what Evan Carter did for them in 2023. So I'm happy that Texas isn't trying to get better because it helps the Mariners a lot.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
As just John Q baseball fan, it's pretty disappointing to see a team make a move like that.
Well, I think, the difference is you kind of alluded to it.
I should say.
Yeah, you alluded to it. The difference is this. Like if you're Seattle or Texas, the difference between this and when they were the smoke and mirrors above 20 games above 500 year, you were in the midst of the heyday for Houston, right? Like that was in the midst, if I'm not mistaken, that when you're referencing that time frame, Houston was a wagon. That's not the case this year in the American League, and certainly not in the American League West, the pillow fight that is this division. So that is what's kind of strange in that, right? In that regard, that you wouldn't go down that road as well. It's an interesting dynamic because Seattle, I think, still in the back of their mind, maybe it's wishful thinking, maybe it's something else. I think they just think that, like Jerry said, Cal, Julio, Naylor get going. Maybe that's your additions, and that's not what a fan wants to hear. But
no,
in this particular year, that might be the most realistic thing to improve your team in terms of offense. Is hoping that happens. Cal, and by the way, 2 home runs for Cal in the last 7 days, but he's got 3 hits. 2 of those were home runs. That's all he's got.
Yeah.
And I'm not one. I don't really care about warning track power, Justin Smoke. So don't come at me with the hit of 399-foot fly ball.
No, I get it. I get it. I will say too, it's interesting that those homers have come from the right side. I believe the last 3 have come, and I wonder if he's bothered with that left-handed swing right now. If that's one of the reasons why we're seeing him more capable of driving the ball from the right side than the left side. I have no evidence of that, but it is pretty interesting that a guy who has been notoriously better from the left side, he did a very nice job from the right side last year, but was an absolute wagon from the left.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see him have more success from that right side.
That makes a ton of sense. All right. 49451 is the Tacoma Dodge text line. You got questions, you got comments, you got complaints, we'll answer those. We'll come back. We'll let Chris keep scouring the wire out there and see if anything's happening that's of relevance that we need to discuss. Maybe they'll do something in the break. Maybe they'll trade somebody. Maybe they'll acquire somebody. You don't know. We'll find out. We'll do that when we come back. 93.3 KJR FM.
So, Chris, can you explain to me what the Dodger TV deal is and why it's so different from everyone else's?
Hey, it's Ian back with you for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino Hotel, snocasino.com to make your reservations for the hotel or check in with some of the great things they've got going on up there right now, including one of the best happy hours on the east side at Hawks Peak Sports Bar and Grill. 60-plus televisions. You won't miss a second of the action. They got the UFC fights there on Saturdays as well. How about that? Go check that out. Of course, the sportsbook is right next door. You can wager either at the kiosks all throughout the property or window, or what I like to use, that would be the handheld device, the old app on the phone. It's all there for you. Find out more by going to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Hey guys, Dan Wilson here. Analytics. Rich Hilly told me I say 177 times during a press conference. I fought hard to get those numbers up. Big excited for the organization. Guys are fighting hard. Getting Taylor Ward in here. I'm excited to fight hard and pinch hit him for Rob Refsnyder. Not playing. Much like I did Garver for Robles the other night. Made no sense. But that's what I do. I don't make sense. We'll continue to fight hard. Thanks, guys.
Tough break.
Tough one tonight. All right, you got one more? Fire away.
Yeah, one more.
You could trade for Barry Bonds or Mickey Mantle or Prime Griffey, but if the rest of this team isn't hitting, if the people that we're going to be having at the majority of the top of our lineup aren't hitting, nothing's going to happen.
You know why I agree with that? One of those guys is dead, and two of them haven't played baseball in a really long time. So I agree that if you traded for those guys, it would be a problem.
Griffey'd be taking a nap in the clubhouse, wouldn't he? I know what he'd be doing.
Yeah, taking some photos. Just having a real good time.
Driving to Montana. Doing his thing. Whatever. Oh my gosh, so good.
Hope he's well.
Yeah, I'm sure. Why is he not doing the alumni home run derby?
Oh, they can't afford that, man. Like either they just simply can't. He'll probably be a surprise edition or something like that. And are they really not televising that thing? By the way, is that really not going to happen?
Wait, they're not?
No, it's only an in-person event.
What is it? Saturday or when is it?
Saturday.
It's post-game Saturday, right?
I believe so. Yes. At least put it on YouTube or something. Come on.
What? Well, you have your own little channel. Why wouldn't you just stay on the air?
You have your own channel, and you can watch tribute to the 1940s firework night whenever you're doing that. But I can't watch that, something you charge money for. Like, I get it being a special event for people who are there, but I think that's
the game's sold
really
out.
low to not give people a chance to watch it.
I don't know if I need to watch it, to be honest with you.
Not fair.
I mean, I'm not trying to be that guy, but I mean, I don't know if I need to watch a guy that never hit in the big leagues and Ryan Roland Smith and Ichiro, who still thinks he can hit.
Sure. Still thinks he's on the team, Ian.
But I'm gonna guess Bucky will run into one or two.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I don't know who else. Some other guys in it that I've never heard of. Is like their bullpen catcher or something like that. I don't know.
I can't. Okay. I have to admit I haven't looked at the roster, but I will say I see enough people talking about it that I think it would be the nice thing to do to have it on.
Just have it available.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Anything happened in the break, by the way?
Griffin Foster to the Guardians.
Chris?
Foster Griffin to the Guardians. That's interesting. Marcelo Meyer traded from who was once one of the very best prospects in baseball for Eric Miller. So the Red Sox do get better in their bullpen as well. But it's been quiet. I think the next 20 minutes or so, we're about to see a ton of activity just based on how these things.
It's been a pretty dead deadline. I'm not going to lie.
It doesn't sound like they're moving Randy. Should they have moved Randy?
No.
Okay. I don't think so. It would have made a little bit of sense if you would have been out of this. In fact, it would have made a lot of sense if you were out of this thing, or if you had more guys who were consistently hitting. I think trading him after he basically, with the help of Royce Lewis, won you a baseball game on Saturday that you had to win, trading him would have been a really bad look. Now, this is a team that has made trades when it's a really bad look, right? The Kendall Graveman trade was a terrible look. The Paul Sewald trade at the time, even though it has paid off for sure, was a bad look. The Castillo trade is not the greatest look either. But trading Randy Arozarena after he did that on Saturday, like literally saved your season's probably too strong, but it was teetering. It was definitely teetering. I think it would have been a bad look to move him.
We'll read this text here, 49451, that I don't know, this. It says as follows: if you don't think baseball needs a salary cap, you're an idiot. Baseball is so broken, you can't have a valid champion if everyone isn't playing with the same budget.
Just look at I know the Dodgers have won the last two, to break my argument a little bit, but look at how many teams have won championships Look at the Mets, who are an absolute mess, who have spent a bunch of money, who are spending money doesn't guarantee anything. Look at how good the Rays are, and they don't have a high payroll.
Yep.
It's asinine to think that the Dodgers are just so loaded that nobody else can win. They have an advantage. But Ian, don't the Seahawks have an advantage over the Jacksonville Jaguars? And don't the the Los Angeles Lakers have a benefit over the Charlotte Bobcats, or whatever the hell they're called right now? Like, there are always advantages in sports. There's always going to be. The Yankees and Dodgers are going to have advantages over everyone, whether it's a salary cap or not. This idea that you have to have one to create a competitive league is nonsense, and it's not based on anything. It is short sample size at best that you can say that, because look at the New York Yankees. They haven't won a World Series in 18 years and have had some of the highest payrolls in baseball.
God forbid they haven't won a World Series in 18 years. Man alive. Oh,
but
it sounds terrible.
We are the exception, and until we move the stadium from the indigenous burial ground, we're going to have to pay for what's happened.
That's 100% true. But like we've talked about, here's the thing. It's I've been very consistent with this, and I'm going to stay consistent. I'd like to see it for this reason. It gives us a basement as well. It gives us a floor.
Yes.
And we've gone through this before. We've done this exercise a number of times. Over half of the league right now wouldn't reach what the proposed floor would be. And that includes the baseball team here, by the way. So
Sure.
I'd like to see that, because then if you have to spend at least X amount of money, and you're the Pirates or the whoever, the Marlins, the Rays, etc., and you got to raise it up a little bit, yeah, I think that gives you a little bit of hope. But you're right. Everyone's got advantages for different reasons, right? And the Chicago Bulls are probably the greatest example. When Michael left and Scotty left and they broke up the dynasty, right? And Phil Jackson was out and all those things. Sure. Everyone said, oh, man, wait till they're going to have money to spend. The Chicago Bulls, they're in media market 4, in the country.
Right.
All those things, they haven't been good since.
No.
And you would think inherently Chicago is a place, yeah, man, I'll go there, right? Big market, big city, cool city, great city, actually. All those things. You never know why people are going to go different places. And it wasn't that long ago the Dodgers weren't this team either, right?
No. And I think it's also worth pointing out, Aaron Judge was a massive free agent who did not sign with the Los Angeles Dodgers. Juan Soto was the biggest bat to hit the free agent market in probably 20 years, not counting Ohtani because he was the two-way guy. He didn't sign with the Los Angeles Dodgers. There are still going to be teams that are willing to spend big bucks. The Dodgers don't get everybody. They have 2 of the top 12 contracts in baseball right now. Two of the top 12 contracts in baseball. They also have a bunch of contracts after that give them a huge advantage. There's no question about it. But there's just this idea that teams can't spend or teams won't spend. It's just the Dodgers. It's cyclical, too, because we were just talking about this with the Mets 5 years ago, and we were talking about this with the Yankees forever. It's cyclical. This too shall pass.
Let's wrap it up, Chris, with you at this before I'm sure a panic Dave Softy Muller calls you later if something happens. And I appreciate you spending extra time with us today, Chris Crawford, My OY. Make sure you go subscribe to it on YouTube, please. And here I watched on After the Trade the other night. Great stuff. 17 minutes of me agreeing with you, which doesn't always happen. All right. We've got 20 minutes left to go. Anything they can do that would kind of get you revved up and say, okay, this has been a really good trade deadline for Seattle?
I mean, if they went out and got a CJ Abrams, or if they went out and honestly, if they got Mason Miller, like assuming they're not moving Kate Anderson and that type of thing, yeah, that would kind of change my tune. But I will say this, even if you go get Mason Miller and CJ Abrams, there are still flaws on this roster that make me wonder if they really are World Series contenders. Like, there's nothing that's going to make me, I will get that temporary high, and think that they have a better chance of getting to the dance. But there's nothing that they can really do today that is going to make me think this is fixed. My demands of them reaching the World Series are going to be met, because I just think there are so many flaws that you could not fix in one deadline.
We may have to revisit everything tomorrow once the dust settles. We'll see how it works out. If there's nothing more, then that's fine. But if not, we'll check in next Monday, one way or the other. It's Mollywop Monday, an extra session with Chris Crawford. We thank him for that. Again, go subscribe, please, to Mile Wide.
you.
You can go check him out on YouTube. I subscribe. I watch it. It's my late night viewing, lying in bed. Put the little headphones on, listen to Chris, and usually sometimes he gets angry, which I really enjoy those ones the best. It's kind of like the old Husky honks back in the day. Great stuff, Chris. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
You bet, bud. See you
That's
soon.
Chris Crawford, the great Chris Crawford, ladies and gentlemen. Mile Wide. Go subscribe right now. We'll take a break, come back. Dave Softy Mahler is here. We'll have a little crosstalk, and he'll keep an eye on what's going on as well. As far as the trade deadline is concerned, we're about 18 and a half minutes away until the trade deadline for Major League Baseball hits. More to come, 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, Chris. Good stuff, man.
and it gets terrible gas mileage, meaning you got to fix a lot of other issues in your vehicle before you're getting what you want out of your car. You may have fixed the cosmetic stuff, but you got a lot of issues still on this baseball team. I mean, look, we talked about this, no matter what they do at the deadline, and Jerry has mentioned this before, and I'm all for criticizing Jerry if it's appropriate, but he's exactly right in this regard. It doesn't matter what they do at the deadline unless they do something of massive significance, like you said, like go out and get a Tarek Skubal, for example, add a big-time bat. Unless they do something like that, it's not going to matter until Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, even Josh Naylor, who's got a, 24-25 game on-base streak, but he's not hitting home runs right now. They need so many parts here to start playing to their potential that all of this, for me, is just cosmetic until they figure it out. Look, does the Taylor Ward acquisition make sense? Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned the on-base percentage, right? That's number one on the Mariners right now. You just acquired a guy with a 383 on-base percentage who would lead the Mariners in on-base percentage, all right? So that's in context of what you've got before, which isn't a lot. Number two, you also got a right-handed hitter who has an 839 OPS against left-handers this year, which is exactly the job that Rob Refsnyder was supposed to be doing for you. Yeah. So to me, this kind of puts Refsnyder on notice. And I'm actually waiting and curious to see when he reports, when Taylor Ward reports, and there's a situation if Taylor Ward is not starting late in the game against a left-handed pitcher, are they going to go back to Refsnyder again? Do they go to Taylor Ward? Who gets the first crack at facing a lefty? Because this guy's coming in here, Hugh, and he's doing everything that Rob Refsnyder was supposed to be doing for you. He also has the potential to at least give you some pop. Last year with the LA Angels, 36 home runs, 103 ribbies. He was a free agent, and the Orioles gave him a one-year, $12 million deal based on those numbers from last year. He can play left. He can play third. Maybe he starts at third until Donovan comes back. Maybe he spells a Rosarina in left field, give him a couple days at DH and get his terrible defense off the field. All those things are possible. But the frustrating thing for me is that they went out and they got Taylor Ward in part because Rob Refsnyder wasn't getting the job done. So let's see who gets that first crack against lefties. And then number two, getting to Luis Castillo. Look, on the surface, the Luis Castillo deal to me absolutely makes a lot of sense. You know that I was the one that was in favor all year long, or at least the last couple of months, of putting Luis Castillo in the bullpen, right? And going back to a five-man rotation. You know my take on the piggyback. You know my take on the six-man rotation. I think it's the most ridiculous thing this franchise has done in a long time. And I think in the end, the piggyback and the six-man rotation will go down as another clown show in the circus that is Mariner baseball. And I'm glad that it's over, okay? Because I want George Kirby, Hancock, Miller, Gilbert, Wu. I want those guys back into a freaking routine, man. I don't want to be changing stuff the day before. Oh, Logan, I know we had a piggyback plan for today, but you know what? Scrap that idea. Go out and just pitch your ass off for 9 innings if you can. The way they've handled this whole thing from the start has been a tragedy, and it's driving me nuts even talking about it. So I'm glad that that's over, but they're basically hoping that Sir Anthony Dominguez can do in the bullpen, or somebody else getting elevated now that Dominguez is there, give you more depth, for example, that can do for your bullpen what I was hoping Luis Castillo could have done for the bullpen. So you got the bullpen arm, right? Whether it's Dominguez or Castillo or whoever, you got the bullpen arm. You got some prospects. You cleared out the salary for next year. I actually applaud, to be honest with you, Hugh, the Luis Castillo deal from a Dakota perspective. I don't know how the hell he got the White Sox to pick up the entire thing for next year. So they're going to save some money. They netted out about $14 million for next year, okay? Dominguez is making $10 million, so he's the highest paid reliever in Mariners history, by the way, this dude. First time they've ever had a $10 million a year reliever. So I think from a standpoint of clearing out money and making the bullpen better, or the philosophy, right? That's what all of this is all about. The philosophy of wanting to make the bullpen better. The logic is sound. Did they trade for the right guy? We'll find out. I don't know. But they got a bullpen arm. They cleared out some money for next year's offseason. They got some prospects, and they got a guy who they're hoping can do against lefties what Rob Refsnyder has been trying to do the entire year. So on the surface, these two deals, I like them both. Yeah. I like them both, but they still have massive holes they got to fill.
Well, Ref Snyder, it feels like he's been a platoon guy, right? So,
right, correct.
Is that what we're saying about Ward? Is that the anticipation there?
I have no idea. I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, I would assume that right now he's your starting third baseman until Brendan Donovan comes back. But who knows when he's coming back, right? I mean, he's been on the verge of coming back, it seems like, for 5 years now with this baseball team. So, I mean, look, the guy is obviously leading the American League in plate appearances. He's playing every day for Baltimore. He would be your starting third baseman. But when Donovan comes back, who knows what they're going to do? Dude, I got no idea what Jerry's plan is for this guy long term, right? Is Donovan going to be the one that spells Randy? Does he end up DHing? What does it mean for J.P. Crawford? Where does J.P. Crawford fit in now, right? If he's not playing third base, he's not playing shortstop, where does J.P. Crawford fit in?
So you just mentioned Ward at third base until Donovan.
Right.
Obviously, we're just learning about Taylor Ward. So raise your hand if you know intricately Taylor Ward. Good on you. If your hand is raised, but I've got him down for 111 games in the outfield.
Yeah, but he's played third base before. He's played third base before. I would think of him more as an outfielder. You're right, but he's played third base before. So I don't know what his plan. I have no idea what Jerry DiPoto's plans are for this guy long term. I think they want to have Donovan be the guy, and they want to have him come in. But I would think that there's also a shot that you see this guy play some third base for this baseball team, Hugh.
Yeah, no, all good. Probably the thing that surprised me the most is that Castillo's contract got picked up.
Right.
You know, and
right.
Of the White Sox, you know, it just seems like it was just a minute ago that the White Sox were the dregs of baseball, setting records for the worst, you know. So whatever they're doing, they've turned it around. Yep. They've climbed out of the abyss. So you know, he slots into the middle of their rotation. He starts Thursday night. So you know, the Castillo year is over, right? But you know, it's still, you know, you look and you say, you acquired a eighth inning leverage guy, right? Because he's not gonna close over Munoz, right?
Right. No, not at all.
So it's interesting. If egos weren't involved, could have you slid Castillo back into that role?
Right.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, but that's what I wanted all along. I wanted Castillo to be in the bullpen, and I don't know if it's because of Castillo's ego or because of the fact that he was making $20+ million a year, and the Mariners just didn't want to put him in there because they eventually wanted to trade him, and they felt like putting him in the bullpen long term would have maybe devalued him a little bit on the market. I got no idea, but that's what I wanted. I wanted Luis Castillo in the bullpen. I thought it would have made for a kick-ass bullpen, and instead they ship him off. They save all that money. They get Dominguez, they save some cash, and they get some prospects. So I'm okay with it, right? But going back to the Taylor Ward thing, he's played 45 games at third base. He hasn't played third base in a while, but there is a history there. And the reason why I bring that up, Hugh, is because look at what Jerry DiPoto and these guys have done in the last couple years in their infield. They took a guy in Jorge Polanco, who had never played third base really in his life, and they made him their opening day third baseman last season. J.P. Crawford, who has not played a lot of third base. They moved him to third so Colt Emerson could play shortstop. Does it make sense to put him in left field and make Randy Arozarena DH? Absolutely, because Arozarena is a terrible defensive player. Does it make sense to maybe see if he could play some third until they get an answer there? I mean, right now they have no long-term answer at third base. They have none. Donovan, Leo Rivas, whatever. They just don't have any real answer at third base. J.P. Crawford can't be that guy either. So when I say I have no idea what Jerry's plans are for this guy, I really mean it because I think they've proven that all options can be on the table.
Yeah, and getting back to Taylor Ward, here the Mariners were, I know going in the weekend I haven't updated it, but the Mariners were dead last in Major League Baseball in doubles and triples combined.
Right.
Got me? And they were also dead last in terms of their percentage of their extra base hits that came from doubles or triples. They were stated another way, the percentage of their extra base hits from home runs was the highest. Now that sounds good, but it also, again, let me say what again, you're dead last in doubles and triples combined. So here you acquire a Ward who what do we say? Fourth from the bottom in slugging. Fourth from the he's 20. He's got 20 doubles, no triples, only 7 home runs. So his lack of slugging, 20 doubles puts him about in the middle of the pack, 24th out of 55 for outfielders. But just the 7 home runs. So in any event, we're learning about what he brings and what he doesn't bring. But there are 46 out of 55 qualifying outfielders. 46 out of the 55 have more home runs than 7.
Yeah.
So as an outfielder, he's in the very bottom percentage of home run hitters.
Well, again, he gets on base, right? I mean, that was appealing to the Mariners. I can't stress enough. His .383 on base percentage is would be number one among all qualified players. There's only one guy with a higher on base percentage in Seattle, and that's Donovan, but he doesn't qualify because he's barely played. So, like I said, dude, I like these deals. I think they all make sense. The Mariners gave up nobody. I mean, Brock Moore, Harrison Kreiling, the first thing I do when the Mariners trade prospects is go to look how many of them are in the top 10, top 15, top 30. MLB Pipeline, I think, only ranks the top 30 prospects for each baseball team. And Moore and Kreiling, who they gave up for Ward, are not even near the top 30 for this baseball team. So no harm, no foul as far as prospects. They keep their farm system together. And they keep all those chips together, whatever. But it is a little bit more expensive. They're taking on some salary with this guy, but they're saving money with Luis Castillo. So that shouldn't be a problem even for these guys.
Well, I knew nothing would be a problem in terms of prospect for you, and I think all your listeners know that. And I say that with a smile on my face. So as we're talking about,
and that's not necessarily true, by the way, because there was a report out that said the Mariners were asked for Kate Anderson for Mason Miller, and I would have hung up the phone before they even answered the call. All right, I would have said absolutely not for that.
Well, that's a good distinction. I'm glad you brought that to light. So again, we're all on the fly learning about Taylor Ward, as you talked about the OBP. And being fourth in the league. So then that says, okay, well, can he turn a walk into a double from time to time? The stolen bases for outfielders, 55 qualifiers. The number one is 27. Chandler Simpson has 27 stolen bases. You want to be about median, you're going to be at about 8. Mike Trout is right around there. He's got 4. So I'm not going to say he's slow. I don't know. Haven't studied him, but 4 stolen bases, that you'd like to see a guy, if he's drawing a lot of walks, you'd like him to be a little bit more of a stolen base.
Yeah. Threat. Well, he's only got 28 in his whole career, over 9 years, right? Yeah. So he's not a threat. He's not a stolen base threat. What he is a guy who's going to, again, how many times can I say it? He's going to get on base. You ever seen the movie Moneyball? When I point at you, you tell me why we traded for Taylor Ward.
But...
Joe, you're supposed to say no. Have you not seen Moneyball, the movie? Because he gets on base. He gets on base. Right. Stop making me point to you, Hugh. He gets on base.
When I said on base percentage, when I should have said gets on base.
He gets on base. That's why they went out and got
the hell out of people. Like, how could I have missed it by so much? But De La Cruz, he draws a walk. You figure, okay, this is going to get interesting. Like there's players that can hurt you when they draw walks. It doesn't appear that Taylor Ward is one of them.
Well, Taylor Ward's 2.4 WAR is also number 4, by the way, on this baseball team, and his on-base percentage is number 1. So everything's in context, right? We'll get to a break here in a second. Everything's in context compared to what you already have. And what you already have is a bunch of guys with worse on-base percentages than Taylor Ward. You got a bunch of guys, most of them except for 3, with a worse WAR than Taylor Ward. And you've got a guy who is a much better hitter this year against left-handers versus that specialty guy you have in Rob Refsnyder. So if you're looking at what they've got already in-house, this is an improvement. This is an improvement over what you've got. Now, how do they use him? Left, DH. Does he play any third base at all? We'll find out. But how do they use him? How does Dominguez get used? Does that mean that somebody else gets bumped down so he can step in and be a high leverage guy along with Ferrer and Bizzardo, who all of a sudden both those guys have kind of gone into the toilet? All this conversation about Dan Wilson not using his high leverage guys, he uses them, and lately they've both stunk in Bizzardo and Jose Ferrer. So I don't know, man. I mean, they're going to need another August, September type run like they've had the last couple years to win this thing. And I am fearful that they can do it. I'm really concerned that they can pull this off. This is going to be a lot to ask for these guys now to get this all together and get as many guys as they need to pull their heads out of their you-know-what to start playing better baseball for this team to win the West. We'll get a break. Travis the Ogre Moger back in the studio. Hugh Millen, Softy with you from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Scheduled to talk to Gray Zabel at some point today. Bill Kruger, Chuck Powell as well with their thoughts on the Mariner trade deadline acquisitions, all coming up on a busy Monday right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
Why do you like him?
Because he gets on base.
Nice pull.
All right, boys and girls, it's Softy back here for my friends over at Taco Time. Looking for something light with the weather getting hot this week. Might I recommend the Chicken Caesar Salad or the Chicken Caesar Soft Taco? We're talking fresh Parmesan, fresh chicken, and romaine from the Carpenito Brothers Farm right here in the Kent Valley. And by the way, with the weather being hot this week, why not cool off with some Molly Moon's ice cream at every single Taco Time restaurant? To find one near you, jump on the web, tacotimeandw.com.
Now back to Softy and Dick at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back on a busy Monday from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, Seahawks training camp. We got football, by the way, on Thursday. Hall of Fame game. Carolina, I believe, Arizona from Canton, Ohio. You fired up for preseason football, Hugh, on Thursday night?
Not terribly. I'll probably watch a bit of it. I am not as anti-preseason as you.
Yeah,
it doesn't excite me a lot. I mean, there's a lot of baseball on in the summer.
Right.
And to watch, when the Seahawks game, I know you didn't ask me about the Seahawks, but when the Seahawks come on to watch the prospective backups and special teams guys, 3 nights out of the summer.
Yeah.
It's worth my time.
I get it. I sense, though, that you're not all the way over to where I am, but you're inching closer to where I am.
Well, I think that it has become a worse product in the last, you've been bitching about it a long time. I think that it's fallen off in terms of just whether or not you're going to see starters play,
right?
It just seems like it's really devolved. And so
100%.
I think the product's worse.
100%.
Yeah,
and I don't know how kids today look at preseason football or even how fans look at preseason football because let's face it, man, getting tickets to a Seahawks game, it's still hard for a lot of people, right? To go to a game, I think guys like us maybe, and me in particular, tend to forget that we are really damn lucky to be able to go to every single Seahawks game, whether with a press credential or tickets. And I've had season tickets now for, we're talking 27, 28 years I've had season tickets now with the Seahawks. And you go to the, 9-year-old Dave Mahler growing up on Woodridge Hill in Bellevue, and you told him that you'd have season tickets for 30 years to the Hawks. That kid would have thought that was the greatest thing in the whole world, man. So I get it. But I do wonder for people that don't often get to games, giving them a pair of preseason tickets, does that still have the same kind of, excitement? Does it still come with the same kind of reaction now as it did when I was 9, 10 years old and somebody gave me a pair?
Of course not. Because I know when I say when I came into the league, but we have to go back a few decades. Yeah. And what would happen the first preseason game, all the starters would play the first quarter.
Right.
And then for the remaining 3 preseason games, and sometimes it would be 5 total preseason games if you played overseas. But as a general rule, the starters would kind of ramp up by the last preseason game, meaning 7 days before kickoff. The starters would go a first half and then a first series into the third quarter. So you were always going to see the starters for at least a quarter, whether it was preseason game number 1, 2, 3, or 4. And so it's just dropped off precipitously in terms of seeing the stars you want. Now, you tell me an 8-year-old kid, he doesn't have an opportunity to go to the stadium during the regular season. He gets to go. I suspect if he likes football at all, he's going to have a good time. And he's going to be looking for autographs after the game, even of the backups.
Yep. Totally. 100%. I remember being 11, 12 years old, whatever year it was, however old I was, and we had tickets for an NFL preseason game at the Dome, and Bobby Joe Edmonds took a punt back or a kickoff back, and it was as loud in there as I've ever heard the Kingdom since, and we were going bananas. So I get it, man. But I do think, though, that the product, and I'm glad that you used that word, it's really devolved. I mean, nobody plays, right? The starters don't play hardly at all. Quarterbacks don't play. You'll see some offensive linemen go out there and play, obviously, from the number 1 unit, but Darnold's going to sit the whole thing out. For as much as quarterbacks are making, they probably should sit the whole thing out. And I brought this up to you, I think, last year, that you might want to think about putting your quarterbacks out there with red jerseys on, right? I mean, what the heck? If the point is to get some chemistry going, if the point is for this guy to learn a brand new offense, a brand new offensive coordinator, maybe the lingo and language is a little bit different. I don't know if it is or not, but the communication, right? The sound of a guy's voice and obviously his temperament, that certainly is different from Kubiak. There's no question about that. Would it behoove Sam Darnold to be able to at least play a couple of quarters in the preseason against somebody else, even if he's wearing a red jersey?
Yeah, when you first said it, I kind of scoffed internally just because we've been watching football all that long. Then I gave it some thought, and I think there's more merit to it. I mean, look at some of the absurd rule changes we've done in the interest of safety. I mean, look at at the kickoff alignment.
100%.
And I couldn't stand that. I still don't like it. If I had my choice, I would go back and kick it from not closer to the goal. I'd move it back to the 30 or the 25 so that we didn't see touchback. So you don't want me to be the unilateral commissioner deciding all these things. But, oddly, Pat Mahomes in recent era has been the guy that kind of wants to get into the preseason games and get the more timing. As for wearing a red jersey, you can diminish the risk a lot, but you cannot take it away. Number one, you're still going to get, linemen, even your own linemen's pushed back, and you run the risk that you could break a thumb on a helmet.
Sure.
And then the other part of it is a defensive lineman in practice where the quarterbacks wear the red jerseys. At this juncture, by the time you get to the NFL, the coach generally doesn't say, I'm not going to say there aren't exceptions to this, but the coach doesn't come up and say, hey, remember, don't touch the quarterback. He's wearing a red jersey. By the time you get to the NFL, that isn't even stated. Everybody knows. If somebody is aggressive and accidentally hits the quarterback goes to the ground, well, depending on the nature of the coach, there's some coaches that will rip freaking ass right there on the spot. About the quarterback is not to be touched and screaming it like, what are you, morons? And so but if it happens in a preseason game, was it a penalty? Is it a 15-yard penalty because you touched the quarterback? Like accidents can happen, and a defensive end could be wrestling with an offensive lineman, getting nearer and nearer to the quarterback. He falls off. Next thing he comes off, he lands on the quarterback knees. The ACL tears. Like Trent Green for the Rams in a preseason game, which led to two things. Dick Vermeil crying in a press conference, and the Rams winning a Super Bowl with Kurt Warner, the backup, being the MVP of the league and the Super Bowl MVP. So arguably the most notable injury in the history of preseason, certainly involving a quarterback, and tectonic shifts. At least for that franchise because of it. But I don't think my point is, you can't take away all the risk, even though you can diminish probably 80 to close to 90% of it.
Yeah, a guy could step on an offensive lineman's foot and sprain his ankle, for God's sakes, and be out for a month and a half.
But I'm just saying, we're specifically talking about red jerseys for quarterbacks. You can take away 90% of the danger, but not all.
Well, here's what we're going to do. Seahawks are still on the field as of now. We are going to get a break. I think when we come back, we might be talking to Gray Zabel. Depends on what time practice wraps, so be ready for that. The number one draft pick of the Seahawks, highest drafted guard, Hugh, since Steve Hutchinson, who I thought lived up to all the hype last year. I remember there was only one time last year where I remember, and it may have happened more often, but I just missed it. But there's only one time that I remember seeing Gray Zabel be put on skates, and that was in the preseason opener against the Raiders. If you remember that, there was a play where he got pushed back into Drew Lock's lap, and I don't remember it happening a lot, if at all, since then. So,
Ram game at home.
But that's the one game that I remember is the Raider game. The point is, it didn't happen very often with this kid. He had a marvelous rookie season. So we're going to come back and chat with him. Chuck Powell will join us at some point as well. Give us a reaction to the Mariner trade deadline. Luis Castillo to Chicago. Taylor Ward to Seattle from Baltimore. And that's it. Nothing else has been announced since then. We'll talk about Scooble to the Dodgers. Everybody's up in arms about that. We'll get to all that coming up on a busy Monday. Softy Hugh and Moger the Ogre back in the studio right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, Dick Fan here. Oh, man, the outdoor dining weather is absolutely perfecto this weekend. Rams got all their patios open. They're ready for you to enjoy our Northwest summer with them. Sip on an ice-cold Ram beer. Enjoy one of their fabulous burgers or entrees. Take advantage of their brand-new matinee menu. It's a wide selection of their main menu, only at a less expensive price. How's that sound? Come in Monday through Friday, 3 to 5:30. Enjoy an early dinner with crazy prices like starter salad and entree for as low as $17.99 with a complimentary non-alcoholic beverage. You want to upgrade to an alcoholic beverage? It's only $5. That's right. Beer, wine, wells, $5. Matinee menu available now at all Puget Sound Ram locations except for Ruston, but don't worry about it, T-Town. They're coming to you just after Labor Day. I'll see you at the Ram.
Now back to Softy and Dick at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back on a busy Monday right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Big thanks to the Boeing Classic for helping sponsor all of our coverage, by the way, here from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Gray Zabel, 76. Huey will join us in a matter of minutes here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seahawks training camp. And I said during the last segment that I thought the guy had a marvelous, wonderful, amazing, lived up to all the hype rookie campaign. I mean, I got to be honest with you. I was thrilled with what I saw from Gray Zabel. I remember you and I having discussions about the competition he saw when he was in college, you know, what was on the other side of the offensive line, and hard to really get a gauge until the guy shows up to the NFL. But I thought the guy hit a grand slam freaking home run in year number one. How about you?
Yeah, no, I think it bears mentioning he was a left tackle at North Dakota State, and when I would watch his tape from North Dakota State, you'd watch the end zone copy because that's what you do when you evaluate a lineman, and you'd look at the player across from him in a 3-point stance, and it looked like a damn wide receiver. Right? I mean, he looked fast, but he looked really small and really thin through the hips, like a wide receiver should look. Right. So it was hard to evaluate, and he came in and had a hell of a Senior Bowl and showed that he could handle that competition. He volunteered for every drill and what have you. So he was taking on all comers, and he impressed not only with his physical ability in that regard, but I think the intelligence. Don't underestimate this. You know, he, along with Jalen Sindell, his former college teammate, 40% of the Seahawks offensive line is from North Dakota State, right? And working alongside the center, the intelligence factor, the ability to make those adjustments, to communicate, was a big part of why Seattle selected him.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, he's tracking to be one of only a very few offensive linemen that got second contracts by John Schneider, right, Hugh? I mean, there hasn't been many that have gotten second contracts by this regime, and he looks like he's going to be another one. He looks like he's going to be a multiple-time Pro Bowler, maybe even a guy that pushes for the Hall of Fame. I mean, offensive lineman Hall of Fame is really all about all pros and things like that, but if he can have a long 10-year career as a starting left guard in the NFL, he's going to be a guy that will be in that kind of conversation. I know that's a lot of, meat to bite off after just 1 year in the NFL, but he looks like that to me, Hugh. I mean, you know that I'm a little prone to hyperbole every now and then, but he looks like that kind of dude to me, big boy.
Well, that's a lot of carts before a lot of horses. So
I know.
I can't bite that off just quite yet. I think that he had a hell of a rookie year.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can remember I was like my third year in the league. I'm playing for the Falcons, and we had this first round receiver named Sean Collins, and I can't remember what college. Maybe in the back we can look this up. But Sean Collins, like on his third game, was just going off against the Cowboys, and I said the offensive coordinator. At some point, like during a commercial break, like, oh my God, he's going to the Hall of Fame, and he looked at me like I was in one of those clown cars, and that was a little bit excessive, but anyway, I was excited for my teammate, but
by the way, Sean Collins went to Northern Arizona. I'm glad that we cleared that up and got that out there.
Very vital for the show. I don't.
Yes,
100%. Ground to a halt had we not distinguished that. But in any event, you saying that, drove me back to being on the sideline as a young player.
Well, but my point is more this. And look, I'm with you. All right, that's a borderline, almost idiotic thing for someone to say after year number one. But if this is where he is after year one, where will he be after year two, after year three, after year four? Where is he going to be with that second contract when that kicks in here in Seattle? And you know as well as I that things like the Pro Bowl and All-Pro, when it comes down to offensive linemen, a lot of it's based on reputation, right? A lot of it. And if Gray Zabel continues to start at left guard for this football team, and we wake up one day and we see a guy that started 65 games in his career, 75 games in his career for the Seahawks, that's how those reputations are built, man, right? Because how many of these writers that vote for the All-Pro are actually watching offensive linemen and breaking them down? They're talking to people. They're talking to other players that played against Gray Zabel. They're talking to other defensive coordinators that went up against Gray Zabel, other defensive line coaches, things like that. So it's all about reputation. And the longer this guy stays at left guard, and God darn it, man, he looks like a mainstay. Yeah. Right? And if you're a mainstay at left guard on a championship caliber team for a long time, you're going to be in that kind of conversation.
Well, the guys who are making those decisions, generally, they have their ear on the railroad tracks about what's happening in the league. They're pretty in tune, but they can't be nuanced like we can. Like we can know the Seahawks inside and out because they're our team, right? But if you're a national guy, the Seahawks are just 1 out of 32. So, but there are some that will, for Zabel's sake, confuse causation with correlation and vice versa, and so they will say, I remember the Seahawks line being really bad, and then they used a first round draft pick, and they got Zabel, and then the offensive line got a lot better, and so you're going to have the benefit of the doubt from having been a first round draft pick. And then, as I said, they're going to attribute the improvement of the Seahawks offensive line, maybe disproportionately credit Gray Zabel, which, as I said, that could be another element in his favor.
Yeah, well, it's
as
funny,
he tries to garner these honors, Dave, is what I'm talking
for
about.
all those years that we woke up and went on the air and talked about how bad the Seahawks offensive line was, and how if I had $1 for every time I said Schneider's got a hole in his game and it's the offensive line, I'd probably have about $500 because I've said that about 500 times on the air. And obviously, everybody every now and then can get lucky and hit a bullseye, but this offensive line for me is a strength on this football team. And I think it's the first time since 2004 into 2005 when they brought back all 5 of their starters from the previous year, because we all know that Hutchinson walked after the 2005 season into 2006. So you're talking about something that hasn't happened around here for 21 years. But hey, let's do this, Hugh. We're going to get a quick break in. We'll come back and hopefully be joined by Gray Zabel next on 93.3 KJR FM. right, boys and girls, it's time once again for the $1,000 bonus bucks cash contest brought to you by our friends at Bellevue Rare Coins every hour, every weekday through August the 7th. If you own gold, now's the time to sell at Bellevue Rare Coins. 4 convenient locations at BellevueRareCoins.com, including Tacoma, Bellevue, Linwood, and Issaquah. The word this hour to enter on the website, dollar at 93.3KJR.com for a shot at $1,000, all courtesy of our friends at Bellevue Rare Coins. Let's get the headlines right now.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All righty, boys and girls, we are back at the Virginia Mesa Athletic Center. Softy Hugh Moger, the Ogre, in for Jackson and Dick today. Headlines, of course, are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Hey, Seattle.
We are awaiting our friend Gray Zabel. Practice just wrapping up here, by the way, from the VMAC. Should be joining us in a matter of minutes. The Major League Baseball trade deadline has come and gone. Mariners making a couple of moves in the last couple of days. You already know about Luis Castillo to the White Sox from yesterday for a package including reliever Sir Anthony Dominguez. Today, the Mariners sending Alex Hoppe and 2 minor league pitchers to the Baltimore Orioles for outfielder, third baseman Taylor Ward, who, by the way, last year with the Anaheim Angels, 36 home runs and 103 RBIs. He's got a .383 on-base percentage, which would be number 1, by the way, on this Mariner baseball team. He also leads the league in walks. What else we got at the deadline? The Orioles sending catcher Adley Rutschman, the former Beeve, to Boston. The Cubs getting starting pitcher Clay Holmes and outfielder Tyrone Taylor from the Mets. The Astros acquiring outfielder Dalton Varsho from Toronto. And former Mariner starting pitcher Robbie Ray has been sent from the Giants to the San Diego Padres. Soccer, not a great run for the Sounders, boys and girls. They have now lost a team record 6 in a row with a 2-1 loss to Portland over the weekend. Leagues Cup games, the next 3 matches before the MLS resumes on August the 16th at Lumen Field against Vancouver. The M's, by the way, do have the night off. They will take on the Tigers for 3 games starting tomorrow. There is a plethora, a few games today in Major League Baseball. The Nationals up on the Phillies 3-0, top of the second. Cardinals and Yankees coming up at 4 o'clock. Pirates at Milwaukee at 4:40. Giants, by the way, for those that are scoreboard watching in the AL West, are at Texas tonight at 5 o'clock. The Astros are also at home at 5:10 p.m. starting a series with the Blue Jays. All right, we're back at the Seahawk practice facility, the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Gray Zabel, starting left guard for the Seahawks, will join us in a matter of minutes. We'll get some more conversation going between now and the end of the show regarding what the M's did today at the deadline. The more and more I think about it, obviously I like these 2 deals on the surface. They were 2 things, Hugh, that had to be done. But there's so many more holes to fill, and without Cal Raleigh getting his act together, without Josh Naylor finding the seats, and without Julio really, I think, picking up his game a little bit, this team is going to fall short of the playoffs. And it's funny, we mentioned Naylor earlier today. He's got a 24-game on-base streak, which I would have told you anybody is getting on base for 3 consecutive weeks, you would have said, where do I sign? However, Josh Naylor's RBI pace during that span over the course of 24 games, you know what it is, by the way, Hugh? 40. He's got 6 RBIs in 24 games, which would be a 40 RBI pace over 162 games. He just simply put, the on-base is great, but he's simply put in his position in the lineup needs to do a little bit more, I think.
Of all qualifying first basemen, he's second to last in slugging.
Yeah.
For the season.
Yeah.
So.
No, it's not good. It's not good. I mean, you need more out of Josh Naylor. You need the power surge out of Josh Naylor. And I don't know what's going on with Cal Raleigh, man. I mean, just when you think the light is starting to go on and the switch has been turned on, it's going to stay on for the rest of the year. He has a game where he kind of falls apart and a week where he kind of falls apart and goes into the tank. So I'm just wondering if there's anything left in Cal Raleigh that can give them anything remotely close to what they had 2-3 years ago. Forget last year. Last year's done. I mean, that's never going to happen as long as the guy lives, and we knew that going into the season. It took 100 years for a catcher to hit 60 home runs. To expect it to happen again would have been ridiculous, but can we get a little bit of a sliver of what the guy had 2-3 years ago, Hugh?
But we've been saying that. Look, he had 7 home runs in April.
Right.
And it seemed like, okay, that this is okay. Mm-hmm. And yet since then, I don't think has he had a month more than 2.
Dude, I don't even know. Dude.
I think it was 1-1-1 since then when he was at 10. So
right.
So I think it's gone worse. He looks to me. Look, I'm not in his head. What I'm about to say is not fair.
Right.
So let me choose my words carefully. Me as a fan, looking at him on television, he seems to me like a guy that sometimes is dreading going up to the plate.
Right.
Just is so uncomfortable that he doesn't want to be there, which is shocking.
Right.
And maybe that's me just reading into his body language, something that because I'm interpreting it through the knowledge of what his stats are that he might be dreading. So maybe I'm seeing something that isn't there. But Dave, there's times where I just go, oh my God, put this guy out of his misery. And it's just so shocking because he's such the face of the franchise. He seems like such a good dude. He seems so beloved by his teammates. Like I don't know. It's almost painful to it hurts to watch him struggle this way.
Yeah, he's got 5 home runs since April. He did have 3 in July, by the way, and he's already got the 1 in August. But he's got 5 home runs since April. It's funny you mentioned his kind of facial expressions, right, a little bit. Yeah. I don't know if you mean his facial expressions or his body language or a combination of both. But even I would comment in, like, the last couple years and way less last year. But he just has this look, and it's I honestly think, Hugh, it's his face. It's just the way he was born. He's got this look that he's concerned about something, that he's scared that something's going to jump out. Well, it's just his face. His face looks like somebody who's concerned, right? I mean, if you look at him in the dugout, he's just got this look, and I think that's his resting face. Honestly, I think that is his resting face.
That God gave him a concerning face.
Yes.
Then he would have been showing the concerning face last year.
Right.
Correct. If what I'm saying is true, there would be something perceptible, a difference in his affect. Mike Holmgren talks about quarterbacks' affect. Well, if there's a quarterback of the Seattle Mariners, it's Cal Raleigh. Right. And God bless him. It's not one of these that he can really, it's just a manifestation of that level of struggling that he's just, I can't find it. I don't know. I just feel like he's a guy that dreads when his position is up in the order from time to time.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you don't really notice it when he's hitting 60 home runs, right? Like Merton Hanks had this weird-looking alien neck. You don't notice it when the guy's picking off passes, but you notice it when he's sitting on the bench doing nothing. Well, joining us right now on the radio show. Been waiting for this guy for the last 20 minutes, but it's all worth it because I have been waiting to talk to him. I will be honest with you. I tried to buy him a beer to sneak it in here to the VMAC. They wouldn't let me take it through security, but I'm telling you what, this guy's in training camp shape and doesn't need it in any way. The starting left guard for your Seattle Seahawks, Gray Zabel, joining us right now on the radio program. Greg, it's Softy and Hugh Millen right there. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on today.
It is great to see you, pal. And I got to tell you, I'm going to start off with something that most guys might get punched in the face if they brought this up to you. And I guarantee you there's not one member of the Seattle media who has ever said this to you. But I'm going to say it right now. Those words are, I partied with your mom, okay? I partied with your mom, all right? And I'm going to show you a picture right there. Look at that, all right? You know who those 2 gals are right there, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
That's your mom and who else? Tell people.
Yep, that's Jalen Sundell's mom.
That's right.
Karina Sundell.
Yep, and that was before the NFC Championship at the Ox Hall across the street. We're out there having a great time, and your mom and your dad and all the North Dakota folks were all in there, and they were all going bananas, getting ready for the game. You know who your mom was most nervous about? She kept asking me, Hugh, over and over again, if they win, how much are Super Bowl tickets going to be? She kept asking me over and over. So please tell me that you took care of your parents with tickets for the game.
Yeah, for sure. And how cool was that? What a North Dakota State tradition to go and tailgate pregame.
Oh.
And I don't know, they always go to, I don't know if that's the German bar where they have the massive, mugs of beer and the DOS boots of beer and stuff. Yeah, my parents love that. But no, it was a cool experience, and I had to kind of wear that one to the chest and get those Super Bowl tickets. At the time, it really didn't matter how much it costed. Like, you just got to have your family there to witness what a surreal event that was.
100%.
Gray Zabel with us, and let's stay on the North Dakota State component of all this, Gray, because you got 5 or 6 starters in the NFL from a relatively small school, they must be doing something right in not only the development, but the targeting of like now that you've had a year in the NFL, what can you look back and say, there's something about the North Dakota State culture that actually prepared me in a way better than I might have known until I had that rookie year?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, they prepare you not only as a football player, but as a human being. And then to have the development that you have at North Dakota State and have the process and the standard and the day-to-day of what they expect really kind of propels you into the NFL and allows you to be successful, because we're used to playing 15 games a season. The goal is to always win the last game of the season, and it doesn't matter where you're at. That's always the goal. That's the expectation. So when you come into the NFL, I was used to playing into January and stuff, and having that transition of, well, you're not going to be the best player out there, but you maybe can be the hardest working player, play the most physical, or be the smartest football player out there. And so North Dakota State kind of prepares you for that. And then I think you fall back on, we've had guys have the opportunity at the next level, the Billy Turners, the Joe Haggs, the Dylan Radens, Cordell Volson, and then they allow you to maybe talk to you and kind of give you the expectation of what the NFL is going to be like.
Yeah.
So then when you get into the league, it's not, you aren't kind of star shocked or stunned or anything. You understand the expectation, understand the day-to-day and kind of what's required, and then at the end of the day, it just allows you to be successful wherever you go.
Yeah, well, Gray Zabel's with us, and you and I were talking on the air before you showed up that there's only one time last year where I remember you getting put on skates by anybody, and it was your welcome to the NFL moment, and I remember it like it was yesterday. I want to know if you're thinking about the same game that I am. Yeah. So if I asked you, because I got that game in my head, by the way, I'll tell you if it's the same game I'm thinking about. Was there that one welcome? Because everybody has that moment, right? No matter what position you play, whether in practice, preseason game, regular season game, everybody has that moment. Do you remember if you had that moment? And if you do, what game was it?
Yeah, I can think about 30 to 40 moments that
okay.
I got put on
I've only
skates,
got one, by the way, just so you know, but go ahead.
I think it was the second or third play against the Las Vegas Raiders.
That's right.
I was setting a 3-tech and I didn't punch. And he just went, straight through my chest. And I know for a fact because he let me know right afterwards. He was like, "This ain't college anymore, rookie." I was like, "Yeah, all right, you got me."
That's the exact play that I told you, Hugh. I was talking about that play in that Raiders game.
Yeah, that's exactly what he had said off air a segment or two ago. Well, we're just going to keep beating up on you, Greg. You're a Super Bowl champion, but you look like you got a strong chin. So I'm going to give you another one against the Rams. They got a dude named Kobe Turner that you have talked about. Like somehow that guy got you, but then you made the turnaround after the Thursday night regular season game. You more than held your own in the NFC Championship game, but just maybe talk about him and let me piggyback on that. You may be facing Aaron Donald if the Rams have it their way. So just kind of some thoughts about the challenge with those guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start first one with Kobe. Unbelievable player, his side-to-side quickness and his strength and winning the leverage battle as he's kind of short and stockier. And he's one unbelievable player. And he's a smart player. And, I mean, I get beat in the first time we played him because I overset him and he took the inside move. And then the second time in that Week 15 game, I jumped him and without any help to the inside, and he kind of push-pulled me and got a pretty easy sack. And goes back to later in the game. It was another one where you punch him, get a little bit over your toes, and it's kind of that push-pull into a arm over that allows him to get to the quarterback and get home as well. But you have guys like that, and I think the more you plan, the more you understand how to set him, how to engage him, what to expect, and all that. And so, one, he's a great player, and two, you can sometimes beat yourself in the matter of the game.
Right.
And that's tough to deal with. And then number two, I mean, how cool would it be to go up against one of the greatest D tackles of all time? If he decides to play this season, it's going to be awesome. Week 17 or Week 15 and Week 17 or Week 18.
Right.
Sounds right.
We're going to see, I'm almost positive, first ballot Hall of Famer.
So you want him?
Yeah.
You want him to come back?
I mean, it'd be so cool to go up and play against him. I mean, am I going to get whooped? Probably.
No.
It'd be so cool to kind of, like I said, mano a mano, best on best, to go see what you got. And a guy like that, like, you'll watch that film and you'll understand what you got to get better at and how to improve and be the best player that you can be, because he's a guy that's going to exploit every weakness you got.
Right. Well, if you can promise us that you'll whoop his old ass when they come to Seattle or you go to L.A., I'm totally fine with that. It's funny how players and fans think differently, because I want nothing to do with Aaron Donald, but you're not running away from that at all. But let's get away from beating you up here for a second, Gray, because I want to talk about the opposite side, right? We talked about your welcome to the NFL moment, the Raider game. Hugh mentioned the Ram game. Was there, like, wide receivers, they get their first touchdown, they keep the ball. Running backs, they score their first touchdown, they keep the ball. Like, do offensive linemen go out and buy the jersey of the opposing player when they have their first pancake in the NFL? How did you celebrate the other side of that when you really kind of felt like, hey, man, I got this?
Yeah, I mean, probably just after that first win out in Pittsburgh, just understanding how hard it is to win in the National Football League.
Right.
And it doesn't matter how well you play, you can always go back and find a few plays that you want back, and that's the life of an offensive lineman. But you got to celebrate the wins of the everyday life of one, winning the football game, two, playing well as an offensive line, and then three, having a good game yourself. So not sure if I bought any opposing players' jerseys this year. I did a few jersey swaps with friends and buddies and stuff like that. But
like, you guys have all the helmets of the teams that you beat, right? Like, you collect them like skeletons.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't you start collecting the opposing jerseys of all the players whose backs are on the ground?
Yeah, so I'd have like 1.5 jerseys.
At some point, you'll have way more than that. Trust me.
Oh, he's going to have it. So Greg Zabel with this, and I'm curious. You know, you strike me as a guy who's maybe a historian, maybe I got it wrong, of the NFL, and I'm going to talk about a few guys, the predecessors. The Oakland Raiders years ago had a left tackle named Art Shell and a left guard named Gene Upshaw. They both went to the Hall of Fame. There's only been one other tandem on the left side that have both gone to the Hall of Fame, and that's Walter Jones and Steve Hutchinson of the Seahawks. So you and Charles Cross have had such a promising career. You guys are both young guys. Is that something that's in your mind, that the Hutchin Walter Jones paradigm that was established? Or are you thinking, hey, I'm just worried about myself? Or do you get together with Charles and say, hey, let's try and do this thing, man. Let's try and create a legacy together on the left side?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, Chuck has had a way better career than I've had. To block at the level that he blocks for 4 straight years is unbelievable, and the level that he plays at is a Pro Bowl, All-Pro caliber type player. And when you play next to a guy like that, it just makes your job exponentially easier, because it allows you to maybe have a misstep or a missed punch or something like that. You know, a guy that's playing on your left like that allows you to kind of pick up the slack and stuff. So first and foremost, like, Chuck's phenomenally better player, but I think it'd be cool to not, I shouldn't say follow in the footsteps, but to kind of blaze our own path of figuring out, hey, maybe it's me and him for the next however many years playing as good a football as we possibly can play, and that's where I find joy in it. And then maybe it's the entire line. Like, how long can us 5 guys play together for the next however many seasons and stuff? And that's kind of what you really look forward to. But at the end of the day, there's injuries, there's free agency and all that stuff. So I think just enjoying the moment and enjoying what we have now is the biggest thing. I'll worry about the future and down the road later. Let's go out and have as much fun as we possibly can with the 5 guys that we have now.
Well, we think this is the first time this franchise has brought back all starting 5 offensive linemen since 04 to 05, because they lost Hutch after the 05 Super Bowl against Pittsburgh. So 04 to 05, Locklear, Chris Gray, Tobeck, all those guys. So this is pretty special, right? It doesn't happen very often. You mentioned free agency and cuts and retirements in the NFL to have all 5 guys back. But I want to ask you about, who is the toughest Seahawk defender for you to block? I mean, you just got done talking about facing Donald, and now you'll see potentially Myles Garrett, who knows, on some stunts. You never know. But from day to day in practice, even here in training camp, who's the guy on that defensive line for the Hawks that gives you the most trouble?
Yeah, just flip a coin. just flip a coin for our interior guys. And I think I was just talking to Dwayne Brown about this. And I said, if you would watch the tape last year in practice of the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday practices, that an outsider would have probably thought like a majority of us on the line would have been getting cut and not even seeing Sunday. But
wow,
you look back at that and you appreciate the intense practices that you go through, because it allows you to go out on Sunday and play as free and fast as possible, knowing the caliber of players that you practice against. So, I mean, every defensive lineman gives their own challenges, and I think that's the greatest part about our defensive line right now and our squad is
love it.
I'm getting a different type of rush every single play, and that's why you got to be so locked in practice, or else, I mean, you're going to be a highlight clip in the team meeting, which has happened a few times to me already. So,
Gray Zabel with us, Super Bowl champion. Gray Zabel is with us, and look, we all know that in the locker room there's a sign that says NFL players strictly prohibited from gambling. Okay, so I'm not no part of me is suggesting that you're going to be involved in this. But if I'm a former player, I can go DraftKings and FanDuel. I can look and I say the shortest odds to win the Super Bowl are the LA Rams at 550. Plus 550. That's basically 5.5 to 1. Then you jump to the Bills at 1,000. You've got the Ravens at 11. The Seahawks are sitting there at 1,100, 1,200. So why am I saying that? The NFL world nation, what have you, is basically saying that you guys have half the chance of winning the Super Bowl that the Rams do. And I saw a list the other day, I don't know, it was NFL Day, maybe ESPN, where they even misspelled Seahawks. Yeah. I don't know how you misspell Seahawks, but I think you guys were listed as the 10th most likely team to win the Super Bowl. So my question to you is, you as a competitor, your sense of your teammates. Fans get kind of riled up about this. Like, they're dissing us. Like, what the hell? We're the Super Bowl champions. How are they just anointing the Rams or whoever else? What about you as a player? Does that get into you at all? Do you sense that there's a little bit of like, hey, they are not giving us the respect that we should be getting based on the fact that we're wearing the hardware on our hand?
Yeah, I mean, well, two ways to respond to that. One would be any given Sunday, anybody can get beat. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't matter who the team is, where you're playing, who you're going against. Any given Sunday, you got to come out and perform and show up, or else you have the ability to get beat. And then on the backhand of things, like 2026 is a completely new season.
Right.
And I think maybe the outside world is mad or doesn't like that. But at the same time, I mean, you lose a MVP, Super Bowl MVP running back, a safety, an edge rusher, and all this stuff. We're a new team. We're new faces. We're going to bring the same exact standard. We're not going to kind of go away from our standard, our style of football. But
yep,
we're a new squad. We got to go out and prove to the world, to the fans, to the NFL of how we want to play and what we want to do on Sundays and get done. So, I mean, they can say whatever they want. Obviously, they like what they see down at Los Angeles Rams, but at the end of the day, you got to show up and play football. And every single Sunday is a different game and a different opportunity, and we just got to go out and do our best and play to our ability and understand we're a process over results type organization, top to bottom. And we're just going to continue to improve day after day and get better.
Yeah, I can see your blood pressure rising after he asked you that question. I mean, I can see it. His skin starting to get red. His fingers are starting to get white. And I love that out of you. And I will just tell you this, that Gray, I told this to Hugh before you showed up, that I thought you hit a Grand Slam home run last year in your rookie year. I mean, I was thrilled, as I think all of us were, by the way you played last season, right? So congratulations on a great, phenomenal rookie year. You didn't look like a rookie to me. I mean, if you were to told somebody who didn't follow football, what year is that guy in, they may say he's in year 8 or 9 in the NFL, right? But there's more left in the tank. So if you've got tools in your toolbox that you want to sharpen a bit this year, what's the focus for you before you go here?
Yeah, I mean, how long do we got here for all the things I got to get
as long as you want, by the way. Yeah, go ahead.
No. There's always things to clean up, and I think a lot of the time I kind of relied on my athleticism a little too much last year. I mean, I had pretty pretty awful hand placement at times, and my body was out of line and got a few holding calls and all that stuff. But there's things that you can improve on while continuing to hone in on what you do best, and that's just play the game free and fast and have an understanding that sometimes physicality and effort's going to outperform perfectionists. So you just got to go out there every single day and outwork the guy across from you and play your hardest really for the guys next to you, because they're really relying on you and depending on you. So we got a lot to improve on, but I think we got a good foundation to start with.
Well, congrats on a kick-ass first year, and tell your mom I enjoyed hanging out with her, by the way. That was that was one of the highlights of the season, was getting to party with Mama Zabel and Mama Sundell, and then go watch you guys beat the Rams to win the NFC Championship. So, hey, thanks for doing this, man.
Absolutely.
Congrats on a great year
it.
one. Let's make it a kick-ass year two. Best of luck, man.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, Greg. You bet. Gray Zabel with us on the radio show. We're going to break. A lot more to get to from the VMAC right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, boys and girls. It's Softy back here for my friends over at K2VisionRLE.com. If you struggle with your vision, by the way, and you want to know how freeing it can be to finally ditch contact lenses, reading glasses, and never worry about contact lenses or a cataract ever again, I want you to jump on the web and go to K2VisionRLE.com and schedule a Zoom call with the doctors. Dr. Kopstein, Dr. King, two of the most experienced eye surgeons in North America with over 150,000 procedures. They know what procedure is right for you, whether it's RLE, LASIK, even EVO, ICL. They can explain which one works for you and why you'll never, ever develop a cataract after RLE. Jump on the website, schedule a free Zoom call now, and find out more about K2 Vision RLE and get your vision back. Imagine a life free of reading glasses, contacts, and never, ever developing a cataract as long as you live. Find out more today, K2VisionRLE.com. All right, boys and girls, it's Santi back here again for my friends over at First Mark Insurance. Everyone's looking to save a little money these days, right? Well, one of the easiest ways to save, take the First Mark Challenge. I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge, and they saved me money and got me better coverage on my insurance at the same time. That's what I call the First Mark Challenge victory. Here's how it works. First Mark Insurance works for you, okay? Not one insurance company. They compare rates and coverage from dozens of the top-rated carriers. Then they go to work to find the right coverage at the lowest possible price for you and your family. And when you need them, you'll talk to a real person who knows you and is there to help. That's the kind of service that's kept us with First Mark Insurance in my family. So take the First Mark Challenge today. It costs you nothing. There's no obligation, and you'll find out just how much money you could be saving every single month. You could be the next First Mark Challenge victory. They've had over 11,000 of them. Jump on the web. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. What are you waiting for? Your savings could start tomorrow. Find out more. firstmarkinsurance.com.
Now back to Softy and Dick at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Big thanks to Gray Zabel for joining us on the radio show, but we turn away from the NFL and welcome in the host of Chuck in the Morning. Every single morning you hear the greatest baseball takes, I believe, Sports Talk Radio in Seattle has to offer from our friend Chuck Powell, who joins us right now to talk about what the Mariners did or did not do at the trade deadline. Chuck, good afternoon. How are you, man?
Happy deadline day. Hope you all celebrated with cake and punch today and just brought in the holiday celebration, like there's no tomorrow. That's what I did.
Yeah, I celebrate with a lot more than that, by the way, but I'm not going to tell you because the bosses may not be very happy with me. But why don't we just, first of all, start by just getting kind of a recap from you. Good trade deadline for the Mariners, bad trade deadline for the Mariners. Luis Castillo to the White Sox for a package, including a reliever named Sir Anthony Dominguez, who becomes the highest-paid Mariner reliever of all time, by the way, Chuck. He's making $10 million a year. And then you pick up Taylor Ward from Baltimore for a package including Major League reliever Alex Hoppe and a couple of minor leaguers. What do you think about the job Jerry and Justin just did?
Well, I don't think it was great. I don't think it's going to win any awards, but I think it was good considering the team's 3 games under 500. I don't know how aggressive people should have expected them to be at this stage. I'm glad they didn't move Kirby, Hancock, or Randy, as was rumored, so I think that's a victory. They did address their biggest need, which was a right-handed bat, especially one that performs better against left-handed pitching in Taylor Ward. They did add to their bullpen depth with Dominguez. I personally think Castillo would have been better if they would have just made him a reliever than what Dominguez is going to be going forward. But the guy does dominate right-handers, and as long as you don't put him in a closer situation like the White Sox mistakenly did at the beginning of the year, he can be an effective piece in your bullpen. So they did that. They cleared some space. They got Brendan Donovan coming back tomorrow, space in terms of their salary for going forward, for the payroll going forward into next year. So I think they're a better team today than what they were before the morning started. And yet I still do believe that this is going to come down to whether or not you get contributions, mighty contributions from Cal, Josh, and Julio down the stretch. You need at least two of those guys to come through if they're going to pull off this division. But Jim Bowden told me 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago on the morning show that he thinks that the Mariners could do nothing at the trading deadline and still win the division easily because of who they're going up against. The only thing I disagree with that is that I don't think they could have done it easily, but I still do believe, as I felt all season long, this is the best roster in the division, and they just need to start playing that way.
Chuck Powell with us. Let's get a little more granular on Taylor Ward in terms of what we expect. Is he an everyday guy? Is he in Ref Snyder's capacities? And here's a guy out of 55 qualifying outfielders, 27th in WAR, just 52nd out of 55 in slugging, but his OBP is rather fourth. His walks are third. Doesn't steal a lot of bases, 43rd out of 55 for stolen bases. What do you anticipate from him moving forward for the Mariners the rest of the season?
I mean, this is one of the crazier stories in baseball this year, the metamorphosis that this guy's undergone in his career at the age of 32. He hit 36 home runs a year ago. 36. He's hit 61 home runs in the last two seasons with the Angels. But for whatever reason, on a one-year deal with the Baltimore Orioles to prove that he still has something left in the tank and maybe get one more decent contract in his career before it comes to a close, he decided to change his entire way he swings and his entire approach at the plate. So he went from a low on-base guy who hit 30 homers a year to one of the highest on-base guys in the entire league who's on pace to hit 12 home runs this year. He only has 7 at this point in the season. So he's a completely different player than the Taylor Ward that we were facing as an Angel. And so for a team that is struggling against lefties this year, we all know that. He has hit lefties quite well this season, hasn't hit righties all that well this season. They love guys that get on base in the Mariners organization. Most analytics-driven people do, and he is going to get on base, or at least that's what he's shown. And the reason that I don't think it's Ref Snyder is that he's doing this right now. He's doing this actively. He's doing this season. He's doing it yesterday. And so if he ends up falling on his face like Rob Ref Snyder, then there's something in the stars that says the Mariners just cannot hit lefties no matter who they acquire. Ref Snyder at least had the excuse of 6 months off a winter to rust up the way he has. Ward doesn't have that. He's actively performing against lefties. He's actively getting on base at a American League best clip. And so I think that he should be an everyday player, but doesn't have to be. Rosarina and Julio are going to be every day. I think Dom's earned that as well. I don't know if Ward goes back to right field. If he goes to left field, where he's played every single game so far this season, he's either played left field or DH, and a Rosarina goes to DH, or if you just put Ward at DH. But I don't see any platooning with those four guys at this stage, especially with Raley on the injury list. So I would guess for the time being, all four of those dudes are in the lineup every single day.
Yeah, he's also played some third. It's been a while, but I think what Hugh meant, I'm going to speak for you, but I think what Hugh meant is, does he take Ref Snyder's job? Meaning if the Mariners need a right-handed bat off the bench, does he get that first crack? Like if Taylor Ward's not in the starting lineup and they've got a lefty reliever on the mound, that was the question that I asked. Is he getting the first crack against lefties versus Ref Snyder?
For sure, but I think he's going to be in the lineup. And then I don't even know how Ref Snyder even survives this, adding another right-hander, because I want Robles in the game the way he's played as of late over Ref Snyder. So Ref Snyder's going to have a hard time surviving all of this because you got Donovan coming back tomorrow, and then you have JP presumably being activated at some point as well. So there's going to be a little bit of a roster shakeup, and it's going to start looking a lot more like the group that you intended to have. So I think we'll see some subtractions here very soon as the team gets healthier.
What about Dominguez coming into the bullpen with Brash? Maybe you probably know more about the update than I would. But how does the bullpen? Is he just your eighth inning high leverage type of a guy setting up Munoz, or how do you envision them using him?
Well, I would like to think that Spire is a better option there for the eighth inning. The way Bizzardo is pitching, I'd probably have to elevate Dominguez ahead of Bizzardo at this point, and hopefully Bizzardo's not washed, but he's certainly been he's struggled as of late. And then Matt Brash, once he returns, he's your eighth inning guy because he was performing extraordinarily well in that role, and that's supposed to be at some point in August. Mid-August, hopefully, but probably more late August that you get Brash back. Plus, you're going to get Carlos Vargas back, and he was at times effective a year ago. I realized that a lot of people wanted to add another bullpen piece. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with adding another bullpen piece, but I have never been as hung up on that being such a huge need on this roster. I mean, they do have actively, as much as they've appeared to struggle here as of late, they are fourth in Major League Baseball in bullpen ERA, fourth. And they are first in fewest innings pitched by a bullpen, number one. So they're not tired and they're not terrible, but you did need to add some depth, some length to it, especially with Bizzardo struggling. But you add Dominguez, who could be a good sixth, seventh inning guy who, as I said before, does dominate righties, and I don't know if I want him in high leverage situations. He's the guy that gave up the grand slam to Gino Suarez, if you remember. I don't know if he's a high leverage guy. I don't know if he can handle that kind of pressure, but low leverage, he can fill a role for you certainly the rest of the season, make that deeper. I like him better than a Hoppy, and I like him better than a Rucker. Then you get Brash back, and then you get Vargas back. Cade Anderson's going to be activated in some kind of role before the season comes to a close. I believe Ryan Sloan's going to be activated in some sort of a reliever role before the season comes to a close. And then if you make the playoffs, one of your five starters, Emerson Hancock, presumably, also joins the bullpen. So I'm not that worried about the bullpen as some others are, even though had they made a big splash and added something, I certainly would have applauded it.
Yeah. Chuck Powell, great stuff, man. Always love having you on, but better to have you on after trade deadline day to get immediate reaction. So great stuff, and looking forward to tomorrow morning at 6. All right? Appreciate it, man.
All right, man.
All right. Thanks, Chuck.
Chuck Powell with us. We're going to break a little testimonials. 49451, brought to you by the Emerald Queen on the Tacoma Dodge text line. Deadline is come and gone. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways, whatever on the M's. We'll get to that next. Coming up on 93.3 KJR FM. All right, kids, it's Softy back here again. Hi, from my friend Tamara Lamore of BKT Northwest. Simply put, the best real estate agent and agency team I've ever worked with is at BKT. Why? Because they get the job done. They get you the most money for your home, and they cut out all the stress and all the drama. I mean, what more do you want? Your home is going to hit the market. They're going to price it correctly so it's not sitting there rotting for months at a time. It'll sell fast for the top dollar. And then number two, they're going to make all the phone calls, landscaping, contracting work, paint jobs to get the home ready, staging so you don't have to. You can sit back and focus on packing and getting ready to move and finding your dream home. You want the best agent out there. I'm telling you, you're making a mistake if you go with somebody else beside my friend Tamara from BKT Northwest. Jump on the web and Google that name, Tamara Lamore from BKT Northwest, or check out her website tonight directly at sellerschallenge.com.
Time now for Textimonials, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, big thanks to our friends at the EmeraldQueenCasino.com. Fight night coming up, by the way, on the 8th of August. Find out more, EmeraldQueen.com. You want to buy tickets, by the way. Always a great time. Fight night at the EQC on the 8th of August. All right, here we go. 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. Little testimonials here. Softy, Hugh Millen, and Travis, the Ogre Moger, holding this thing down. Back in the studio on Elliott Avenue. We're here at the Seahawks facility, the VMAC. Travis, what do you got?
Underwhelming. The M's are actually worse than before the trades. And you're crazy if you think ownership will spend any of the money they saved in dumping Castillo's contract on making the team better. They're going to bank it. Very frustrating.
Well, the second part of that is hard to disagree with. They're netting about $14 million total as of now, Hugh, for next year with the Castillo deal. So let's let them prove us wrong on that, number one. Number two, I'm not saying that they're much better, but I disagree that you're saying they're worse. I mean, they have an impact bat in Taylor Ward that is leaps and bounds better than anything Rob Refsnyder has done for you this year. They have a bullpen arm that hopefully will give you what Luis Castillo would have given you if you had moved him to the bullpen, and you save some money that hopefully you will spend on free agents over the offseason. So, I mean, if you want to tell me they're the same team as they were yesterday, that's fine. I can buy that. But for somebody to text the radio show and say the Mariners are worse than they were yesterday, I don't buy that. I don't see that right now.
Yeah, that's a fair take. I think they're comparable, and then you just see how it plays out. I mean, I think you had an interesting point that reminded me of Baker and Dotson in terms of the identification. You replace, you had a specific need for the Seahawks, and you got rid of those. Refsnyder was supposed to be that guy, and so maybe Ward is that guy.
100%. Look, I mean, if you want to argue that they're worse because you thought Luis Castillo was better off in this rotation, maybe better off in the bullpen versus Dominguez, okay, fine. I can dance with you on that. But you know what else I love about this trade, by the way? No more six-man rotation. No more piggyback. No more six-man rotation. Kirby, Miller, Gilbert, Wu, Hancock, all these dudes can get back to doing a normal five-man rotation and not this screwy jerking around thing they've been doing for the last couple of months. God, it drove me freaking nuts, and I'm glad it's over. All right, what's next?
Mariners have been too home run reliant this year. So for that reason, Ward makes a ton of sense. Let somebody get on base before we do our feast and famine home run binge. I like it. And if he fits in with the guys, we can sign him with Castillo's money.
Yeah, I don't know if Ward is ever going to be the guy that he was a year ago. He had 36 home runs a year ago, man, with the Angels, and he has not been that guy this year. But can he be that guy for 2 months, right? I mean, that's what you're asking Kyle Raleigh to be. That's what you're asking Josh Naylor. But, again, I mean, Josh Naylor, he was on a 24-game on-base streak, but during that time, he's got 0 bombs and 6 RBIs over the course of 24 games. That's never okay from Josh Naylor. Never.
Yeah, and to put a number to Texty's point, if you take all extra base hits, the percent that home runs are of all extra base hits for all teams, the Mariners have home runs as the highest percentage of their extra base hits of all baseball.
Yeah, they rely way too much on the home run ball. We knew that a year ago, and it was okay because Kyle Raleigh hit 60 of them, but this year it's a major problem. All right, let's do this. We're going to break. Bill Kruger, his thoughts on the trade deadline deals the Mariners made next on 93.3 KJR FM. right, time for the Bonus Bucks Cash Contest brought to you by our friends at Bellevue Rare Coins. Great time to sell your gold. Find out more at BellevueRareCoins.com. Your keyword to enter on the website, 93.3KJR.com, for a shot at $1,000 is Rich at 93.3KJR.com. Let's get the headlines right now.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, we're back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Headlines are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies. Mariners making a couple of deadline deals. You know about the Luis Castillo deal to the White Sox over the weekend that brought a package including reliever Sir Anthony Dominguez. Well, today the Mariners send reliever Alex Hoppe and two minor leaguers, Brock Moore and Harrison Kreiling, both pitchers, both outside the top 30 on the MLB pipeline list, so no big prospects given up. For Taylor Ward, a left fielder, third baseman, DH from Baltimore, 36 home runs a year ago with the Angels, but his power numbers way down this year. He does, though, by the way, have the number one on-base percentage of the Mariners right now at .383. Elsewhere in baseball, Orioles sending catcher Adley Rutschman to Boston. The Astros get outfielder Darton Varsho, from Toronto, and former Mariner Robbie Ray goes from San Francisco to San Diego. And speaking of San Francisco, the Yankees working the phones at the last second, grabbing outfielder Elliot Ramos from the San Francisco Giants. Let's get to Bill Kruger right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with Bill Kruger, brought to you by the brand new Occidental Hall next to Lumen Field on Occidental, Seattle's newest hotspot for sports fans, with massive HD screens and a menu packed with Seattle's best smash burger, wings, and the best local craft beers in town. Now with Bill Kruger, here's Softy and Dick.
All right, Softy and Dick with no Dick. Who's in for Dick today? Joining us right now on the radio program. Great day to have him on with the deadline coming and going a couple hours ago. Mariners wrapping up business with the deal with the White Sox, the deal with the Baltimore Orioles. And I love that we have this guy on here on a Monday after the deadline to talk about all of it, courtesy of the Occidental Hall. Okay, well, I'm hearing 1 second from my producer, so I guess that means Bill's not ready. But courtesy of the Occidental Hall, the Queen Anne Beer Hall, the Moss Bay Hall in Kirkland, we're going to have Bill Kruger join us in a second. And Hugh, I think we got to get Bill's take as well on the Tarek Scuba deal, right? To the Dodgers. The Tigers sending Tarek Skubal to the LA Dodgers and really not giving up a lot to get him. I don't think they gave up one of their top four prospects, so we'll talk about that as well. But we got him. He's ready. Here he is, our crafty left-hander, Bill Kruger. Billy, how are you, man? What's going on?
I'm good. Exciting day for the true baseball fan, for sure, across the whole league and across the country. So, lots of names moving around. It's a bit of a blur for me at this point.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, it is exciting. It also sometimes leaves Mariner fans wanting a bit more, as I know a lot of them do right now after the trade deadline deals the Mariners made. So let's just talk about that. Luis Castillo and his contract are gone to the White Sox for a package including a veteran reliever by the name of Sir Anthony Dominguez. He becomes the first Mariner reliever ever to make $10 million in a season. And then you get Taylor Ward from Baltimore for Alex Hoppe and two minor league pitchers. So you take the floor. Your thoughts on the two trades that Jerry made in the last couple of days?
Well, I think the Castillo trade is just an absolute Yahtzee for the Mariners. They found someone that would take Castillo's contract, which is just hard to imagine they were able to pull that off.
Yep.
I think that's the biggest story of the whole deadline for the Mariners is that they were able to move off of Castillo's money, so they don't own the money the rest of this year or next year. They got a reliever that's that needs a little tweaking. A guy that's had a lot of success, got a little bit of control problem, but he's got big stuff. And he doesn't have to close for the Mariners. He can set up or he can pitch in the middle. And so they figure out maybe what makes him tick, because the Mariners are very good at that. He's been a little scattery. Walk numbers are up. Has a tendency to come into big situations and, throw a wild pitch and allow runners to move around. But this guy's upper 90s with a really hard slider, a dark one. This is a bona fide 1-2 guy that gets right-hand hitters out. So I think there's a lot of hope there. This is a high ceiling type pitcher with experience. So I think that's good. He's not the flashy name on the market, and he hasn't been pitching great of late. If you went and asked the people in Chicago, they'd say, "Oh God, we can't trust him. He's all over the place." Well, maybe he gets recast in a different role. And like I said, the Mariners are pretty good at figuring out what makes him tick. So I like that. They get a catching prospect that can probably use to, in another deal, perhaps. Who knows? People covet catching. It's hard to find. And Nolan Jones is an extra outfielder that I don't know what's going to happen with him. He had a good year a few years ago with Colorado, but hits left-handed. We're kind of long-suited on left-hand hitting outfielders. So, and then they get Taylor Ward. So Taylor Ward is a bona fide big league corner outfielder, right? He had a couple big years with the Angels where he hit the ball out of the ballpark. And then this year in Baltimore, he kind of flipped the script a little bit. He only had 7 homers, but he got on base at a 380 clip, hit about 250. He's a good player. He's going to hit better against left-handed pitching. He can play. It's not like he plays once in a blue moon. He can play. So it'll be interesting to see how they kind of put this whole thing together once Brendan Donovan's healthy, and where exactly is he going to play. They weren't able to do anything at third base. That would have been the best place to get somebody, but I think that was a tough market. They probably just could not find anybody there. A right-hand hitting third baseman just wasn't, to be had, I guess. So, but I think they did pretty well. The idea that you were going to use George Kirby or Emerson Hancock or Randy Rosarina this threading of the needle where you're a buyer and you're a seller. Well, like I've said before, Dave, you're either on the buy side or the sell side. If you're buying, you're giving up prospects, you're taking a veteran player, or you're going the other way. That's what it is. It's A or B. And they were trying to do the C move. And, Kirby, a Hancock move, that's an offseason move. Because think about it. If you want Kirby or Hancock and you're in contention, you're going to hand the Mariners an everyday guy that's in your lineup, and hitting's at a premium. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. It's just it's fluff. It's bluster. It's nothing. Not that there wasn't somebody calling about them, but what they were going to give the Mariners in return would have been guys for the future.
Right.
And that's what you do when you're a seller. And the Mariners are still in this thing. The numbers in the standings tell us that. And they've made a pretty strong statement to Mariner fans to say we are in it to start the season. So they're in it.
They are in it, and Bill Kruger with us. So Bill, you make the argument, you make the points for why you like the deal. You sound a little bit tempered in your enthusiasm, but you like the deal. Now flip your cap around and make just a logical argument against, like saying, hey, I don't like the deal for blank reasons. I don't know. I mean, you got Dominguez is now a right-hander in a right-handed loaded staff. I don't know what it would be for you, but if you had to be critical, it'd be how?
They didn't trade Castillo sooner because they screwed up the pitching rotation. Cost us at least four wins. Messing around playing these silly games with the piggyback and the 6-man rotation. Now we're kind of hearing people saying, yeah, that was really hard and that was not a good idea. I said it a long time ago. That's not a good idea at all. You got 5 premium starters in Luis Castillo. You had 2 directions you could have gone. You could have put Bryce Miller in there and let him be Matt Brash. They didn't want to do that. And let Castillo be the 5 starter and keep him going so you could trade him. Or you had to move Castillo to the pen. The in-between notion of doing this was ridiculous. Right. And 4 losses for sure, or 4 wins to be had. And then we don't know how it's affected the 5 starters that should have been pitching on turn. So they clearly held out to get what they got, which is a huge win for management. They love it. They get the money goes away, which is their favorite thing. I don't think that money gets spent immediately, and it'll be interesting to see if they put that money to work in getting free agents in the winter, or what they do, or they save up for a rainy day to try to sign a pitcher, or what they're going to do. I don't know. But I don't really have a problem beyond that. I think it would have been nice to get a real bona fide third baseman that can hit. But Taylor Ward is he's a pretty good player. So I think now the interesting thing is that you're going to get Brendan Donovan back on your team, right?
Right.
And he's a player. The question is, where is he going to play? Is it going to be just this crazy musical chairs Donovan all over the place and Randy the DH and Randy in left and Ward and right. And who's the DH and who's the third and where's JP? And, it's going to be really interesting to see how they kind of cobble this all together to make it work and make them the best team they can possibly be. But we know that Randy's bat means something. And the question will be, as mercurial as Randy is, will he accept being a DH a part of the time?
Right.
Because the club will play better with him not in the field. But they need his bat. So, that's how I see it. I don't see really any other problems with what they had to do. There's not a lot of openings on the team. You got players that are in positions that are being paid, that have expectations that you're not going to replace.
Right.
Sure. Cal Raleigh's got to do better. Rodriguez has got to do better. Naylor has got to do better. Now, what I'm seeing with Naylor's got a bad wrist. That looks obvious to me. He's like inside out tennis backhands to left field. That's what he's going to do. He's going to keep his average up. He's going to put it in play because something's not right. Rodriguez hopefully is going to come out of wherever the haze that he has from the post concussion issues. And Raleigh is going to swing big, and maybe he's getting his timing right, and maybe the confidence will bump up a little bit. But he's a slugger. He's not going to be a pure hitter. Could they have gone out and tried to get a Luis Arraez or somebody like that? That would have been interesting, but no really place to put him. Yeah, I think they did okay, but they didn't do anything to really bolster their offense. They're depending on the guys they have here, and for Donovan to appear and do well, and for the guys here to do a little bit better. And Dominguez helps them, Hugh, in the bullpen. Right. Pizzardo needs to get a little bit of rest and get the ball down. So he's better suited for a couple inning stints in the middle of the game as opposed to trying to make him the right-handed setup guy. That's not really who he is. And hopefully Brash comes back. You get Brash back, and if he's healthy, you've got the guy out there that you need. But they have to be, wait a few weeks for that. And hopefully the club can make a little bit of progress now in the interim.
Yeah, I think the only question would be, would they have been better off just simply moving Castillo to the bullpen to begin with and having him out there instead of Dominguez? We'll see. Time will tell. If Dominguez gets the job done, then you can say, hey, we got the relief help we needed, and we saved money on Castillo's contract, right? So we'll see about that. But I'm with you. Bill, I'm with you on the piggyback six-man thing, and I totally agree with you that the negative, I think, in the end showed itself with these guys not being in a routine, getting jacked around. One day you're doing a piggyback, one day you're not doing it. One day it's a five-man, one day it's a six-man. So I totally agree on that, but I want to ask you, Bill, because I want to make sure we get this in before you go. There's been a lot of criticism in the last maybe couple of days of the Dodgers. People say they're ruining baseball. They gave up really nothing from their farm system for Tarek Skubal. I mean, I kind of more wonder what the hell the Tigers were doing, for God's sakes. Is that the best they could do? Is that deal they got from the Dodgers? But for those that are critical of the Dodgers organization, rich get richer, they're ruining the game, blah, blah, blah. What do you say to that crowd?
Well, they do have bigger revenue streams. There's no question. Than some teams, and there's a disparity there across baseball, and baseball is unwilling to sort of address the imbalance, right? And that's going to be a big argument come wintertime. But I don't fault the Dodgers for developing talent and then not worried about having to make them be their future. If there's a chance for them to use those guys to go get somebody, they will, and they'll go on the free agent market and go buy something else.
Mm-hmm.
They're a wealthy team in a big market with lots of revenue streams, for sure. For sure. They've got more than most, and more than any, maybe the Mets. But there's lots of rich people in the game that don't have the same attitude. Okay. So they aren't the only rich owners. So, I mean, it's like, what's the incentive? That's the question. Winning isn't enough of an incentive? I'm not sure. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, I don't fault them. I think that it's a 2-month rental because Skubal's going to be a free agent. So if you're the Brewers and you go get him for 2 months, maybe they couldn't offer what they felt was worth the 2 months because they're not going to re-sign him. He's too expensive for the Brewers. and for a lot of clubs. He's too expensive. Well, the Dodgers can get him for 2 months, and they got the return for what a 2-month player can give you, right? And they took the rest of his salary, and they'll sign him to a $1 zillion contract sometime in the offseason, probably. I mean, that's how that goes. I mean, if you don't like it, it's just sort of like, the Darth Vader of baseball used to be the Yankees. Now it's the Dodgers. So you can hate on them, and you can kind of hope that they've the best laid plans of mice and men doesn't work out, right? And Dave Roberts never looks up from his cue card, and they lose because they miss something or something doesn't go right. I don't hate the Dodgers. I was a Dodger at one moment. I like some of their players, but I don't wish great things to happen to them. I want to see the Milwaukee Brewers make it and see that good ham and egg baseball with base stealing and risk and balls in play and just a wonderful combination of old style baseball. Yeah, that's who I want to see win. If you're going to ask me what I would like, yeah, I hope they can topple them and maybe baseball goes, hey, wait a minute, it can be done. So, that style of play. I mean, we watch a slugging or nothing pitch win at the margin game that we have here. And if you were able to watch the Brewers on a daily basis, you'd fall in love with them. And they got the big kid with the monster arm, sure, but they play a really cool style of play.
Bill Kruger, great stuff. Love it, man. Appreciate you being on with us. It's always fun to recap trade deadline day. Again, I know a lot of Mariner fans are hoping for more, as I am every single deadline. I'm not sure if there was much out there to go out and get. There was a story that the Padres were asking for Cade Anderson and a Mason Miller deal. You know me, I'm normally one to say, hey, prospects, get rid of them, grow more. Go to your prospect tree in your backyard if you're Jerry DiPoto and pluck more fruit off the tree. That's a deal that I would not have made, and I'm glad the Mariners did not make it. How about you?
Yeah, he's the future left-hander in the rotation that they don't have. They got 5 guys that look the same. It'd be great if he was able to. There's no spot for him now, but he's going to be good. He's going to be a solid, if not great, pitcher for the Mariners for years to come. And Miller is lightning in a bottle, but Munoz is pretty good. That's the problem. The problem isn't that.
Right.
It's not. We needed somebody to replace Brash, and we needed to not be short for 2 months in the bullpen. Right. I mean, Castillo's fine to get traded. I'd rather have Dominguez in the bullpen, not Castillo. I just wanted Castillo there.
Right.
Until then.
Right. 100%. 100%.
Right?
Yep. Agreed. Billy, you're the man. Great stuff. And we will talk in a week. Appreciate this, bud.
Okay. No problem. Thank you.
All right. You bet.
Bill.
Bill Kruger
Thanks,
with us. We're going to break. I want you to weigh in, Hugh, on the Tarek Skubal thing a little bit next segment. Dodgers are ruining baseball. How dare they? Evil Empire, all that. Next on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke's Seafood, and this hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, Softy and Dick with no Dick. Jackson's out as well. It's Hugh Millen. It's Travis the Ogre Moger joining us today as we continue live from Seahawks training camp. Gray Zabel coming up in the 6 p.m. hour. We'll get Chuck Powell's response as well to all the trades, Hugh, the Mariners have made. I think it's important to update people, don't you, what the Mariners did at the deadline. A lot of people have lives, have jobs, tuning in and didn't know what the M's did at the deadline. So just to recap, Luis Castillo sent to the White Sox yesterday for a package including veteran reliever Seranthony Dominguez. And then today they sent reliever Alex Hoppe and two minor league pitchers named Brock Moore and Harrison Kreiling to the Orioles for Taylor Ward, who would have the number one on-base percentage on the Mariners at .383. He leads the league in walks and plate appearances. He gets on base a ton. Doesn't drive in a lot of runs. He's not having the year he had a year ago with the Angels when he had 36 bombs and 103 ribbies, but does get on base. So if you can put him in front of refueled Josh Naylor, Cal Raleigh, maybe Julio Rodriguez, who knows, and get the guy home, you could maybe find yourself scoring some more runs if you can take advantage of this guy getting on base. But I wanted to ask you, Hugh, before we get to Fun with Audio next segment, about the Tarek Skubal deal, right? Because we had Bill Kruger on last segment, and we asked him about this idea the Dodgers are ruining baseball, the evil empire. How can they be controlled? This is ridiculous. How could he go to L.A.? And I'm looking at what the Dodgers gave up for Tarek Skubal. I mean, it's nothing. They gave up their number 5, their number 7, their number 17 prospect to the Tigers for 2 months of Tarek Skubal. I mean, hell, if you would have come to me yesterday and said you can have Tarek Skubal for 2 months and maybe move a George Kirby or an Emerson Hancock to the bullpen, probably Hancock, for Michael Arroyo, Luke Stevenson, and Lucas Kelly, I'd say, where do I sign? For 2 months of that guy? Are you kidding me? So I don't know. I mean, my issue, I guess, is twofold. How the hell did the Dodgers end up with him? And this is the best the Tigers could do for Tarek Skubal? You kidding me? Really?
Well, there's so much to discuss. I would say, first of all, I don't blame the Dodgers whatsoever, any more than I blame giraffes for getting the choicest leaves. They do so because they can.
Right.
And if you want to even out so that all the animals at the zoo eat the same leaves, then cut the trees. So that the giraffe doesn't have that advantage. And look, their money is a part of this with the Dodgers. They can sustain more losses because they can buy more free agents. They can they can sign guys, like they can bring them in, get them exposed to their locker. So we can't just say that money's not a part of that. And if you just look, I mean, I think this is tied to the CBA and the likely work stoppage. And as a guy who was a player rep in the NFL, beginning my second year, I testified on behalf of the Rams in Washington, D.C. about the state of readiness during the strike. That was in 87, and then every single year thereafter. So I was right there involved when there was a free agency acquired by the NFL and we exceeded to a salary cap. Now, let me just throw a couple numbers at you. Okay. At that time, if you go back like 1990, we're looking at the Major League Baseball players. They had 57% of the revenue. NFL was right around 40%. And then the year before there was NFL free agency, 1993, which is also the year before the strike. So this is a good year to compare. The revenues for the NFL were $1.87 billion. For Major League Baseball, $1.86 billion. They're only separated by $10 million. Right. Since then, when the NFL has acceded to a salary cap and a salary floor, that's vital, right, and all of the stability that the NFL has gone from under $2 billion to over $24 billion, while Major League Baseball is right around a little over $12 billion. The NFL has gone 13x, where Major League Baseball has gone about 6.5x. Okay, so major NFL is just lapped now. So the pie has grown. The NFL players, this is an important note. The NFL players are guaranteed 48.8% of the pie. So you say, what's our percentage of the pie and how much is it growing? Well, I just told you how much it's growing. Now, what is the pie? I told you the baseball players at 57%. They're down to 45.6%. And they were in 2015, they were down at 38.6% because there's no regulation. And so here are these baseball players. They're listening to people like jackass Scott Boras, who comes on your radio show and says that the NFL has it wrong. And because why? Because Scott Boras has 76.5% of his clients are in the top 20% of their position. 62% of them are in the top 15%. He is worried only about the Juan Sotos and the Max Scherzers and the Garrett Coles and the Tarek Skubals. That's another one of his clients, right? That is not what's best for baseball. What is best for baseball is that they get under a salary cap with a floor, because right now a third of the teams are just checking out. They're giving let me get my lecture task. Their fans know that they're not trying, and so what does that do to the product? Well, I just told you how baseball is being lapped by the NFL, and I guarantee you that the construct of that is vital. Just a couple more things. If you take since 1998, that's when both NFL and MLB went to 30 teams. You have the World Series champion is in the top 10 in scoring on 20 out of 28, where the Super Bowl champion is only 10 out of 28. If you do an Excel correlation score, you want to do it last 10 years, you want to do it since 1998, they're all going to be about the same. Major League Baseball has a correlation of score of basically winning to how much you're spending of 550. The National Football League has 0.050. That's the difference between 50 and 550. Yeah. So every fan intuitively knows that. They don't know that number I just cited, but I just put a number to what you already know. You know the correlation between spending and winning. And last year, the Dodgers in this year, the Dodgers are spending $396 million. And the Marlins are 77 million. That's a 411% advantage. In the NFL, where there's a cap and a floor, the difference between the top team is 31 million, 279 versus 248. That's 31 million. That's a 12% advantage. So you go baseball as a 411% advantage between the top team and the lowest team, and football only has 12%. All of these components that are structures. And by the way, if there would have been the franchise tag, which is a vital part of the structure as well, so John Elway stays a Denver Bronco, Tarek Skubal would still be a Tiger. So in all of these things, the scaffolding that hold these sports, I will just argue these baseball players, they are getting their ass handed to them. They've got a smaller pie than they should have, and they're getting less and less of percentage of that pie. The NFL players get a bigger percentage of the pie, and the pie has more than doubled what the baseball pie has grown since the NFL implemented free agency with a salary cap, with a salary floor. And you're going to get these absurdities that demoralize everybody who loves baseball to see the Dodgers have these kind of advantages. They've got to get a hold of this. There's a structural way to do it. It's on the table, and the players just have to accede to it and stop listening to Scott Boras.
Well, I think it's good stuff, Huey. First of all, well done. And then second of all, I think the Mets are actually technically spending more than the Dodgers are this season, but it's obviously not showing because the Mets are terrible.
396 with the Dodgers number one, but different sources. It's not going to change it's going to change it by fractions of a point. It's not worth quibbling about.
Yeah, I'm looking at Spot Track and I see the Mets higher, but anyway, point is well taken, right? That you've got you got the haves and the have-nots in baseball. There's no doubt about that. Just steal an old Scott Woodward line, man. But I do think that baseball is in need of a salary floor. There's no question about that. I think they kind of outed themselves when they came out about a month and a half ago with this collective bargaining offer with a salary floor, and there were like 8 teams that were spending below that already.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you can spend that in a new agreement, then why aren't you spending it right now? I mean, Major League Baseball, yes, needs to make sure that these guys are serious about trying to win championships. And when you're the Guardians and when you're the Marlins and the Cardinals and the A's and the Nationals and even in some ways the White Sox, who are getting kind of lucky this year, and you're spending under $100 million, that is an absolute joke. But I think there's 2 stories here, Hugh. What will this mean for baseball's salary cap? What will it mean down the road for negotiations? And then number 2, how the hell did the Dodgers end up getting Tarek Skubal for the slap they gave the Tigers? So, I mean, I can't wait to hear
Well,
Larry
money's
Stone's
a part of that.
take on this.
Real quick, Dave, I would just say this. If baseball was doing it better than football, I would agree. Right. In fact, when I was a player rep, I used to routinely say, hey, baseball's got a better union than us. They're more united. They had free agency. We didn't. They had a much higher percentage of the revenues than us. I readily conceded that baseball had a superior union to us. Now, fast forward 30 years later, the decisions we made there, we are dunking on baseball. In fact, the World Series, their premier event, is in this decade is outdrawn by our selection show. The NFL draft has more viewers in the first round than the World Series, and then I cited all the revenue discrepancies. How football is again just lapping baseball.
Well, by the way, just to wrap this up because we got to get to a break. Okay, whatever team was trading for Tarek Skubal was taking on $10.6 million in salary the rest of the year. Now I can understand not wanting to give up. Like your number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 prospects for a guy that's there for 2 months because you still think, hey, the odds of us winning. But if you're a team that is in the race, by the way, like if you're the Yankees, if you're the Red Sox, if you're the Guardians, if you're the Houston Astros, $10.6 million added to your payroll and the prospects that it took to get him should not have been a big enough reason for every other team in contention to say no to a Tarek Skubal trade. And the fact that it apparently was is insane.
Yes, but remember this. The gap between the highest payroll and the lowest payroll in the NFL is $31 million. The gap between the highest and lowest in baseball is $30 million. It's basically it's 10 times the gap. Yeah. So the structure of baseball has simply got to change. And by the way, players, listen, you're going to make more revenue and you're going to get a higher percentage. What is not to like? Unless you're just going to – if Juan Soto, it might be worse. Okay, you're gonna tear down baseball for the Juan Sotos of the world?
Yeah. All right, we got to get to a break. A little fun with audio, which will include, by the way, our Bellevue Rare Coins golden moment from the weekend, which you may not think is so golden when you hear it. Next on 93.3 KJR FM.
It's time for Fun with Audio, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at the EQC Sportsbook. Visit emeraldqueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by Bloometry Experts, trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or bloometry.com. Now, Fun with Audio.
All right, we're back on a busy Monday from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Safi Dick, Travis the Ogre Moger in for Dick Fane and Jackson Phelps. A phenomenal work today, fellas. Really appreciate the job. Well done so far. Gray Zabel will join us, by the way, in the next hour. Chuck Powell as well with his thoughts on the Mariner deadline deals. Right now, a little Fun with Audio / hey, did you hear that? Hey, Hugh Millen, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
Okay, so here's the deal. We are going to work in, by the way, not only Fun with Audio, but our Bellevue Rare Coins Golden Moment from the weekend, brought to you by our friends at BellevueRareCoins.com. I'm going to tell you right now, Hugh, your golden moment from the weekend is the fact that you did not have to listen to this until now. This might be the worst rendition of the national anthem that you have ever heard in your life. And I want you to listen to the whole freaking thing. At the first ever Women's Pro Baseball League game between the LA Queens and the New York Heights on Saturday, Martha Reeves, remember her, Motown legend, 85 years old. Sure. Martha and the Vandellas back in the day, gave us, along with a couple other gals, one of the worst renditions of the national anthem of all time. This, because you did not have to hear it until now, is your Bellevue Rare Coins Golden Moment from the weekend. Have a listen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
You know what I was going to do, Hugh? I was going to cut it off about 30 seconds ago, but I thought that'd be disrespectful. Because when somebody is singing the anthem, you got to let them finish the anthem. But is that not the worst thing you've ever heard? Hugh,
I think you can cut that off.
Somebody had to allow them to sing that song. Well, somebody had to have either said, okay, we trust you. You don't need to, sing it for us. We think you'll do a great job. Or they heard it and said yes to that. Oh my God.
They couldn't have heard it. I think they just booked it. That sounded like your beagles got their tails caught in a sliding glass door. That's exactly how Dudley and whatever Winnie would be wailing. Yeah,
DJ. Oh God, that's the worst thing.
Roseanne Barr was worse because she was disrespectful. I think this one was hideous, but I'm going to assume she was trying. She's just old.
I hope so, dude. That was awful.
By the way,
God.
We might be under a class action lawsuit. All of the listeners will never get those 2.5 minutes back in their life.
Well, that's your Bellevue Rare Coins golden moment for the weekend. Imagine hearing that over the weekend and ruining your weekend. So thank you to Bellevue Rare Coins for making us wait until Monday to hear that. All right. Hey, Hugh, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
Oh, God. On the Mina Kimes show today, Scott Van Pelt talked about the NFC Championship game and how he thought the Rams were the best team in the NFL last year.
Mina, I thought the Rams were the best team in the NFL last year. I said it over and over and over again. That game against Seattle in the NFC title game was played in Seattle, not Los Angeles, in part because Charbonnet picks up a ball in the end zone and hands it to an official, and after a lengthy commercial break, 2 points are awarded to Seattle. Perhaps correctly, all credit to Seattle for coming back in that game, for having big balls in overtime and winning. But I felt like Los Angeles was better that Thursday night. I thought they were going to win that game in Seattle. They didn't. The Seahawks are the reigning champs, and they deserve and earned every bit of it. But I was stubborn then, and I'm stubborn now.
All right. He's obviously on the Rams wagon this year. And part of his reasoning is that he thought the Rams were a better team last year. And they've gone out and they've gotten